Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Causeway Challenge. This is Table 2, David Eldar versus Sid Nityanand. I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe. How's it going, Chloe?
Hi Josh, it's going well. I'm so excited to be here. We've got an exciting matchup ahead of us and a huge tournament that we are all eagerly anticipating and are so excited is finally starting. So Sid to go first here.
This is a very good opening rack for Sid. He's going first in this game, and I think this is a pretty natural opening rack where you just want to get rid of the Q. And there's a bunch of those Q without U options available. QI, QAT, QADI, QAID. They're all available for Sid. I am partial to the play of QADI.
Okay. I was either between QADI and just QI. QI makes David's responses potentially more difficult if he doesn't have an N or an I to go alongside the Q. Or the N to go under for QIN. That said, the 6 extra points from QADI might just make it worth it to go for that play. But all of these options keeping a fantastic lead. We can see Sid will be keeping a blank, the custom Causeway blank that we have for this tournament with these Causeway tiles. Um, so no matter what he does, he'll be setting himself up very well for the next turns.
And this is a gigantic tournament. I mean, the scale of this is incredible. You see Sid taking some time on this first move. This is the first game of 36. This is potentially Sid's first time on stream, and he's decided to play QI 422, the most common opening play in Scrabble. So what a auspicious start to the game. There's so much to talk about, but we're jumping straight in. You guys can see maybe a little bit of the scale of the playing room from behind the two-time world champion, David Eldar, who's now on turn with AGIKLRT.
Yeah, and Eldar has set up a really solid looking play of glit, GLIT, which he would play under QI, making the words QI and IT. He could also just do git and keep the L. I think he has the right instinct here of getting rid of the G as opposed to playing off maybe the K. The G in Scrabble is only 2 points, but we all see it as a very ugly tile, really clunky, messes up a rack a lot of the time. The K isn't great either, and it would score a few more points, but getting rid of the G is often a high priority for Scrabble players. So it makes sense that this is David's first instinct, and I like these options he's considering.
Yeah, David studies Scrabble words, and he also studies the value of different leaves, which are the tiles you're leaving behind. Those are very important when you're playing at such a high level to set yourself up nicely for the next move. Let us know where you're watching from. We see a lot of people joining us on both of our broadcasts on YouTube and on MeWatch, so salute to all of you guys. And we're on our way here. And Glit versus Grit versus Git, all of those plays underlapping the Q. And David seems to be settling on keeping the L and the K together. Or the R and the K
The R and the
together.
K, I think, yes.
Yeah. It seems like it's just a very, very close choice between those three options. You could
Yeah.
also play Kit and get rid of the K. It is a better tile than the G, but it scores a little bit more. But I think setting up Skit, which is a hook, is not something David necessarily wants to do. He is definitely the overdog in this game against Sid. Sid is a very strong player. He's rated around 1900, but David rated over 2100. But you see the jitters normally at this level. Opening plays, first move, second move, maybe a minute. But both players taking well over a minute on their opening play.
Yeah, and this, like you said, Josh, this choice between Grit and Glit was a very close call. I might have gone with Glit. I just generally prefer, I mean, the R is considered to be a better tile, but maybe with the K, the L works better than usual. So either way, it was a very close call. He goes with grit in the end. And yeah, these nerves, this is a huge tournament you mentioned that we're at, and it makes sense for these first opening turns to take a little bit longer than we might otherwise have expected.
Yeah, and we saw, if you guys saw that on the board cam, we saw Sid pointing at the board, wondering if the word gray dated fits from the G. You could see how nervous I think both of these guys are. I mean, David has obviously been here before. He is one of the best players of all time. But on the first game of such an incredibly strong tournament, anybody is going to be jittery. And Sid here has one playable bonus, and a bonus is what you want to achieve early on in a Scrabble game. It gets you an extra 50 points. We see the scores are now 22 to 20. It is a common English word.
Hmm.
And if he sees this, he's going to be in a pretty good position because we see the 4-vowel draw from David Eldar. Definitely not the greatest thing, but he will have some options no matter what Sid does. But we'll see what he comes up with. He's looking at suffixes, prefixes and suffixes. That's how you find these long words. The ed suffix is a very, very strong one. So we'll see if he finds adapted, making that Causeway tile, the one in the middle, a P. That is the blank tile.
Yeah. Adapted being the only bingo. Seems like Sid will take his time here, shuffle the letters around. Often you just need to try putting different letters at the front of your rack to see maybe that will trigger your brain to remember or spot the combination. But he's just going with DA, it looks like. So maybe he didn't spot the bingo adapted on this turn, and he's just choosing to play off the two letters that he had duplicates of. So in Scrabble, we really don't like to keep two of the same tile. So playing off DA, it really didn't score very many points, but he kept that same strong lead that he kept after playing QI on the first turn.
Absolutely. So definitely, this is a word that Sid is going to spot 99% of the time. But at his first, I think, ever streamed game against two-time world champion at such a high caliber event, it's very understandable that he missed this. And Leica coming down very, very quickly.
Yeah, certainly David's best play there, scoring, I think, 45 points. Yeah, it was an easy call. For David, he got the K on the double letter score tile and also hit the triple words go. So a massive score. No need to waste any time there. And Sid, drawing a bit better this time, has a few options of bingos to play. So we'll see what he comes up with here.
Yeah, and you see in the background, we got some staff walking around. We also have table 1. You can see in the camera view behind David Eldar, the one and only Nigel Richards. Just so everybody knows, there are 3, at least 2 live ingests for this this live stream, and Nigel on table 1 is probably what people want to watch. But you can watch all 3 of the games at once, and it's such a massive undertaking. To broadcast such an event. We have so many people on the floor making this possible. So Sid for sure knows now that he has something. On the previous turn, he had 2 Ds and 2 As. When you have duplicated tiles, it's harder to have long words because you have 2 of the same tile, but he has 6 unique tiles and a blank, so he has to know that he has something here. And the question is, will he find his top score? He has 95 points available in die equal to the L in Leica, making the blank a C. That is 95. There are some other options available to him that score in the 80s and many, many in the 70s. So we'll see what he comes up with. He's down to 18 minutes, 40 seconds, and I'm sure I can only imagine how nervous he is, Chloe.
Yeah, oh my gosh, playing on stream in general already adds such a higher level of pressure. You know that there's people watching, you don't want to mess up. And then it being the first game of this massive tournament with hundreds of players, the top prize of 10,000 US dollars, and you're playing a 2-time world champion in David Eldar. It's not an easy task. It looks like Sid is going with the word earthed, making the blank an R for 74 points. A very reasonable find. Sometimes when you're taking this long, you kind of just want to get things moving and not waste too much time shuffling your tiles around. Take the bingo, move on, don't get stuck shuffling and shuffling for minutes on end. It looks like they need a blank designation slip, maybe.
Yes, indeed. So they've neutralized the clock at exactly 18 minutes, by the way. I love to see that. But yeah, this is a good play by Sid, getting out of the pit of despair when you have blank rack on stream. Did something, you made your bingo. So 104 to 65 will be the score after this. But David to respond and try to maximize the value of his X once they're able to get that designator. So they're just waiting to make sure that both players are aware what the blank represents, because it's going to stay that way for the entire game. So there are slips usually provided where you circle what letter the blank represents, Chloe.
Yes. And David now looking at a really strong rack for scoring points. He has the X tile, which is worth 8 points, and it's quite useful when played next to one of those colored squares on the board. So he has a few high scoring options in the 40s and 50s to make parallel plays. In Scrabble, we like to make parallel plays because you get all the points for the words going both across and all of the words that you make connecting going the other direction. So David quickly going to play Exode for 51 points here, making 4 parallels, EA, XI, OK, and DAG. Looks very solid.
Yeah, that's his highest score. There's no real need to keep the D and the E behind and just play XO, which was possible. I think this is the right choice for him, just
Yeah.
continuing to score and take a small lead against Sid, who's redrawing.
Yeah, I guess the consideration would be the Z, putting the E under the triple letter score, setting up ZE first, and other Z 2-letter words going horizontally. That said, you can't always play scared. There's 8 extra points from hooking the DE onto EXO, so I think David in particular seems like someone who often will take those extra points and take the bit of the risk in setting up some of these riskier spots, like setting up the Z bomb, as we call it.
Indeed. So the redraw for Sid is DFINNOO. And he's going to be looking to get rid of a duplicated N and a duplicated O. Like we said, we don't like to have duplicated tiles most of the time. So normally what you do is you separate them in your head or on your rack, and you look for plays that use at least one of the duplicates. And Sid's found FON, FONIO. These are words that he would like to play on this board. And David's redraw ABEOOVW, so not so great. So this is a really good game to start things off. Of course, Sid could have taken advantage of his early blank a little bit better, and he would probably be in a much better position here. But he spotted Fanion through the A of Earthed. That's a little bit dangerous to set up an S, but maybe just Fanon is also available there, keeping the I, not setting up an S, but as the underdog, I think you want to take risks like this.
Yeah, I think creating some volatility on this board, some riskier spots. Maybe David has an S, maybe he doesn't. There's nothing really to point in the direction of him having an S at this moment. And like you said, as the underdog in this game, Sid needs to and should take some risks here, like setting up these big spots that he could potentially capitalize on. Also, in playing off 5 tiles, that means he's drawing 5 new tiles. There are still 4 S's to be seen lurking in this bag. So drawing 5 is a good shot at potentially drawing one of those.
And look at this, David is holding the play. So that's something you do when you're unsure of one of or all of the words that are in play. So Fanion is a valid word. I think Sid knows this. He's probably a little bit confused, but if David chooses to challenge this word, I think he has allotted not to. That would give Sid 5 points. But if Fanion wasn't a valid word, it would be challenged off the board. So it looks like David has either accepted or allowed Sid to draw his provisional tiles, which are tiles that you're allowed to draw 15 seconds after a play has been held. But it looks like
Oh.
that's going to be challenged, and that's a +5 for Sid.
Yeah.
So a little bit of uncertainty there. David, of course, there's 300,000 words. Hard to remember all of them. Yeah, maybe a little bit surprising.
Yeah. So in this event, we're playing with the 5-point challenge rule, which means that if you challenge a play that you're unsure of and the word does end up being acceptable, your opponent adds 5 points to their score for that turn. So instead of the 26 that Sid was going to get for this, he'll now get 31 for Fanion.
Indeed. So definitely worth it in the end. Of course, if you're just a little bit unsure of a word, you should challenge. 5 points is not that much to give up. These guys are averaging well over 400 points per game. And I think the fact that there's such a dangerous S hook available now with Fanions onto those red triple word score squares, it's very important to be sure that that's a valid word.
Yes. And Sid picking up an S, so showing there were 4 in this bag. Maybe he'll be able to capitalize on that spot either this turn or a turn near in the future.
Yeah, so it's a very close game, 130 to 116. When you're on turn, it's maybe around 15 to 20 points that you're allowed to be behind. When we're calling a game close, I guess. When we're calling a game pretty much a draw, if it's your turn and you have tempo, 15, 20 points is what you're allowed to be behind. So 116, it doesn't mean that David is losing this game. It means it's just pretty much tied. And he's going to have some decision to deal with here because, yeah, there are no S's played yet. There are 4 S's total in the Scrabble game. You can see on the top right the unseen tiles by active player. That means what David is looking at in terms of what tiles are remaining, potentially in the bag, 7 of which are on Sid's rack. So maybe he's a little bit worried about that spot now, but it's hard to do much about it. What would you be trying to do here if you're David?
If I'm David, I am working to get rid of some. It's a bit vowel heavy. The consonants he has are a bit clunky. He has words like wove available, setting up big hooks though. I would be trying to stay in this game. He could also play maybe a top exo and use that spot. Playing woe or something, WOE, making edit and WE. Wove is obviously preferable to get rid of the V. There are no 2-letter words that go with the V, so it's generally a pretty inflexible tile. Doesn't make a ton of words either, so this is definitely the standard option. Just sets up some bigger hooks on this board. You can hook the N underneath.
Yeah, this is definitely a great play. Our computer engine is suggesting the play of bow on the top right, making BO and ON because that sets up OBO, and it's really a nice way to sort of handle the S hook and set yourself up. But wove a very good play as well, and Deem coming down very quickly. Although Sid does have an S, there's no telling whether David also has one. So without a great option making Fanians as such a valuable tile, he's decided to get rid of that hook himself.
Yeah.
This is a very good play.
And Sid, I think, feeling a bit of the time pressure, recognizing some of the time he used earlier, trying to make up for that by playing a bit faster now. So this play comes down very quickly, and David, even with a couple more vowels this turn, he'll be looking to get rid of some of those.
Indeed, indeed.
Now I think maybe the turn for woe, in that same spot on top of Exode.
Yeah, or you could also potentially think about playing it on top of Fanion, but that's much less. So I think yeah, woe and edit, WOE, WE and edit in the center of the board. Horizontally looks like a very good play for David. Yeah, if you're just joining us, you see Jesse Day, one of the best players in the world, in the background. Maybe he doesn't have an opponent. There are over 400 players in this Causeway Challenge coming back from the dead. This is pretty much the best tournament in the world, and it's back in Bangkok. We're so excited to be here. We're so excited to have you guys watching on YouTube and on MeWatch.
Woe coming down, taking the 32 points seems like a great option here for David. And now Sid should be able to score pretty well on this turn. He picked up the J tile, which is worth 8 points. And I think he'll definitely be able to use this well. Maybe in even that same spot you suggested last turn as an alternate spot for Woe. Sid will also be able to play JOE on top of Fanian, making JOE, and he could go across with a word like just JO, or he could do Joel or Jot. So all of these good options. It's worth noting though that any of those plays will set up a big S hook of SJO.
Yeah, so JO probably the top play in the top right of the board, keeping that very, very strong AELST. And look at the setup potential that
Mm,
JOE word, like you said, Chloe, takes an S. So Sid has huge chances to draw something big on top there. And if you're David, you're probably quite worried about that spot.
yeah, he played that fast enough where it seemed like the S hook wasn't a huge worry of his. I think if you don't have an S, you take a little longer there, think that one through, look for other options. So David might be sniffing out this setup and might try to do something to counteract it. The problem is none of those options will score particularly well for David, I think.
Yeah, and in a close game like this, it's often not worth it to try and block the biggest threats on the board unless you have really good tiles behind. And David, although he has a balance, he has 4 vowels, 3 consonants that go pretty well together. I think he's really just going to play from that M
Mm.
of Deem. He was looking at Mutable before, and now he's looking at Malibu. And I think that Malibu would be the best play here, keeping the nice ET combination.
Yeah, that looks great. David now putting his tiles in alphabetical order. We call this an alphagram in Scrabble. Most Scrabble players study words by learning them as in alphabetical order and then trying to unscramble them that way. So when Scrabble players set up their letters in this way, they're often trying to see if there's some sort of 7-letter word or bingo, maybe an 8-letter word through one of the tiles on the board that they recognize from looking at it in alphagram order.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to miss something with the rack like this one. I think he's going to come to the conclusion that he doesn't really have anything here. And Malibu, pretty likely to come down. And Sid, he has drawn into bingos, but they don't actually fit with the S hook on Joe. But he's already spotted one of them. He spotted entails through the E of wove, which will hit that double and score 72 points. So regardless of what David does, he's looking at tibuli, which I hope he does not play. That is not a valid word, but it's close to a lot of things. And you see his facial expression. I love David Eldar's facial expression. It's very emotive over the board. But I think entails is going to come down, Chloe. But there would be
Yeah.
a slightly better option for Sid if he spots a 7-letter word.
Yes. So Malibu, the play for David, looks super great, keeping ET, giving himself plenty of chances to draw an S, getting rid of the U, scoring well. Seemed definitely like the right play there. It looks like Sid finding entails. Have to move that over. But maybe not spotting his better bingo of Staniel, which he would hook with Woven. That would have scored 83 points to entails 72. So a missed opportunity there, but still getting the bingo down, cementing this lead. Sid is in a good position right now.
Yeah, definitely. He's in a great position to upset the world champion. And it's very interesting to note that in both situations where Sid played a bingo, he's now bingoed twice to David's 0. He's made a slightly worse play than he could have made. And I wonder if David, a lot of the time, you're
Mm.
looking to see what your opponent could have done with bingo tiles. And if David notices Staniel, if he noticed like the possibility of dithecal, I wonder how he's going to take that. Is he going to say, okay, well, my opponent missed some better plays, so that's good for me? Or is it going to affect his psychology a
Yeah,
little bit?
some players take it both directions. Some maybe get a bit tilted, we say in Scrabble, from realizing their opponents are missing better plays. Some try to not notice at all, right? You want to be focusing on your turn and focusing on what you can control, but sometimes it's also unavoidable and you can't help noticing the options that your opponent had.
That's right. So 14 minutes left for David Eldar of Australia. Um, he has 3 E's and some nice consonants, but still no bonus available for him. No great plays available. So now he's certainly feeling the heat a little bit of the position. I think something just like HEME or HELM making SH on the
Mhm.
bottom right of the board makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Score some points. Yeah, I think he's going to do something like that, but he's definitely going to need something to get back in this game, Chloe.
Yeah, for sure. And I like those plays because they leave a lot of space open at the bottom of the board still. He could also consider something like Almeh, Almeh, from the A of entails, but that creates three eights lines, and once those are taken out, the bottom of the board is a lot more difficult to use for bingos. And now being at down 60 points, once he makes his play, it'll be around 30 points, so he's certainly at a deficit now. He'll want to leave space open on this board, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about at a deficit like this one. Definitely the openness of the board is one thing. At the moment, there is the S hook on Joe. There is the sevens line above the F of Fanian. There's the sevens line above the WO of Woe. There's the
True.
eights line from the L of Leica. So I think David is not going to be super worried about the board here. I think he's really going to try and just make his best play with
Mhm.
regards to the letters he's leaving behind in the score.
Mm,
And we see Sid's drawn pretty well, another balanced rack, but that last blank is still out there.
mm,
We know that David has a chance back in this game. He's just going to choose between Helm, Heem. Helmet also plays. He's looking at that now. That scores a nice 30 points above the WO of Woe, and he might want to do that to try and reach for that blank and those S's that are really important here with that big hook on the top.
yeah, interesting idea. Yeah, I don't really mind it. Three S's out, a blank. Um, what would you do, Josh?
Yeah, I think I would think like like David's thinking. Um, it's not a great position. I think I would probably play Helm. Right now, we can see on the top right, 13 vowels and 24 consonants
Mm,
remain. That means that there are almost double the amount of consonants left than
mm,
vowels, which means if you only keep one vowel, you might draw too many consonants. So I'm a
mm.
little bit more, I think, drawn to playing Helm, taking the points, but it's not great to leave those two E's. So Heem coming down for
Yeah,
30.
that was there was only one E left in the bag though. So I wonder if David maybe hadn't checked the tile distribution. I think he might have noticed that. That said, he's drawn pretty well.
D. So over to Sid now. One of the things you want to do when it's your turn is you've obviously already been looking for plays at this level. He's probably noticed a few possibilities. But what's changed? So what's changed is that David has created some scoring spots underneath the HE. Through the M, he could have played, Sid could have played combat, something like that. But Bacon, I think, makes a ton of sense. This is probably the best play, 34 points, keeping a really nice ET behind, not opening too much, blocking big possibilities from the A of entails. Of course, that Z is still out there, that there are possibilities of big plays
Yeah.
from that A. And so Sid just controlling the board,
Yeah,
scoring
and
some points.
David instantly gonna come down with his only bingo and a very high scoring one at that, largest for 92, using that S Joe hook we mentioned, and also making tone. Great find. And that'll be huge at David now surging into the lead.
Absolutely. And just like that, things have turned around. See what Sid draws, 5 tiles. He can draw very well. He can draw very poorly. There are 3 U's out. There's a blank out. There's an S out. There's a Z out. We'll see what he gets. The pressure is on.
It's anyone's game.
It's a great game to start, Chloe.
Yeah.
And again, thank you everybody for watching. Let us know where you're watching from, how excited you are for this incredible event. I know that we're sitting here and we are having the time of our lives, being able to witness the best Scrabble in the world in Bangkok. All right, so we see David's tiles first.
Let's see.
Ainops and a C. That is really nice.
Wow. And Sid also picking up an S. Um, Looks like some decent tiles, but not sure he has a bingo available here. So I think maybe this rack, especially now at a slight deficit, he'll be wanting to get rid of some of the tiles that are holding him back, and try to build towards maybe a bingo, um, for his next turn.
Yeah, indeed. At first, this looks pretty balanced, but the duplicated R, the U, and the G, those are the tiles to get rid of here. And
Yeah.
can't really score much if you're
No.
Sid. So suddenly things are not looking so great. Staring down the barrel of a potential blank on David's rack. Um, yeah, maybe just Grum here,
Yeah,
Chloe.
I think Grum looks pretty good.
Maybe Grum. Maybe you put the S on just to score a little bit more. It's
Mhm.
interesting.
Do you think he's considering that what he has set up here, Gurets, at all? Or is he just setting up Gur, making ENG?
I don't know. Yeah, it's a good question. And I apologize. I think I misspoke. There's no Grums.
Yeah.
um, yeah, Rieger possible from
Mm.
through the E of Heme. There's still some space on the board. Still have possibilities. REST is such a strong four tile leave, and Sid knows he has the last E, so that's something.
Yeah, that last E is gonna be pretty big. They ran out early. The E, the best vowel in Scrabble, really useful for bingoing. Um, so they went quickly, and we'll see if Sid is able to use it effectively.
And he's fallen under the 10-minute mark. Each player has 25 minutes to complete the game, with an extra 10 minutes allotted. If you go overtime, you don't immediately lose. But every minute you go overtime, you lose 10 points. So you definitely don't want to do that, especially in a game so close. So this is sort of crunch time here for Sid. I wanted to talk a little bit about him as a player. He's a very strong player. He's rated almost 1900, um, but definitely 200 points behind David Eldar. That is a big difference. But what he's doing for Scrabble in his home country of India is fantastic. He hosted and live streamed the KSSA Open last year, the first time India has streamed probably their biggest tournament of the year. It's one of the biggest tournaments on the world calendar. I think 100, 200, maybe 300 people attend that tournament. So he's doing great things. He's coaching people. He plays himself. He's coming to this event representing his country, and he has picked up a G, a U, and an R.
Wonder if he's gonna go for Gur, making ENG like we mentioned earlier. That'll set up a huge S hook. Make for ENGS, opening a triple line at the bottom of the board. But looks like he's gone with the one that I prefer, and I think maybe we all prefer Grum. Definitely safer, not creating so much volatility with two S's out remaining in the bag and the blank, and not so many tiles left overall. It would be quite bold to set up that S hook.
That's right. Yeah, I think despite the deficit, the 28-point deficit, and only scoring 12 points, I think Sid knows that he's in an okay position, and he just does not want to suffer a huge comeback play from David that will even make it hard for him to win if he draws a bingo. So I think a very mature decision. And there we go. That's a pretty good rack, I think, for Sid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and David himself, without any bingos on this turn, he'll probably want to do something similar of keeping a balanced leave, trying to score some points here. Something like op, making PEA over on top of Exode, seems really reasonable, keeping the really nice synergistic leave of A, C, I, N, and S. What do you think?
Yeah, this is very interesting. I mean, we see that Sid has spotted playable um, his playable bonus of Striper.
What is David doing?
I think there was maybe some distraction.
Ah, okay.
Um, but yeah, Striper is available for Sid underneath the BA of Bacon. So I don't think David's going to inhibit that.
Mm-mm.
I don't really see a play of his that would really do that. So very interesting to see what happens. But it looks like Sid's going to bounce back. And
Mm-hmm.
if David doesn't draw that blank, he's going to have very, very poor chances here. So yeah, op makes a lot of sense for 21 points. But 21 points is not a lot here. You're only up 16.
That's true. And Op will take out probably the best counter bingo lane. It'll block that the horizontal sevens lane on top of WOE. So it'll make it harder, even keeping a good leave, for David to get a bingo down. That said, the bingo of Striper underneath Bacon will set up some good counter plays, either for high scoring with the triple word or even potential bingos.
Yes, indeed. This is a very, very, very close game regardless. Even after Striper, David's already ahead. So he'll be a bit further ahead after his play. He's considering pecan through the E of heme. I think that's a pretty good option just to score some points. There are many, many options here, though. So many different plays are pretty close in value. David's got to feel okay about his chances, but with an unseen blank, with the play of Grum, that looks a little bit dangerous. It looks like Sid's liking the 4 tiles he's keeping behind. So I think whatever happens, it's going to be really, really close. 18 tiles unseen.
Yeah.
So if pecan comes down, that's 14 tiles unseen, meaning 7 in the bag. And or no, 8, maybe 8 in the bag because of the blank. But yeah, that would bring us very, very close to the end.
Yeah. And really, aside from that blank, and I guess the other S in the bag. Oh, interesting. He goes with cop. What I was gonna say was the remaining pool is not so good. It looks a bit ugly from David's perspective. So that would be a reason to not play off too many tiles and risk drawing some of those U's, the V, Y. So David went with cop. There was lots to consider, as you were saying, and Sid coming down instantly with striper. Wow, what a draw for David.
Yeah, I think that might do it. What a great, great pull for David Eldar. So Striper coming down to take the lead for Sid, but David's going to have a host of counter options underneath Striper. And he's going to be able to probably take this game. He's going to be drawing 2 tiles from the bag. We'll have to see what Sid draws. I don't think there's much danger
Oof.
lurking for David. I guess there's a possibility of the last 2 tiles being a U and a V. But Uvia would play.
Right.
I don't think there's much danger here. I think if you're David, I think you were holding the play, but once you realize what a crushing position you're in,
Yeah.
I think you just accept it.
Yeah, that was a wonderful draw for David. There's not a ton of options, but he'll certainly find them. They're all quite findable bingos, nothing too obscure for David. His highest option scoring 91 points. So if he can find any of these bingos, I think, like you said, Josh, David will be in a very good position going into this end game.
Yeah. So we'll see what he chooses. Highest scoring available bingo for David is a nice underlap of the PER striper anoints, common English word, making those underlaps. That'll put him at 443, 60 points above Sid. And wow, this is a bit crazy.
He left ZV in the bag.
Yeah, that actually might be a problem. Holy mackerel.
I think with playing ZEA, with having ZEA available on top of Exode
Isn't that the only spot though?
for the Z.
Oh my goodness. I think if David plays Annoyance, he might lose this game
Is
because
that wait, yeah, so if
he's gonna
Sid
be
bought
stuck with
that,
both, right? Oh my.
what? How can this be? Let's see.
I mean, I think David's gonna recognize how dangerous this position actually is with what's unseen, but I don't know if he's going to not. He's gonna
Can you
pass up on the bingo here.
can you pass it up?
Like what happens? No, I don't think you can. I mean, you would have to have a second spot for it, right? A second spot for your letters. If there was more openings on this board,
Yeah.
you might pass it up and just try to guarantee a bingo next turn. But I don't think you can pass it up here, and I think this is insane. If Sid's able to spot that David only has one spot for both his letters, he'll win in this endgame.
Yeah, so now it's really the pressure is on Sid now that Annoyance is coming down, as I think anyone would reasonably do. I mean, the chances of the 2 letters being in the bag being ZV solo. I wonder what if there were any other tile combinations in that bag that would have led to the same position that we're now seeing.
Actually said my engine is saying there's only a 78% chance of Annoyance winning the game because of the danger of what's unseen.
So yeah, all Sid has to do now is somehow block ZEA. Any play that blocks ZEA on top of Exode will win this game for Sid. They don't score very much, except for one of them.
This is crazy, Chloe. I cannot believe this. First game. Sid has 7 minutes to figure this out. As long as his tile tracking is in order, he will have the capacity to notice the problem here for David Eldar. And all he needs to do is block that EA and just slowly but surely score as many points as he can over the next 7 moves.
Wow. Wow. So in Scrabble, every player, I imagine, in this division tracks their tiles, meaning they keep track of which letters have been played in the game so that when you get to positions like this in the end game, you can determine exactly what your opponent has on their rack. So usually in Scrabble, we're trying to guess, figure out, maybe deduce by whatever inferences we make about what players have. But in the end game, you get to know exactly what players have. So if you track correctly, meaning if you have not made any mistakes in your tracking thus far, Sid will be able to know exactly what David has remaining on his rack.
So let's just place ourselves here, Chloe. David Eldar is up 60 points in the end game, but Sid can do a number of things to block Zaya to the EA, the E of Exode, the A of Leica. That is, I think, his only available play.
But it looks like he might be playing, or at least thinking of Fruity underneath and
But that's the thing. Sid needs to spot
I know.
Zaya.
Yes, he needs
If he
to see
spots that, he blocks it with ear or T, and
or just FY for 30.
or FY. But I don't know if that might not be good enough because it's 60 points. That might not be good enough. It's definitely possible. My engine is giving a plus oh, that's the problem. Okay, Ventails is available for David Eldar. That is one spot for the V, so he's not actually stuck with the V. That's why this is so complicated. Holy mackerel! Is David Eldar? Is he gonna spot Ventails? That's absolutely insane. That's why this is actually a bit more complicated than we originally thought. If you block Zaya, Ventails is still available for David Eldar. And so you have to be very careful. You have to be very precise. If you're Sid here, you can't just block Zaya and be happy. I don't know. FY is probably still just enough.
I think FY should do it. You just have to be careful then with your next plays in that end game, because after that, when you're in this sort of end game, when a player is stuck with a tile, meaning they have nowhere for that tile to go, so we're assuming David will be stuck with the Z here if ZEA is blocked. Then Sid will have to carefully place one or maybe two tiles a turn to maximize their values, maximize his scoring with all of those tiles to make up this 60-point deficit that he's at right now.
This is complete insanity in round one. But Fruity coming down, I don't think this works. I think that Dave is going to escape with this game if Sid commits this play with 4 minutes left. He has to think about this. And sometimes when you put the play on the board, you double check to see if this makes sense, if this is the right play. Is Sid going to figure this out? But with 3.5 minutes, it's hard to make so many plays in the end game. And oh my goodness.
Okay.
David is so confused. He's like, I think I just escaped with this game. Wow.
Wow.
Such drama in round one of the Causeway Challenge.
So now, even though David will now be able to play his Z with ZEA, Sid will be able to go out next turn, play off the U somewhere, but it will not be enough to make up this deficit. He's still down 21 points. And he can't make that up, even getting 8 points from the V off of David's rack.
Heartbreaker for Sid. I think when Zaya almost certainly comes down, I mean, there's no chance David's gonna miss that.
It's his only play, so
I think Sid's gonna. Oh no, this is just. I feel really, really bad for this to happen in the first round.
That's brutal.
No. Oh man.
Absolutely
I don't think Sid realizes. I don't think he ever saw Zaya.
Yeah, or it's just the
Shaking
Z
his head. I think he's seen it.
I mean, the Z is just usually such a flexible tile that you assume that there's got to be lots of spots for it. So maybe Sid didn't even think that there was a chance that there could only be one spot for the Z on this board. And maybe now that he's shaking his head, he has realized the position he's put himself in. Oh,
What a
brutal.
brutal first game for Sid. I mean, David's probably not happy either. He knows he's just escaped fate. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Wow. Well, if you don't like that, you don't like that, you don't like Scrabble. I mean, I don't really like that. I don't like to see
David
something like
looks
this, but
perplexed.
this is insane. What a game. What a start. All right. Well, let's regather ourselves here as Sid goes out for 4 points. We're gonna cut to a break, get things set up on the stream side of things. This is an incredible endeavor, and we'll be back with you guys for round two at the top. I guess the top of the half hour.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a crazy, crazy situation.
Yeah. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Hello and welcome back to the Causeway Challenge live from Bangkok, Thailand, the Miracle Hotel and Convention Center. I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. We have a beautiful round two to bring to you guys.
Hey everyone, good to be back. Yes, we've got Euclid play coming up against Madhav Gopal Kamath. Euclid, a longtime expert, very good player. Madhav, 15-year-old 2025 World Youth Scrabble champion. So we've got an exciting round ahead of us.
Yes, indeed. And, it couldn't be going worse for Euclid. I was talking to him before the game, and he said he lost his first game by 300 points. So he's in some sort of a mood here. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to be a really interesting game. Hard to beat the first round, though. That was crazy. If you're just joining, we had a really, really insane round one. You can watch it back on MeWatch or YouTube, wherever you're watching from. It's good to have you here on the live stream. Euclid going first in this game. And yes, Madhav is probably the #1 prodigy in Scrabble at the moment. His rating is soaring. I think he's in the top 10 players right now, or close to it in the world. And we see an early blank once again. Wow, EELRT blank. As long as Euclid doesn't play deleter, I think he's going to be in good shape here. Deleter, a very common phony word.
Yeah.
But he's got a host of options here, Chloe.
Yeah, Euclid poised to open with a bingo here. It's exactly what he wants going into this game. It's what anyone wants going into a game. But especially coming off of such a large loss in the first round, Euclid will be excited to get off to a good start this game with a bingo, of which there are many options.
That's right. So we'll see how long he takes. Again, with blanks, your options multiply exponentially. So normally with blank racks, that's when you're going to be taking a lot longer than usual to try and sort through your options. But here Euclid has one goal only, and that is to use all of his tiles for a 50-point bonus, and he's going to be looking to do that. And he's got a number of options here. So Deerlit, like we mentioned, and there are 5 more possible bingos, and he spotted Deerlit. That's very good. Beetler, Re-elect, Fleeter, Replete, and Leveret are all available for him. Not a huge difference between these plays, Chloe, because all 1-point tiles means you're going to be scoring 64 points.
Yeah. It's just about these minor positional differences between the plays, but I think they all, or most of them, take an S. Looks like he'll go with Deerlit.
And we like,
Very solid.
yeah, we like this play. We like the verticality of it, Chloe.
Yeah.
And yeah, very good start. But Madhav is gonna probably come right back with Nauseant at the very least to the T. That was one of the letters, maybe the only letter he needed.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have probably a bingo exchange to start things off. Might have had 2 minutes to try and see what he could possibly bonus with. And we'll see. He's gonna sort through his options here. But yeah, very important to spot Nauseant here.
Yeah, that's the only bingo available for Madhav, so it's crucial here. Otherwise, the options are really bad. He can't score more than like 13 points. So there's a huge difference between Madhav's bingo and his next best play. And looks like he has spotted Nauseant, and once he finishes going through the other letters, making sure he's not missing anything better, yeah, he'll play this pretty quickly.
You see him tilt his head. That's a very common thing when you're just trying to recall if something is valid. Double checking. It's just a way to try and think about it. So I like those little details. We get to watch that when we're live streaming. So yeah, Nauseant coming down 60 to 64. Euclid with a Q draw. That open triple is probably what he's looking at. I think QIN
Yeah.
is very, very obvious here.
Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward here. Q, although 10 points, really a hard tile to make good use of without a U. So QIN for 36 is a great play. To get rid of the Q, you don't want to get bogged down by it for later turns and move on without that letter.
That's right. If you could play a 31-pointer here, oh ho. If you really want to keep the Q, there's really no reason to keep it.
Yeah.
It's the worst tile in Scrabble, like you said.
Yeah, especially blocking the only U that is played on the board of Nauseant with Oho. Euclid would have even fewer Q options next turn, probably.
Manav probably not expecting an I to come out for Utaxite. He made a little facial expression. He's like, I'm probably not going to get the tile I need this time. So QIN for 36. That I is definitely not in the right spot, but also blocking Manav's very high scoring underlaps.
Yeah, he'll still have some high scoring underlaps with the other A of Nauseant. He can play like Tex, for example, or Tax, making ST, EE, and AX. So he'll get the triple letter score for the X. Going two ways, we call that an X bomb. He'll be scoring more than 50 points probably on this next turn. Also just XU an option.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation where you have 55-point options. You also have the 52-point option of XU. And the problem with this XU play is that it's very committal. You're keeping two duplicated tiles. You're pretty likely to draw a bonus, maybe to the S of Nauseant through the R or L of Deerlit, using the D of Deerlit as well. But if you miss, you're not going to have very great comeback options. So Tex being a little bit more, potentially a little bit more defensive, and leaving a little bit more balance with the AEUT. It's not a good
Right.
leave by any means, but
Yeah.
you'll have a multitude of options
Yeah,
next
it's
turn.
just a bit more flexible, I guess, with the AETU leave, but pretty close options either way. The U, not a good vowel, the worst vowel in Scrabble. Um, so makes a lot of sense to want to get rid of that letter, and go all in on this more, this approach that he's taken here.
Yeah, and with the KW draw, he's actually just going to be able to score no matter what. So that's a good draw for him. Euclid now with EGHIOOT. And this isn't terrible. This isn't great. Probably looking to score as much as you can here. There's nothing great to keep. The ET and their ETH combination are pretty good, but there's no way to score points and keep that. So probably something like Hog Tie and Axe or Goeth underneath the XU as well is playable. Yeah, those aren't great options,
Yeah.
but there's something.
Yeah, I would say they're both pretty similar. Maybe hog tie just to keep one vowel instead of two. You generally don't want to keep too many vowels at once because for the risk of just drawing even more of them, you can get really encumbered by them. Um, so I think I would go with hog tie over goeth, but either seems pretty fine.
Yeah, I think it's between those two options. You could play Hog Ties to not open a triple, so Hog Tie would place that H atop the triple, bottom left triple. A 5-letter word would score pretty well there, no matter what. So you could consider sacrificing 6 points, but that's a little bit too much to play Hog Ties. I see Euclid did spot his another play of Shugi from that S of Nauseant. That unfortunately does open a pretty big triple lane, although the leave is a little bit better, keeping the T instead of a vowel. I think that one is also probably not worth it.
Yeah, it just seems a bit too unnecessarily risky for this stage in the game. Things are pretty even. Yeah, the H that he's floating will give back some points, but he's also setting up underlaps of hog tie for letters that hook at the end of axe as well. So I think those whatever plays maybe start with H would be countered by the scoring of other plays. So wouldn't be too concerned. It looks like he's still thinking about Shugi.
Yeah, hog tie is a hard word to spot, at least for me.
Mhm.
It's a pretty common
Oh wow.
bingo, but yeah, I totally understand. Goeth and hog tie both plays very hard to spot. So Shugi coming down, this is probably a slight mistake, but nothing huge here.
Yeah, certainly like you said, keeping the T is a better leave. And just cleaning up this rack, which was a bit not the nicest.
That's right. So now for Madav AEEKTTW, he's going to be looking at that triple, but I do feel like he's not going to necessarily use it here. He can overlap with Wake, WAKE, making WOAGKI and EE to the left of Shugi, and that scores a really nice 41 points.
Yeah, that's huge here. Far and away his highest scoring play. Um, and takes out a lot of the threat of that triple. It'll set up potential triples for down the line if you have specific letters that go through those two E's of EE. But aside from that, I think you got to take the points.
Yeah, looks like a pretty good draw for Euclid. Actually, I'm Not sure he has anything here, but yeah, Wake I think makes a lot of sense. Another issue again with the fact that Madhav kept two T's and two E's on his last play
Mm.
is if he makes draws like this, great, he's able to score 41, but he's still keeping two T's. So sort of compounds a little bit sometimes when you have duplicated tiles. So
Yeah.
Wake coming down.
Yeah, and now Euclid can probably just re-overlap on the other side of Shugi, making some four-letter words, that'll score pretty well actually, and get rid of some of these vowels.
Yeah, but I think first things first, you have to double check you don't have a 7 or 8 letter word here. These are pretty good tiles, the A-E-N-O-R-T, very, very strong with that duplicated A, just making it a little bit too difficult for Euclid. He doesn't have the floating letters he needs. That U of nauseant, not allowing for aeronaut, TH not a valid word. But yeah, re-overlapping is probably what you do once you realize that you have nothing here. And yeah, 30 points for 1 point tiles. A lot of people get stuck on these racks with only 1 point tiles and no bingos, but a re-overlap utilizing the bonus squares on the board and the high scoring letters that might have just put there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So EOAN, ROAN, or NEAT. Those are the 29-point plays that are probably superior here, all to the left of Shugi, making overlaps. But we'll see what Euclid does. I think this is a turn where you take a while.
Yeah.
But a really nice draw for Madhav, and he's going to bingo next turn for sure.
Mm. Yeah, pretty close between these options of EOAN and ROAN. One keeps the leave of ART, the other a bit more with two vowels instead of one, so AET instead as the leave. They're pretty close. Um, yeah, I might slightly prefer EOAN.
Yeah, normally you do want to keep more consonants than vowels. The English language uses more consonants than vowels. So the problem with EON is that E is a really, really good
I know.
vowel. It's the
Yeah,
best vowel. But
it's true.
considering the fact that those E's in Deerlit are open, that ART combination that you're left behind with is really strong.
Yeah, very true. These are going quickly this game. Um, but I don't think there's few enough left to warrant keeping the E over the R instead, especially like you said, because of those E's of Deerlit.
Yeah, I think it really is a wash here. I think what would be good is to make a play somewhat quickly.
Right.
Of course, Euclid not in time trouble by any means at this point, but there is a 5-minute time difference between the players and another close game. And Madhav just has to wait and see what Euclid does because he's already set. So yeah, interesting. ROAN, EOAN. I think Euclid's just trying to find such a play. He's probably trying to find a 5-letter word.
Maybe.
That would maybe, but you'd have to end in an N to do that. So it's probably not really happening. Um, yeah, what's very interesting though is this triple line that's
Mm.
open. So if Euclid somehow doesn't inhibit the triple with a 4-tile play, uh, we could see some fireworks later on.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of lurking threats that there's a good chance it stays open, though I guess not with the play of Rowan that Euclid has now set up. Um, it becomes pretty much closed after that. So
Yeah, so it looks like that's what he's going with.
yeah,
Honestly, really not a bad choice. Probably, or possibly the best play here for Euclid. So he used his time wisely. That E, like you said, there aren't that many left, so the value of it increases. There are 12 E's to start with, but only 5 unseen for Euclid. So keeping it probably makes a lot of sense. And yeah, over to Madhav.
yeah. He has a couple different options here for bingos. I'm sure he'll spot them. His highest scoring is 67, so he will definitely find one of these, I think. And will soar into the lead.
Yeah, it's a tie game right now at 153, but for 67 points, I think Tuniest would be the play for Madhav. And while we're waiting for that to come down, oh, well, he's just gonna play it. I just wanted to thank everybody again for being here at this massive 400 plus player event. 3 streams, 3 live streams, 3 boards, 10 boards annotated in the top division. This is never before seen stuff. Probably the start of just more incredible events like this. And thank you to those watching on MeWatch, as well as on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, it's such an exciting event. So much commotion and excitement between the games. Everyone catching up and filling each other in on their games. It's been really wonderful. We're so excited for the next 35 games, 34 and a half.
Indeed. So, all right. Manav with the lead now. A very interesting,
Wow.
high-scoring draw there. Probably pretty happy about that. Euclid now with ABERTTW. So he's got a duplicated T to work with. He's got a B, a W. Those are not very good tiles. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get rid of all of those with something like Wobster or Brawest. Using that S and Tuniest. Those are pretty strong plays. I don't know. You could also just play off the TW with Twee in the bottom left, TWEE, ABERT is a pretty strong combination. That's probably the best play.
There's also a really interesting idea pointed out in the YouTube chat by Noah Slatkoff of just AW, making Akin and Wee, setting up his 2 Ts to hook Talkin and Twee for future plays.
That is a fantastic idea. So a setup play is a play where you're giving yourself the very strong possibility of a very high score on the next move. So 32 points for Akin and AW and WEE, but taken is a word and Twee is a word.
Yeah. And with an A, I, O, or U draw, he would be able to play bat, bit, bot, or butt for a ton of points on that triple the following turn.
Yeah, that's honestly probably the best play here. That's a fantastic idea. I wonder if Euclid's going to spot it. Really cool stuff. And also, we wanted to mention for those watching, like we said, 3 stream ingests as Twee comes down. 3 streams on YouTube, 3 streams on MeWatch, but 10 games being annotated on woogles.io. So you can take a look at 10 games in progress simultaneously. And if any crazy things are happening, please let us know, of course. We'll also be keeping an eye out for incredible games, being able to capture just some of the best Scrabble in the world.
Yeah, and Twee, a great play as well, getting rid of the T, which was duplicated, and the W, which was really the tile holding that rack back, setting up, or yeah, opening up the doors for some great draws like Euclid just had here. I think he'll probably be bingoing next turn.
Yeah, so Twee for 21, not setting up the 50 plus play possibility, but keeping a really good leave. And yeah, Euclid's going to be able to bingo next turn with Brantles or Rentable. So that's looking good for him. Manav is considering Frizz through the R of Deerlit. This makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that looks great.
Too bad no G for Fizzgig.
Yes, I know.
Really fun word.
That would have been excellent. So Frizz coming down for 36, keeping jigs. So Mod can probably expect to score decently well next turn as well. And I expect Euclid will come back pretty soon with Rentable.
Yeah, Rentable works. And
maybe Brantle.
like we said, Brantles, those are both 72 points. I see no reason to sacrifice any points here for positional reasons.
No. Yeah.
So
maybe Brantles just to take out the S of Tuniest as a potential leather to play through on this board. Usually the S, the most dangerous leather to have floating in space. Though the E not bad either.
Yeah, but if you think about it, Chloe, 174 to 256 after this play, Euclid will still be behind a tempo.
Okay.
So it could be that he wants to leave things open. I don't think there's much in it, but yeah, playing Rentable, leaving that S open as a threat is probably okay as well. I don't think there's much to think about, and with 12 minutes left, I think you just put something down.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they're very close and same score. So now that Euclid is down basically 8 minutes below Madhav, he'll probably want to make a play pretty quickly.
That's right. And a very nice game so far. Very well played game. So we're seeing rentable for 70. I guess the idea is just not opening a triple. We could have played that to the first Ian Deerlit. That would have opened a triple using that R. But yeah, this is 70 points. This is perfectly fine. So over to Madhav with A, F, G, I, J, S. So he's drawn okay. He kept jigs on the previous turn. And now he's going to be looking to just bomb.
Yes, he's got a massive play here of jaw, in the bottom left corner, making akin and jaga. Um,
Yeah, that's 54 points, way higher scoring than anything else here. And he might have already been thinking about that on the previous move. Frizz saying, oh, if I draw an A, I get this 54 pointer, and that comes down. And suddenly, Euclid's still down.
Yeah, still down a
60,
bingo.
70 points. So we'll see what he draws. Sometimes you'll see the players not showing us their tiles quite yet. That's because in Scrabble, over the board Scrabble, it's not just about looking at your tiles, making moves. It's about recording moves. It's about tracking the tiles that are played. It's a lot of bureaucracy.
So he draws avoided.
Yeah, and there's an incredible spot for this play.
Wow, yeah. It's gonna score 91 points.
So Frizz, the biggest issue with that play is that it allows an E hook. And so avoided will play with fries for 91 points if Euclid spots it, and he needs to spot this at this point of the game. The difference between this and the next best moves is enormous.
Yeah, this is a huge play. It'll allow him to take a 20 or so point lead, 25-point lead. Which he needs this bingo. He cannot miss this.
Yeah, and the first step is finding avoided. And the second step is finding where it plays on the board. And sometimes it looks like there's no spot for it, but it just barely fits here, putting the A in that top row. But it's interesting. I wonder if Euclid hasn't spot, because if you see the spot, it's like, how could you do better than this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You just have to spot the
he
E.
might be missing that E hook for now. Sometimes these things pop out to you later. But yeah, putting his rack back in alphagram order, in this alphabetical order, he might be thinking there's no spot for avoided and looking for 8-letter words through the various letters that are floating in space on this board. Wow, this could be huge.
Yeah, this is very, very important. When you lose your first game by 300 points, sometimes it feels like nothing can go your way. And it's very important in Scrabble, especially at the top level, to be optimistic. Instead of saying, "Oh, there's probably no spot for this. I don't see a spot for this." Maybe feeling like, "Oh, there's got to be something great here." Will help. But Vade would be a decent play to the left of the REN of rentable, but the difference between this and avoided is incredibly large.
Wow.
And this would be the biggest mistake yet on
Yeah.
the stream.
And these hooks, things like hooking the E onto the back of Frizz, that's usually something you see when your opponent makes that play. You notice the hooks that play allows. And maybe once you don't see that, if you miss it initially, if you don't see it, spot it right off the bat, you just kind of take that word as an unhookable word. So that might be what's going on with Euclid here. He just missed it from the beginning and
Looks like
wrote it
a
off.
minute, and he's also under immense time pressure now, like 10 minutes behind. So he knows also at the back of his mind that he has to start playing a little bit quicker. So this is going to be a huge miss. Vade coming down in the top left. You hate to see it, Chloe, but yeah, this is what time does to you. This is
Yeah.
what the game of Scrabble does to you. So there we go. Still a blank out. Euclid can definitely still win this game, but the difference between this and the best play, probably around 50% in terms of like winning chances. Feels
Yeah.
like.
And Madhav is going to keep scoring pretty well here and building this rack better and better. He has the 37-point fig available. using the triple letter score to the right of the AR that Euclid just made with Vade. So he'll make ARF, DEI, and ENG, and FIG. Seems like a great option. Gets rid of the F, unduplicates his I's, gets rid of the G. I see no issues with it.
Yeah, Fig looks great. Again, we were talking about this last turn. What's changed? What's changed? In Madav seeing what's changed, he now has a nice spot for his F, and the rest is just a natural progression. You don't want that G, you don't want that extra I. And this is coming right down.
Yeah, great move. And
the time pressure as well. Seeing something so quickly and applying that pressure.
Mhm.
Madhav's only used 8 minutes of his 25,
wow.
and he's been playing just lights out.
Yeah. And Euclid drawing pretty good tiles, but I don't think he has any bingos available. Some of his better plays use that fries hook, but I think now if he does happen to spot it this turn, it's really important for him to leave that space open on the board. There's only 2 E's out remaining from Euclid's perspective and the blank. So holding on to this E, making sure that that lane and the S of Tunius stay open. I think he's going to play Umpy from the U of Tunius, which looks really good, creating some more lanes on the board. He'll be using the E, but if he hasn't spotted the fries hook, it's actually beneficial to him to put this E in space for him to use elsewhere and create these lanes.
Yeah, definitely. If you don't spot the fact that you have a nice spot for that E, you definitely want to just play Umpy and open the board at this deficit. But wait,
Yeah,
what's
and Madhav has
what's going on here?
he's Ooh,
What?
was that a challenge? That
What's going on?
no, it's a word, but why would
that's a
they not
word.
get up and
They did use the challenge computer.
oh,
What is
wait,
what is
is that
happening?
this?
I think they're
Okay,
supposed to use the challenge computer.
okay, they're using here. Maybe there was a case when he just assumed it wasn't a word. That seems very unlikely to take the opponent's word for a challenge.
Yeah, I think they had it on the wrong lexicon.
Uh, was
think
it on NWL?
yeah, I think that's why you use the designated challenge computers. But hey, um, they're gonna go to the official challenge spot. Yeah,
Wow.
that's
Okay.
we
Good
avoided
thing,
disaster
yeah,
there.
good
Good
thing
thing
it was
someone,
caught, yeah.
yeah.
That could have been, yeah, that could have been really doubly brutal for Euclid here, but they will learn Umpy is valid. So that'll be an extra 5 points for Euclid here. Um, so
Yeah,
yeah, that was a good catch. Ooh.
we're just we're just sitting here, but yeah, if something like that happens where it's just a technical mistake, they're not doing the right thing, then yeah, that's good that we point that out. Yeah, so this word is only valid in the international lexicon in a lot of live streamed games, especially North America. The lexicon in use does not contain the word umpy, but this is valid.
Okay.
So okay, good.
Glad we got that sorted. Madhav here has actually a bingo in his rack. It doesn't play anywhere, but he can score quite a few points for this word as a 6. So he can play Sandhi, Sandhi, making QI from the Q of chin. That'll score a ton of points, 47, keeping an S. Looks really solid for Madhav.
Indeed. So this is just a question of recalling. See the facial expression of again. Just recalling that this is the valid word. There's a lot of words like this. Shareds is valid with an R instead of an N, but yeah, Sandhi, Sandhi.
Yeah.
So it's a tough one.
Yeah.
And the logical progression, if you know this word, if you recall it, is to see the 7 and then realize that it doesn't fit,
Yeah.
and then you can see that it plays with
Yeah. And he's
QIs.
found it. Even if he doesn't see it, he can even just play SH underneath chin, making for 39 points. Looks quite good as well, keeping ADINS. It's not the best board for an S. There's nowhere to hook an S at the back of a word in space. So I think Sanhi just taking the points, further cementing his lead, is really good here. And good
Yeah.
confidence to make this play.
That's right. If there's any doubt, I think you play SH Even so, SH might be the best play
Oh,
because it doesn't open up the big triple on the top,
yeah.
and it retains good
Yeah.
letters.
But Euclid with a great draw after Umpy, the blank. He has a few different bingos available, none of them easy, but I think he should be at least finding one of these. Um,
Yeah, this is a crazy
wow.
situation. The Y, the most tricky tile to find long words with. And if Euclid's able to, with this blank draw, he will be able to tie the game up. It was mentioned dystocia available. That's the highest score for 84 points through through the T, excuse me, of Tuniest, making the blank an S.
Yeah, opens up a big scoring spot though on the bottom right triple. I think if he finds one of these other options, he might want to go with that instead. Maybe something like oxyacids to the S of Tuniest, making the blank an X. Not the easiest bingo to find when you have to make the blank an X.
Well, somehow it's extremely important here to play to the S of Tunius because Madov has two playable bingos of his own making fries. The problem here is that if Euclid's never seen this E-hook that's available, he'll have no real incentive to block it. But with the defensive merit that you mentioned, Oxyasis, if he finds this making the blank an X, that I think is the only way to stop
Wow.
Madov from playing relooms or lemuras.
Yeah, I guess you have to think I can't create a big scoring spot. Pretty much all of the other bingos, except maybe docimacy, Docimasy through that same S, open up really big scoring spots. Polyadic and polyacid from the P of Umpy open. Oh,
Yeah, this is understandable. Yeah, to cut you off, sorry, Chloe, but just making this move of Koi, not wasting time, being down to 5 minutes, trying to get a rack where it's much easier to find things. When you start off with like 6 minutes and you know there might be something, but it's so complicated, sometimes you just want to make this play. And when you're keeping a blank, Koi is a very strong play. Euclid has very good chances of bingoing, and if Madov plays this word,
oh,
there's a possibility of Euclid playing a triple triple here. So
oh, and he has one.
Lemuries is coming down, but
He has one triple triple available.
is Euclid going to be able to find his triple triple that is now playable through the L of Lemuries, however we pronounce that? This is going to be crazy. 149 points might not even be
Yes.
enough.
Yeah. I bet Euclid is also now realizing he missed this fries hook for so yeah, he's pointing it out on the board.
Oh, he's challenging it.
Oh,
Oh,
he
this is super crazy. This 5 points might mean the game. Oh my god! But
What?
this makes sense. He was committed to this not being a word because he could have played it. So this is a very logical progression of things. But this 5 points might be really important if Euclid spots dialogic through the L. He's only going to be up 5 points in an
Yes.
endgame where he's drawing 6 tiles.
He needs to find this word, and quickly he's down to 4.5 minutes left. Um, this is extremely important, but after realizing he's missed that hook for so many turns in this game, um, and has thus been passing up so many bingos that would have fit in that spot, he will be feeling crushed potentially, and maybe not have the will to find the bingos that he needs here. But he has to bounce back and run through the alphabet, think of what letters this blank could be, and find this play of dialogic.
Yeah, extremely important here to spot this. But with this draw of BLOORRT, it might not matter. That means there's only one vowel left, a D, a G, a P, and VY. So I think that even if Euclid spots this triple triple, it will not be enough, incredibly.
Wow.
So 3.5 minutes left for Euclid. Hui, who has a massive play available, but also has a massive deficit on time and on the scoreboard. This would be such an incredible thing. He
Dive.
looks like he's lining it up.
Okay,
Shaky
yes. There he
hands.
goes. There he goes.
This definitely has winning chances
Yeah.
based on what's unseen, but it just feels like in this particular instance, it won't be enough. 5 points were given back for Umpy, 5 points were given back for Lemuries. So it's even on the challenge side of things, but wow. I think Madav probably a little bit worried, seeing the blank is still unseen.
Is he doubting dialogic or?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta play it though. You gotta take the chance. If you don't see any other options, you're down 135. It's the only shot.
That's right. So, with time ticking down, close to 2 minutes, Euclid now he won't even really have time to deal with this end game.
Yeah.
He has to play this word and just hope.
Yeah. He'll be drawing 3 tiles. That'll be a V, Y, and G. I think. Oh no, there's more than that.
No, like I
No,
said, 6
right, 6
tiles.
tiles. Yeah, 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 my bad. Yeah, V, G, Y, D, O, P.
Yeah. And that's just, I think, way too clunky. So I
Yeah.
think it is foregone here, but Euclid doesn't know that. He doesn't know what Madav has. There's 13 tiles unseen to him. And he's gonna I think he's gonna play it. This is incredible, Chloe.
Oh,
If the game was just a little bit closer, this would be the difference between
yeah.
winning and losing.
Okay, there he goes. Hopefully not just dial. Yes, we're getting the full dialogic. Good find, but now he'll be really in crunch mode to deal with these 6 clunky tiles in this end game. Less than a minute and a half for Euclid remaining on his clock. Madhav with more than 15 minutes to figure out a winning end game sequence.
Yeah, and it's pretty simple here, to be perfectly honest. All you need to do if you're Madav is play out in 2. There's no way Euclid's gonna be able to score nearly enough to outdo that. So anything reasonable here is going to win the game for Madav. But it looks like the play is on hold. This is a good thing to do, especially with Euclid's time situation. Even if Madav is pretty sure this is valid, first of all, he needs to figure out what Euclid's going to draw. Second of all, he needs to figure out if he has enough to win.
Yeah.
498 to 484. It looks great for Euclid, but unfortunately, Madav is going to be able to take this one away
Yeah.
unless something crazy happens.
A lot of his winning plays involve hooking the R onto the back of Fries for Frizer. So Madhav will have to be sure of that hook and spot it. Though there are other plays that work as well, such as Bro, potentially. Though that also might involve Frizer later on.
Yeah, so just going out into this is a very important concept in Scrabble. In the end game, you have perfect information so long as you've tracked the tiles correctly, so you can solve this position. Most Scrabble positions are not perfectly solvable because you don't know what your opponent has, but with perfect information, this
Yeah.
becomes a game of chess.
Yeah, and pretty reasonable for Madhav to be holding here. I actually am not sure of the rule in this scenario, if you can challenge at any point in the end game, or if you have to have said hold. But if he
have to
were to calculate, so yes, he would have had to have said hold. So if he calculates that he needs this word to be invalid in order to win the game, which we know is not the case, but he would keep the option open to challenge in that scenario.
That's correct. Yeah, that's a very good point. Just making sure there's nothing crazy available for Euclid. And he's going to do his diligence. He has so much time. That's part of the reason that playing fast in the beginning of the game is so important. When you get into tight situations like this one, you can just sort through all the options. You won't feel the pressure of running low on time. And I think slowly but surely, Madov's going to figure out that he can win this, so long as they have the correct scores, which I imagine they have something close to that. So 484 to 498, crazy banger of a game. Both players going to score over 500 points, no matter what, pretty much. What a crazy game.
Wow, it's been so, yeah, these bingos back and forth, that frizz hook of Fries being crucial for many turns throughout this game. Some missed opportunities there for Euclid, which I'm sure he'll be kicking himself about as he looks back on this one. But we'll see how it plays out. There's a chance maybe Madhav challenges and these 5 points are necessary. Maybe the Fraser hook goes missed. We don't know what he's spotted yet. He just has the tiles in alphabetical order.
That's right. So probably going to see Madhav take quite some time here. It's not enough really to find a winning play in a one game tournament or just a one-on-one match. You just make a play here that wins, but in a long 36 game tournament, every point matters. And Madhav's going to want to find one of his best plays. And there are actually, I think, 5 plays using Frizzer that are equivalent here that all win the game by 22 points, and a bunch of other options that win by 20, 15, 10, all the way down to losing plays, which are actually pretty hard to make here at this level. It's really hard to mess this up.
And I think even in the case of a challenge, the winningest plays, the best winning plays, score will end up with a score of more than a 5 point difference. So even in the case of that 5 points, Madhav would be safe.
That's right. So while we're waiting, we see Bro has been found. That is a winning play. Plays on top of the IES of Tuniest while we're waiting for Madhav to make his move. Just want to say welcome to everybody. Welcome to the Causeway Challenge. We're here in Bangkok, Thailand in person. 400 players are playing hopefully the best Scrabble of their lives, or at least trying to. 108 rounds of these 36 games will be streamed. And I think, what is it? 360 total will be annotated forever. It'll be on the interwebs. It's a massive field. There's world champions, there's youth champions like Madhav, for example, that we're seeing here on the right. There's just a who's who of the best Scrabble players in the world. Couldn't be more excited to bring this cutting edge broadcast to you guys with probably the strongest production that we've ever seen. 3 live streams never before seen. MeWatch, our media partner. You can download the app if you haven't already. You can watch it on your smart TV. You can watch this on your phone, and you can also watch this on YouTube at Let's Play Scrabble. The reason we're able to bring you all of these high quality games, all of these annotated games, is we have a lot of people on site helping with the coverage, and we have a massive undertaking on Wiggles.io, which is the best place to play Scrabble online. We have a new feature there that is allowing all of the games to be annotated and just perfectly matched up with the results. They will be just forever online. So huge thanks to everyone behind it, specifically and especially Cesar del Solar for bringing us this new feature. Scrabble is heading into the future. This is a game that I think has been slept on for a little bit too long,
Yes.
Chloe.
Oh, 100% agree. Scrabble, not biased or anything, but I would easily say the best game in the world, and deserves all of this recognition and far more, all of this attention, all of this effort and far more. So grateful to all of the people responsible for putting this event on, especially Michael Tang, our event organizer, the Causeway Challenge organizer. Couldn't do this without him, of course. Looks like Madhav goes with Bro. Maybe he didn't spot the Fraser hook or wasn't entirely sure of it. Bro is a winning endgame. He's 100% sure of all of these words and has spotted the sequence to go out after this. So this is the move that Madhav goes with.
Yeah. And I'm trying to see the second spot for LORT. There's a word ROTL available.
Right. I think he has Lirot through the eye of Umpy.
Yeah, that's the one I
Lirot,
spot.
okay. Maybe the thing is that Euclid just can't block for enough.
It's interesting because if you don't see Frizzer and Euclid tries to block, but he's got 35 seconds left. He's gonna try to block with Ivy, I think.
Mm,
He probably just won't have enough. You're right.
yeah.
But Yeah, even without spotting.
Yeah.
Spotting Frizzer.
Because he won't go out next turn. Either, but we'll see. He does just need to make a decision. He's gonna go with
Okay.
highest scoring for 33. And now, yeah. Oh, actually,
31.
the best outplay for Madhav is trial. Through the eye of
Trial
trials.
through the eye. Okay, that's
That's
beautiful. Yeah, that's very nice. I'm sure he's
But
figured all that out.
even if he doesn't spot that, Lirot wins as well.
That's right.
So
Wow. Imagine losing with the 531, Chloe. This is ridiculous.
it's gotta hurt.
Yeah, so he spotted it. Yeah, very, very nice. Very professional by Madhav. And yeah, what a crazy, crazy situation. Both games that we've streamed have come down to the final draw. We love to see it. It looks like Madhav's not 100,000% sure of trial, so he's just playing Lirot.
Yeah.
Which I think Euclid is just accepting it.
Yeah.
I've seen this before.
Take the guaranteed win. No need to try something you're not 100% sure of if you know you have a winning play.
Yeah, and wow.
The fuse. Wow, what a game.
It's crazy. Just a 3-point win. Okay, so let's go to Overhead Mike to see what these guys have to say for themselves. What an insane, insane game 2.
Yeah, excited to hear what they have to say.
I got myself on 531, yeah. So on 534.
Very good. It's good, right?
Yeah.
Dialogue?
Huh?
It's good, right?
I think so.
I'm also pretty sure, like I'm
Yeah.
95% sure.
Is it good?
Yeah.
It's good?
Yeah, it's good. Trial? Yeah, okay, trial is good. I was in 100.
Yeah. I had,
I think Pudgy was slightly better, right?
sorry?
Pudgy was slightly better or not?
This one?
No, it's not.
No?
No. Yeah, you played your best player, I think.
No, I had avoided and I played bait. But I can't, I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, it's good. It takes it
Yeah.
as well. Flies.
Yeah.
I knew I was taking a risk when I played that, but so I had Sanjeev here when you played this. I had the S with this, so it would have come here.
Wow.
Handis is good?
Huh?
No.
Which one?
No, nothing. I thought I had something. It's not good. Alright. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, like great game. I got lucky. You got all the heavy tiles at the end.
Yeah, I think as long as we can go out
Yeah.
after this, we win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see this first, but when I saw this, I was like, I have 2 outs, so you can't
Yeah.
stop me.
Yeah.
All right, while the scores are being entered,
Oh, okay.
that's a crazy game, guys. 534, 531 in favor of the youth champion Madhav. That is insane.
Wow, and maybe we just got some insight into the challenge of Umpy from Madhav. He was saying that he would have had, we pointed out that bingo Sandhis that he had when he played Sandhi, it would have actually fit underneath Tuniest, making 6 overlaps, US, NA, IS, sorry, IN. You get the idea.
Yeah, that's crazy. Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, I mean, these guys are seeing things we're not even seeing here.
Yeah.
The quality of Scrabble being played cannot be understated. Hello for the first time, everyone. We're here in the venue of the 2026 Causeway Challenge. Josh here, Chloe here, and what a pleasure, what an honor to be able to cover these games. So that was round 2. We're gonna get things set up for round 3. Hopefully things will start coming into place a little bit quicker, quicker turnaround, and we'll be back very, very soon, Chloe. I don't know who's gonna play, but it's gonna be a good game.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm
I
so
think
excited.
we've been very lucky here, and our luck shall continue.
Yeah, we've had 2 great first games, so entertaining to watch and commentate. So excited to be here and so thrilled to see the rest of the games that we have coming.
All right, so we'll see you guys in just a few minutes from the Causeway Challenge. Don't go anywhere. All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge. Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. We have round 3 of 36 ready for you at table 2. So who do we got?
We got Andrew Fisher versus Akegapun. Akegapun is from Thailand. Has been playing for since 2000, I believe. Longtime player. It should be a very exciting game. Andrew Fisher from the UK. And World Scrabble Championship runner-up, I believe, from at one point.
Yeah, I mean, he lives in Australia right now. I don't know if he's originally from the UK, but he's I think number 2, I would say, in
Okay.
Australia. He's an incredibly strong player, but so is Akegapun. So many Thai players are just under our radar. We're both in North America, but there's 110 out of 400 players that are 400 plus players that are from the homeland here in Thailand. So let's cut to the board. We can see the players ready, seated. 1921 is Akegapun's rating in WESPA, in the World English Scrabble Players Association, and Andrew, I think close to I think 2000. But yeah, this is going to be a great matchup. ADEELMV is the opening rack for Andrew. He's going to have a number of options here. I would first be looking for a 5 or 6 letter word here if I was Andrew. And I think I might just settle on playing Veiled.
Veiled looks good.
That's gotta be valid.
Eved, me. Yeah, either of those look really solid. Keeping the M or AL are both good leaves.
That's right. Yeah, Meaved keeps the AL, like you said. That's a pretty strong leave, but I think Veiled probably slightly better. One of the things you want to try and do on your opening play in Scrabble is not expose vowels next to those light blue squares, the double letter scores. So if you can help it by scoring a similar amount, probably play off an extra tile and leave a little bit worse. The M is a very versatile letter. So it looks like Meaved is coming down. So this is a little bit more of an aggressive play. It forks the board. That V, you cannot over or underlap it. No 2-letter words with a V. So if, for example, Andrew draws a bonus through one of the E's of Meaved, it's going to be very hard for Akegapun to block. So a little bit more of an aggressive choice. Definitely a good choice. And over to the Thai International Master. Akegapun, AIILPTY. Pretty close to something.
Yeah, pretty close to things, but I don't think he has any bingos available. So now he'll just be looking for some good scoring plays. I think the obvious play that stands out is Yip on top of Meaved, making YE and ID. Gets rid of the Y, which isn't the best for bingoing, unduplicates the I, scores better than any other option he has, scores 27. Oh,
Oh no,
we have-
this, oh my goodness,
we
this
have-
makes so much sense. Wow,
Wow.
this is gonna come off.
Okay, yeah,
instantly.
instant challenge.
That
Okay.
that is such a valid looking word, Lapidity. It was not under my radar. But this is going to come off our first phony of the stream. That is a huge swing in Andrew Fisher's favor.
Wow. Okay, he played it quickly. Maybe he was just confident. Looks like some valid words. Looks very plausible, but is not a word. Andrew, very solid on his words. Knew instantly.
Yeah, I think honestly, so I said Andrew probably the second best player in Australia, only I guess not dominated, but beaten by David Eldar, 2-time world champion. I think actually Andrew's word knowledge might be at least to the 8-letter words, potentially a little bit more solid than David's right now. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna see very many word knowledge mistakes from him. So yeah, that's a big swing, but totally understandable. So many words like this.
Looks a lot like rapidity.
Yeah. Vapidity. I think.
Vapidity, yeah, sure.
But all right.
Over to Andrew, who has nothing great, honestly, to do on his rack. Nothing super high scoring. He'll want to get rid of the K, the U, maybe the L. Yeah, some comparable options here, like Kalium, Kalium to the M of Meaved. Looks decent to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to mention, in general, that the Thai players, the local Thai players, are extremely good at Scrabble. I mean, there's so many that are just like 1900 rated, even 2000 rated. We got Napat at like 2080. I think at the top of the Thai rankings. But one of the things that might be surprising to viewers of this stream that are not super familiar with competitive Scrabble is that the Thai players often are not actually that proficient in the English language. And so sometimes you'll see maybe them miss a common English word or challenge a common English word that you wouldn't expect if you're a native English speaker. But the thing about Scrabble is all you need to know is what is a valid word. And it's a very interesting thing to see. I think people have probably heard of Nigel Richards, and Nigel is known for, of course, being the best Scrabble player in the world, but also learning the Spanish and French Scrabble lexica without actually speaking the language. So that's a very common thing that you'll see Thai youth learn how to play Scrabble to try and improve their English as well in schools. And so, yeah, just a mention of that, Chloe.
Yeah, no, a super important mention. Really, in Scrabble, the words are just the game pieces that you have to learn, memorize. They're mostly devoid of their meaning in language. The only real use of knowing the word meanings in Scrabble is so that you can know potential hooks, maybe the part of speech if they're a verb, a noun, if you can put an S at the end or an adjective, and you wouldn't be able to pluralize them. But aside from that, this is really the word. It's not so much a word game at all, and really relies just on knowing the words so that you can implement, strategy and consider the higher level aspects of the game, which so many Thai players have really excelled at.
Indeed. So we see the play of Callium coming down for Andrew. This was a fairly complicated position because it's not every turn in Scrabble that you know exactly what your opponent has. So you have to not only look at what's best for you, but what you're giving back to the opponent. So that's what Andrew was doing, making sure he's not giving something huge back to a Gigapun. And that is, in a vacuum, that would have been his best play. It probably
Yeah,
is still very strong.
even better. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think gives back very little. And I think Yip is still Akegapun's best play here. It looks like he's set it up now. Yeah, keeps a really nice balanced leave, scores still the best of any option that he has. So this seems like a pretty solid decision if he chooses to go with it.
Yeah, and when you get your first play challenged off the board, sometimes you start wondering if anything you're thinking is a valid thought. But yeah, this is, I think, far and away the best play for Kegapun. He's recovering, and it's still a game, right? So
Yeah.
anything can still happen. 27 to 52, ALIT, a pretty strong leave. So this wasn't a game-ending mistake by any means.
No, not at all. Now Andrew should probably score pretty well this turn with the J on his rack. He has plays available like junking through the K of Callium, or maybe juking if he doesn't want to put the J in that triple lane. Scoring, so he'll score around 40 points if he goes with one of those. Those seem like really good options to me. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, it's interesting between junking and juking. My instinct is to play juking.
Yes.
The N and the R aren't the best friends in the world, so normally I'd probably want to keep just one of them and not both, even though they're both good tiles for bingos for long words. But I think throwing that J into space is just not something you want to do, especially since you know that a Kegapun at the very least has Taj for 30, because you know that he kept
Yeah.
ALIT. So juking coming down, I think this is a very rational decision by Andrew.
Yeah. And it's so true in this scenario. After an opponent plays a phony bingo, you have perfect knowledge of their rack. It's a rare situation in Scrabble when you have this. So it makes every decision on your turn so much harder because you have to think about every possible reaction play that your opponent might have. And it feels like almost too much to consider. We're not used to having perfect information about what our opponents have in Scrabble. So, but at this point, yeah, Andrew knew he had AILT. There was really, like you said, the Taj consideration being the main one, but also plenty of better options there. Make juking, I think, the best play in that position.
Yeah, and wow, 6 constant draw for Andrew, ADF and WRX, I think is what we saw there. Taliate is going to come down, I think, for a Gigapun.
Yes.
Again, like when you play a phony, you start questioning everything. But I think
Yeah.
this is going to come down and take a very small lead. But yeah, I guess it's worth mentioning that Andrew did have injuring blocked by the play of Yip,
Yeah.
but I think he was probably expecting that since he knew what a Kickapoo had. But it still kind of has to injure or hurt you a little bit when that does happen.
Yeah.
But a good recovery. Of course, a Kickapoo is going to be slightly ahead, but also ahead on the clock. So that's something.
Yeah.
And I think Andrew is going to have some interesting options here. Just one vowel, maybe just dwarf.
Yeah, I think dwarf is what stood out to me. Yeah, good play of retaliate, not letting any sort of uncertainties due to having played a phony bingo get in the way of him playing his best play this turn. So nice play to a Kegapoon. And yeah, over to Andrew, I think dwarf looks good. For 27, just making DE on top of taliate. Get rid of a bunch of those consonants. It's not so often that you get to play the W and F together. Those are kind of bogging down the rack. It's fine to keep the X. It's a great scoring tile. There's not any great spots for it on this board, currently, but it's early and things could open up.
Yeah, definitely. You could see potentially drawing. Wow, that's a
great draw for a Kigapoon.
good drawing. Yeah, I think that's gonna allow him to bonus again for sure.
Yeah,
with Saunders or
definitely.
endorses
Exactly.
from the Ian Meaved, but Andrew doesn't know that, and it's his turn to act. Dwarf looks very good, like you said, making DE on top of taliate. You could also consider playing the X off, like you said. There's a great spot for it. There's some chance of drawing a big play with it next turn if it either gets opened up or if you draw like XED, which would fit under the ED of Meaved, making the X and IDE. There is a possibility of the X scoring well, but maybe you play Rewax through the E of Meaved.
True, yeah, it's an option if you don't feel like keeping the X, or if you don't see any great spots opening up for it. I think I would go with dwarf though.
There's also the option of hooking the D onto taliate. That does take the D hook, but yeah, I think dwarf makes the most sense. So
Yeah.
that's what's coming down.
This looks good.
I think a Kigapoon going to come right back with a
Yeah.
bingo. So despite the missed opportunity in the lost turn early on, I think Kigapoon is going to be in a great position.
Yeah, where do you play Saunders here? Do you hook dwarfs for 75, or do you play hooking yips for four fewer for 71, but not opening up such a big scoring spot next to the triple as Saunders hooking dwarf would?
Yeah, I guess if you know Andrew has the X, you don't want to play Saunders and dwarfs because that sets up a huge hotspot for the X, going both ways alongside the triple word score. But I think the problem is if you play with yips, you're opening a possibility of a double, and that E in late position is a very massive threat as well. So there's nothing fantastic about either of the options, but I think probably taking the 4-point sacrifice with yips is what I would do here.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm pretty averse to opening up those huge scoring spots like slotting a vowel next to a triple word score. So to me, avoiding that is paramount. And also I don't think that the double lane is quite as risky in general as opening up that triple word.
Yeah, and I guess if you have any doubt, which it feels like a Kigapoon does, you could play endorses from the E and me, which
Right.
I think they'll be far more sure of. There's so many words like Saunders in the dictionary, but that's definitely a step behind the Saunders options. It scores less and opens a big spot. That S going to the very bottom of the board, but
Yeah.
play something you're sure of here
Yeah.
after losing a turn, take a lead, hope to draw a blank, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, probably just not sure of Saunders. Looks totally fine. And I think Andrew might be holding on again to the X. Playing something like bangs.
Maybe, but he does have a huge option here, I think, of annex through the E of endorses, which I think if you see that, I think you play it. You at first just want to use that triple, of course. It's just a huge spot. That S and endorses just floating in a very dangerous position. But annex through the E of endorses scores a nice 56, which would actually bring Andrew into the lead here.
Yeah, that's definitely the play. I missed it initially. That looks great if Andrew spots it.
That's right. So 119, 161 after annex 175 will be the score for Andrew Fisher, and a Kegapun drawing very interesting Ceoortt as Annex comes down.
Yeah, Corretto plays through the R of endorses. Corretto. So if a Kegapun spots that, that'll be huge.
That's incredible. So that would be 3 bonuses in a row. So we'll see if he sees that. That's a pretty deep cut into the lexicon. Just playing an 8-letter word through that R, and look, he's already seen it.
Wow, amazing.
Oh,
Maybe not.
oh no, he's seen co-rotate. I think we thought he was lining it up. Co-rotate is valid, but it doesn't quite fit either through the A of Annex or the A of Dwarf. It will not fit on the board on the 15 by 15 grid, but Corretto does fit, and that would be massive for a Kegapoo, especially with both blanks still out. Andrew not drawing one, but be grimed for him, so he's going to be able to.
He'll bingo back.
Yeah.
Or either way.
Yeah, no matter what. So
Yeah.
we haven't banger of a game again, Chloe.
Yeah, I know. So many bingo, so many high scoring plays in this game, back and forth. It's always fun when you start with a phony bingo.
Yeah, and of course, for those just joining or unaware, there are 3 games at once being live streamed on the MeWatch app on YouTube. If I were you, I'd be watching every single one. Maybe not with the audio on, because that's a little bit complicated with 6 commentators in your ears. But yeah, this is incredible. The first time ever that we have 3 streams ongoing in one tournament. So a huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes, especially the organizer of this incredible event, probably the best Scrabble event of the decade, Causeway Challenge, Michael Tang.
Yes. So excited to be here in Bangkok at the Causeway Challenge. It is round 3 of this 36 game tournament. It's currently 11:13 a.m. local time here in Bangkok. So we've got many more games ahead. 7 more games after this one today. And it's going to be a super exciting tournament.
Absolutely, it already is. We have, of course, the greatest of all time, Nigel Richards, playing. We have 2-time world champion David Eldar, and just so many of the top players in the world. Something like 50% of the top 100 are here, which is just incredible because people have their own lives, Chloe. Like it's not we're not yet at the point where people can really play this game professionally. So the fact that so many people are here is just amazing.
Yes. It's so exciting to be here. This is my first taste of the international Scrabble world. So I feel extremely lucky and so grateful to be here. And getting to watch all of this extremely high level Scrabble. And getting to be a part of this amazing event.
And we're happy you're here as well, Chloe. While Akegapun finally dipping below Andrew Fisher on the clock. He's been seeing the word octet. I'm not exactly sure where he's looking to play that word. Maybe with annex with the E, hooking the E onto annex. That's an interesting play. And that's what he's going to go for. So this is a bingo miss. Corretto was playable through either of the R's on the board.
He does end up blocking the best spot for B Grime and for Andrew. So at the very least, Andrew will be forced to play be grimed through the R of Dwarf instead of the R of Endorses, scoring a significant amount less.
Yeah, and he's had all the time in the world to spot this, and if he hasn't spotted it yet, I think
he probably isn't going
to. But it's Andrew Fisher we're talking about. So if B-Grime does come down, it'll really depend on what Akegapun draws out of this bag. 5 tiles at quasi-random here, 2 blanks out. Lots of great tiles to draw, lots of bad tiles. Still tons of O's for Akegapun to redraw here. So we'll see. I think I'm surprised that Andrew hasn't
interesting. Okay.
played B-Grime yet.
Here we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Just taking a second.
Yeah. Obviously, Andrew, a very deliberate player, but it gets a little bit suspicious after some time. But that's not
a good draw at all for a Kegapun. So this bingo miss definitely coming back to bite him. Yeah, the Q has really got no options, not a single play, I think, with the Q this turn. But he you know, he'll be able to clean up some of these letters, something like yodeler through the D of begrimed.
Yeah, the best play here is Troeli, probably from the T of octet for 39. That does retain the Q, but Kegapun will have a lot of time to draw a play with the Q, and that's a lot of points for a Q rack. If you can't get rid of the Q, scoring 40 points, it keeps you in the game. And big chances at those blanks, but definitely not a good position at the moment. So Lori are the tiles that are being separated. I hope that Kigapun is not thinking about playing something like Dwarfy.
Maybe Lordy through the D of endorses.
Yeah, maybe.
It doesn't seem all that great, so probably be looking for something better.
Yeah, 6 tile plays, I guess, are actually pretty hard to find that I guess start or end with a letter on the board.
Yeah.
Those are some of the harder words to spot.
Yeah, and trolley in particular is a weird looking word. You don't often have that OE combo in the middle of a word like in that way. So it doesn't stick out as you know, it doesn't jump out to you as an obvious play.
Oh, so apparently we hear from someone in the YouTube chat that Kigapun had a game annotated potentially last round where he found one of the coolest words in the dictionary, Asvogel, Aasvogel, which is one of the first words I learned in Scrabble, because I started at this, flipped open the dictionary. AAS is one of the first words. So that's a really cool word, a bucket list word of mine.
Yeah, that's amazing. Andrew also drawing pretty poorly after his bingo. The UVW is a real awful combo, some of the worst letters in Scrabble. So he won't have any amazing options next turn either, I think.
That's right. So barrel being thought about, BYRL. We see the letter separated on the rack. That will play on the top right from the B and B grime. That's a very logical move, taking out that easy triple. Probably significantly worse, though, than playing Yodeler or Trolley. And the reason being that in positions when you have an unplayable Q, I guess it's not quite unplayable. Kegapun could play QI for 11, atop the eye of juking. You do want to turn over tiles and try to draw a U or an I or something you can work with that Q if you already don't have a spot. So this is a good play, but probably not the best one.
Yeah.
All right, over to Andrew. Like you said, pretty awful. WU combination is really not something you want to see, but he's in a good position, commanding position, up 35 points. The problem is, despite saying he's in commanding position, it's really hard to feel that way at this stage of the game when there are 2 blanks out.
Yeah, when there's 2 blanks out, you have this gross looking rack. Not any amazing options. He has some decent plays, but really nothing super inspiring.
Yeah, very surprising actually that he doesn't really have any good ways of like parting with 2 of those 3 4-point tiles.
Yeah, you'd expect some sort of high scoring play with WH maybe. Often that combo gets you like around 30, but he might hold on to it for next turn. Just something like UVA between the J of juking and taliate. He can make UVA to the A of Callium. So that looks decent, getting rid of the UV, that combo that we all hate to see on our racks.
Yeah, that's a pretty awesome option. I love those insertion plays. So Uva, and Jut is definitely a decent option. And our engines that are following the game are giving Andrew around 70+% chance to win the game. But again, in a human, I think in human, I guess, opinion or assessment, it's really hard to feel like you're in good position in a situation like this where you just don't have any great options, anything that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Engine saying maybe play Sutra through the S and the T at the bottom of the board, making XU. Oh, there's no A, sorry. Yeah, that doesn't work. But yeah, I think Uva might be the best play.
Yeah, and I don't think after a play like Burl, you're not really expecting a Kegapun to have a Q, you know, to be so encumbered by this really not great leave that he kept of Q, O, R, and E. We see again a Kegapun has avoided drawing any of the tiles that really work well with the Q. So like we said, the U and I, even a blank. Looks like Andrew's gonna go with width. A high is one of his highest scoring options, but he's keeping that UV, so we can expect next turn he might be struggling again. I wonder if he missed that Uva play. I feel like I would go with Uva over with if I was comparing the two plays. Though maybe he's trying to block the board a bit, inhibit some bingo lanes, some sevens lanes, the dwarfs, hook. Could be all considerations of Andrews as well.
It's a very human move. Like
Yeah.
playing extra tiles, inhibiting the board, scoring some more points, trying to go for those blanks. Makes a lot of sense. Maybe Uva slightly better. But yeah, I think, yeah, and in either case, Andrew's in decent shape, but he probably doesn't feel it. That's a good draw. He's drawn a S
Yeah.
and he's drawn the Z.
Yeah, looks like a Kegapun was maybe considering Breeze, BREES, underneath Annex, to the S of endorses. That looks like a pretty solid play. Scores pretty well, 31 points. One of his high scoring options. But what else does he have available? What would you be considering, Josh?
Yeah, I think Breeze is a pretty good play. He had Arrow blind up, AEROBE. That's a sensible play if you have somewhere decent to play it. Problem is maybe you could play it to the left of the H of width, but I don't think you're playing with TA and HE. That would be completely insane. But a very, very high score for the rack. I guess 29 points, and keeping that lone Q. That would be really incredible to watch. But yeah, I think Breeze is pretty good. There's a lot of options here.
Yeah, maybe just something like Bino through the second N of Annex, making a bunch of two-letter words. So overlapping endorses. Just scores pretty well, 29 points. Yeah. Nothing stands out as particularly amazing here for a Kegapun, but yeah, a bunch of comparable options, one of them being Breeze. Looks like he's going with Boar.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Leave is slightly more balanced. Again, leaving that spot on the bottom of the board open, bottom left. If you draw an eye, you have QI for 35, so it makes sense to leave that open and not play something like Breeze, but maybe Bino slightly better. But a lot of plays very similar here for Kegapun, and we have yet to see a blank.
Yeah. Now sits for Andrew Fisher, SITZ, through that S&T of endorses and octet. The bottom one looks really great for 48. He could also, if he sees Uva again, I think that would be pretty close and comparable, but I think I would still go with sits, block that T, take the extra points, cement like a solid bingo lead. Seems really good in this stage of the game.
Yeah, I think sits is a great play. It's kind of tricky to spot it. You're playing between two tiles on the board, making XI. So it's definitely missable, but it is by far the highest scoring play, and so often the highest scoring play is at least close to the best play in Scrabble. Yeah, we'll see. Engine giving VAU at the bottom left the go ahead here. The reason for that is, I guess, there are a decent amount of vowels left, 15 vowels over 12 consonants. So playing an extra vowel probably decent, but this, again, a human move.
Yeah.
A very, very reasonable move by Andrew Fisher, just taking his high score.
I like this play. Take the points. Yeah, the bag, certainly vowel heavy. Yeah, with 3 more vowels than consonants, but he's still keeping 3 consonants, so worst case, he'll have 4 vowels, 3 consonants. Again, the UV combo, as we were saying, not great to keep, but when you're scoring 48 points, makes a ton of sense to just keep those points.
That's right. And I think we're finally going to see a Kegapun get rid of that Q. He drew it right after octet and has been stuck with it ever since. And that so often happens. I think, it's such a thorn in your side so often when you have the Q. But cot, a very common Q without U word, will play above the BO 4 for 22 points. Can't feel great to be down 87 points and have to play the Q for 22. So there's definitely other things to consider here.
Yeah, the thing is there's just not really that much that's higher scoring. So I think it's definitely the time to get rid of the Q. He can't be holding on to it anymore. It's really holding him back from getting a bingo, which he now needs, being down around 80 points, 87 points. So yeah, it's certainly the time to get rid of the queue.
Yeah, and before sits, there was 7 spaces available if you hook the A onto boar to make a boar. But given that that was now blocked, there's no reason to play something like Kadi for 14, take the point sacrifice just to keep the better leave. But
Right.
yeah, this makes a lot of sense. And we could see 2 blanks drawn, 1 blank drawn, 0 blanks drawn. Anything can happen at this stage of the game so late. And we'll see what happens. So ANOOSUV for
Yeah.
Andrew Fisher again, probably not feeling great.
Yeah, not a good draw. The 0-0 draw after sits was definitely not what we wanted, and kind of speaks to what we were talking about the vowel heavy pool. Drew 2 of those O's that were remaining out of the 5. So yeah, I think now just another turn to get rid of hopefully this V, which he's been stuck with, some of these vowels. Nothing great to achieve that he could consider VAU in that same spot we were talking about last turn. He could yeah, maybe just VAU.
Yeah, this is interesting now. I mean, with a 65-point lead, you're sort of in that range where a bingo might not kill you. It might not win the game if a Kigapun gets one. So there's something to be said about just trying to score your way to victory across the finish line. But I think the play of Devo from the DI is what I would do at the center of the board, center right of the board, hitting that triple. And it's not just that you're hitting that triple, you're blocking the best lane on the board. That L of Burl will be a pretty dangerous threat for the rest of the game if you don't play Devo. And the O replacing it, of course,
Yeah.
you'll be able to play something through that O. Unlikely you'll be able to play something from the O. So.
Yeah, it's certainly not as big of a threat as starting with an L. So yeah, that seems really good as well.
Yeah.
And getting rid of, like we've been saying, we don't like duplicate tiles in Scrabble, so getting rid of one of those 2 O's can't hurt for Andrew either.
And this happens a lot in our games in competitive Scrabble, where the blanks will sometimes come out really late, and both players are pretty much always worried or assuming their opponent has one of them. But it looks like a vows
Interesting.
is the choice by Andrew. This is maybe
nice.
one of his
Close to
highest
your
scoring plays, and it also plays off a lot of tiles. I think the problem with this is he's leaving a lot of vowels. He's getting rid of his S, and he's not addressing much of the board. This is definitely a good play, but in terms of just scoring 4 more points than Devo, I would have preferred that.
Yeah, I agree. Don't see the need to get rid of the S here. It's nice that he'll be drawing a couple extra tiles towards those blanks that we know are out. But okay, there's one of them.
See the nice Causeway logo on that blank tile.
Okay, so nice draw for Andrew here. He might be bingoing next turn, depending on what a Kegapun does.
Absolutely. So it worked out for him definitely to play the extra tiles. Another very, very human decision. Andrew Fisher, if those blanks are out, you really want to try and rush for them. And wow, there's a really cool play available for a Kegapun. Maybe you should leave it to you guys to try and find it, but it's really tough to find. Licorice plays through the R and the C at the bottom of the board for 28 points, and it's not amazing, but it does the thing you want to do, which is turn over tiles and try to draw one or both of those blanks. So if I saw that, I would definitely play it.
Yeah, he has some, in a vacuum, appealing plays of iliac or oleic, making HO or HI in Borel, so hooking the L to the back of bore. That said, those plays both open up a big lane in the triple that I would be worried about as a Kegapun. It seems highly likely that Andrew would play there. That said, at his deficit, maybe he has to hope that Andrew just has nothing to do about that spot. Though after a play like a Vows, I would be assuming my opponent has maybe another S, maybe a blank, of which there are still 2 out from a Kegapun's perspective. So I would not be feeling good about a play like iliac or oleic.
Yeah. You could, I guess, try and go for a bingo another way by keeping this ACEIL on the rack, which is a nice combination, trying to draw something through one of the lanes on the board. Like particularly maybe the A of a vowels, you could maybe draw into something here, but
He found a play through the R and
yeah.
C, just not the coolest one, but still pretty close, I would say. This leave, not so bad, not amazing with the slightly vowel heavy pool that we were talking about. Keeping 3 vowels could run into some trouble for a Kegapun. But he scores pretty decently with Crockeye, scoring 20 points. And keep staying within this bingo range that we like to stay in when we're down. No bingos available for Andrew here.
Yeah, nothing will play. But this board is so weird. There's like so many very, very marginal spots to play a bingo. You can end in an A, either the A of annex or the A of a vowels. You can start with the T. The L, again, the biggest threat in the game. You can maybe start with the T of octet. There's a lot of weird spots.
But nothing very good. Like you said, all of these marginal lanes. So I think, yeah, the L definitely the main one to address, but they're not easy to address either. And a Kegapun drawing that other blank will be in good position to bingo potentially.
Yeah, he's got at least legalized from the L of Burl, and Andrew didn't address that spot last year. And there's a possibility that he's going to leave it open. He could play something like Undine through the DI, but that E definitely not the best tile to float out there.
Yeah.
Right now, 17 tiles remain, and that means 7 on the rack and 10 in the bag. So if you play Undine, you're leaving 6 in the bag, and if you face a bingo response from that, that'll mean a Kegapun will be drawing 6 tiles. And we saw last game, drawing 6 tiles in an end game is very unideal. So I'm kind of liking that option. I really feel like that L of Burl is the biggest threat here. There's some high scoring tiles available, and Andrew isn't quite up enough to really survive everything. So I think Undine makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree. The E starting with E much harder for a bingo than starting with L. So I agree. Inhibiting that L as best that Andrew can seems really important here. Not the easiest word to spot through 2 letters, but I think if he sees that, he should recognize which lane is the most dangerous. You have to evaluate which is the most dangerous, both most that your opponent is most likely to hit and most dangerous in terms of potential scoring. And the L is up there in both of those categories. So seems like that should stand out to him as the lane to deal with.
Yeah, and maybe a more balanced option that does kind of the same thing as Genu from the G of Begrimed. That'll score a nice, I guess not so nice, but 20 points. That blocks the L and replaces it with a U, which is a really bad tile, especially with no N's out for an unword.
Yeah, and he would be keeping the only remaining N along with his blank, so he could potentially draw into some bingos starting with un himself if he plays Genu. I like that option.
Yeah, and I think in either case, in whatever case, Andrew is very much likely to win this game. He's up by a bingo and he has a blank. But I think you really want to finish this as carefully as you can. And I think blocking that L is the most reasonable thing to do here, especially with somewhat low time. Andrew being under 7 minutes, 6.5 minutes left. It's going to be really hard to sort through some tight situations later on if it comes to a point where Kegapun's scoring points and threatening bingos. So it's going to be potentially a little bit too close for comfort for Andrew Fisher if he doesn't block that L.
Maybe he's thinking of Puna right now, Puna to the A of the vowels. Yeah, so he's not going to deal with the L. That's pretty big. I don't know what else a Kegapun had available aside from legalize. Just one, I guess. Just Epigeel through the A of annex. But legalize the much more obvious and much higher scoring option there. So a Kegapun.
Yeah. Oh, look at this draw now. So this is interesting, right? So a Kegapun is going to draw 7 tiles. So of course, even though he's tying the game with this, or going down by a few points, he's going to be drawing 7 tiles, and the bag's going to be empty. So even though Andrew has a really terrible rack, he does have that blank. So this is going to be very interesting. It's going to be, I think, really close.
Do you think that he's making the blank a Z here to prevent any plays like HE and U's? Because that, making the blank a Z would, I think, be the better option for a Kegapun.
Yeah, we would love to figure that out if our annotator can get get to seeing what the blank is here. That's going to be very important. Okay, he's made the blank a Z.
Good.
So that makes sense. That reduces, I guess, counterplay options through the EW and the blank, or it eliminates them. And now we're in the end game. ENOOU. So Kegapun drawing
Wow.
the F and the H, the only two scoring tiles left. So it's a little bit scary now. I wonder if something like Ruen, ROUEN from the R of Boar is enough for Andrew. That would be the first play I'd be looking at here. But it looks like not so many winning options for
Yeah.
Andrew. It's a little bit tough.
I think he needs to find some of his higher scoring options, getting rid of some vowels and keeping outplays in order to ensure a win.
Yeah, this is a tough one. You want to score points and you want to go out next turn so that you only allow a Kegapun to make one more play before the end of the game. So with 5 minutes, Andrew's going to have to lock in here and find something good enough to win. He's up 14 points, but that's not a lot of points when your opponent has all the scoring potential.
Yeah, something like GOOG through the G's of begrimed and legalize scores well. That's 22 points. Or UFO through the F of dwarf also looks pretty good, scoring 20. So those might just be enough for Andrew to hold on to his lead here, even though a Kegapun has more flexible and higher scoring tiles and probably higher scoring available to him on his turn.
Yeah, the best play, according to the engine, is Goog through the two Gs at the top right of the board, which will win the game by 34.
Okay.
Because
Wow.
it just scores really well.
Yeah, I think
And
keep some
there's
outplays.
there's a number of winning options here. I think if you really just go out in two, it should be enough. And that's a concept you're going to see over and over in these close end games. As long as you're going out in 2 turns and only allowing your opponent 1 turn to your 2, when it's close like this, that's usually enough. But 3.5 minutes for Andrew, he
Yeah.
could still screw this up. I very much doubt he will. But that's another reason you really have to leave yourself with enough time, because this is not easy. You definitely have to make sure you're not giving back something huge to a Kegapun, like fresh or a fresh would play after ROUE or ROUEN from the R of Boar. Is that too much to give back? You have to calculate, you have to do math, you have to think about what your opponent has, you have to make sure all your tracking is correct. So this is a little bit difficult. So OU is the choice. That is a winning move. If both players play perfectly, this will win by 12 points. The threat is, of course, to get to go out next turn, and Andrew knows he's going to be able to do that. He can play DONEE with board, and he can play through the D of endorses. So that will
Right.
be good enough. With 3 minutes to go, he's found a win.
Yeah. Now a Kegapun will probably search in vain for a winning play. He set up RAH. Maybe I'm not sure where. Maybe with boar.
No, he's
maybe
thinking about playing with Wither,
Wither,
which
yeah.
is such a cool idea. If Andrew
Yeah.
couldn't go out
Right.
and didn't have a blank,
Yeah, it
to
didn't
hook.
have the blank to hook it himself is the thing there.
Yeah, it's a good idea. According to the engine, the best play is just roars.
Makes a ton of overlap. Making dire, TOHA and borer.
Yeah, and that blocks Andrew's best end game, or best spot for the remaining tiles he has. But wow, 3 great games, Chloe.
Yeah, really close, exciting, late bingos in a couple of them. Yeah, this has been good. It's been really good.
But yeah, unfortunately for a Kikapun, there was one miss too many. It doesn't always show up immediately, but I bet you if a Kikapun had played Yip on this first turn, things would have been a lot different here.
Yeah. Yeah, in addition to just, losing a turn, getting 0 points when you play a phony word, there's that mental aspect that we were discussing a bit at the beginning of how disappointing it is and potentially can alter your mental state when you play a phony word. So that could have been something a Kegapun was dealing with, especially if that has maybe come up in previous games as well.
Yeah, and with 36 games, you really have to brush off these things. There's just so much Scrabble left to be played, and you have to just go move by move, but it's so difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's looking at Ra again. Again, if you're trying to win this end game, you play something like Ra and hope Andrew does something weird like misdesignate his blank or play a phony word.
Yeah.
But I think at this level, you probably just give up. So Rash
Play Rash and
being considered with 4
yeah.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, awesome stuff. So almost three bingos in a row we saw from Kegapun. He got 2,
Yeah.
got Taliate and then endorses,
Yeah.
but he missed his third. And that was just a little bit too much against someone like Andrew here. You're not gonna get away with that a lot. All right.
Yeah, obviously easy for us from our position to say we know there's no winning plays for Kegapun here, but from his perspective, he'll be using most of his clock. It's what I would do. It's what most top players would do in this position. You want to be sure that you're not missing anything, any spots. If there's a board where this is a board where there's a lot of kind of insertion style plays or maybe hidden spots that he might be missing or think he's missing. So he wants to be sure he has found his best option here and avoid, a blown endgame, which we know he won't be doing.
That's right. Yeah. You take most of your time, if not all of it here, just to double check that you're not missing something. It's very, very easy to make a mistake in a situation like this. Does he have the letters tracked properly? Is he missing a spot? There's so much to think about. And yeah, again, thank you all for watching. We have, I think, a bunch of people watching on the MeWatch app, either on their smartphones or on their smart TVs. Have people watching on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel from across the world. Love to see it. Let us know what's going on, what got you into this this activity of watching online Scrabble, where you're watching from, what you're excited to see in the remaining almost 100 live streamed games.
It's amazing. We will have so much content to go through, Scrabble games to analyze, to enjoy over these next 4 days and in the weeks and months to come as everything settles following the tournament. But I'm so excited to see how everything turns out here. So grateful for everyone watching. So he is gonna go with RAH and Wither, setting up a big S hook. Maybe this could bait some sort of mistake from Andrew in a Kegapun's mind. That's probably the hope with a play like this. He knows that he doesn't have a great shot. I think the best idea here for Andrew is still to go out, ignore the Withers spot. He could score a lot of points with something like 1, but going out with a play like Encode through the D of endorses still looks better.
Yeah,
But he'll win either way.
You can get 37 points here and not go out, but it's still better to go out. And that's a very interesting and important concept in end games and Scrabble, is that it's almost always better to go out before your opponent. And this is a case where you could score 10 points and go out, and it's better than scoring 37 and not going out. So yeah, a good win for Andrew Fisher, unless something insane happens. It's still possible.
You never know.
And we'll have some very close games later on in the tournament. I don't want to jinx it, of course. Sometimes the games aren't close. They're almost always interesting.
Okay, so he's gonna go with Townie, I think. Scoring 1 less than in code, but going out, or a couple less. Yeah, scoring 9, 1 less.
Yeah, there we go. So that's the game. That'll bring him to 388, 14 points from Akega Punzarak. 402 to 373 is the final score. Another great game. Let's cut to the overhead mic to see what these guys have to say for themselves.
402. 373.
Yes, well, great game.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear the
Thank you.
commentary.
On paper this time.
Oh, really?
That's
We need to. Oh.
That's what Michael was saying, yeah.
play phony.
Oh, yes.
And when I put the 7, so that I finish the back. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. So
that,
it was tough for you to,
if
to
I
win
did
that.
maybe just 1 or 2 left, so you may be very
Yeah,
difficult.
exactly. I think that's it.
Okie doke. Well, not a very eventful post game, which is sometimes the case. But yeah, a good win for Andrew Fisher out of Australia against Akegapun. What a valiant effort. So that's round 3, guys. We are still in for 7 more games today, and both of us being from North America, this is a very unusual amount of games for us. I think in other continents, this is more normal. People play more games. North America, we're a little bit less active. We're a little bit less
We need-
into Scrabble,
we need to
honestly.
step up our game, what I'm learning. If this is how they do it on this side of the Pacific. Yeah, 10 games, exhausting for a player. You have to be mentally on all the time, pretty much. So much thinking, high level thinking, incredibly exhausting. But everyone here loves Scrabble. This is why we're here. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun rest of the day.
Yeah, so lunch break is starting. We are going to cut to break and we will be back at 1 p.m. UTC +7 local time in Bangkok. That is 1 hour and 12 minutes from now. So we'll see you then, and we will be back with some more incredibly high level Scrabble, Chloe.
Yes, can't wait.
All right, see you guys in just a bit. Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge, Board 2. This is Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. We've had 3 games out of 36 so far. It's time for round 4, Chloe. Who are we going to be watching?
We are going to be watching Cameron Farlow of Australia versus Natapat of Thailand. So an exciting matchup coming up. I think 2 both up-and-coming younger players. So it should be a really fun game to watch.
Yeah, more so Natapat, whose nickname is Nemo. He's been very active online, watching a ton of live streams, really trying to get good. He's one of the best up-and-coming youngsters from Thailand. He's in his early 20s. He just finished university. He's about to start his master's. He actually gave me a tour
Oh, really?
of the city just the
That's
other day.
amazing.
So kind of rooting for him, you know? No,
Good
Cameron
tour.
is such a strong contender too.
Mhm.
He had a pretty good performance, really good performance in 2023 Worlds in Las Vegas.
Mm.
So a lot of strength, of course, featured already. Round 4 of 10 for today. Thanks for joining us, everybody watching from around the world. It is 1 o'clock p.m. In Bangkok, Thailand, and the players are seated, and the round is starting in moments. So thank you everyone watching on MeWatch, our media broadcast partner, as well as on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. Good to see everybody. Not a bot on the right. He lives near Bangkok, so he has the home court advantage
Okay.
here. Cameron from Australia seemed pretty energized. Saw him a few times today.
Oh,
He'll
good.
be going first, so he'll get a little bit of an advantage. If you're new to Scrabble, going first is pretty decent advantage to going second. And we'll see. We have some nice camera views. You can see part of the playing room, giant
Yeah.
ballroom.
We can see board 1 in the middle.
Mhm.
So it's nice to get a little peek into what this event is, this huge production. And Cameron going first, drawing his tiles. Looks like pretty good so far. See what he gets. Okay, a few consonants, but flexible enough.
Yeah, I'm
You can see
thinking bendy.
bendy.
That's the first option I'm thinking
Yeah.
of here. You want to get rid of the B. I think the B is the worst tile there, and
Yeah.
getting a 5-letter word is ideal. I guess the question is, if you play bendy, do you play it with the Y on the star or the B on the star?
Feel
We're
like
gonna find out.
okay, he's going B on the star, so taking the extra 2 points. The downside here is that you're slotting a vowel next to the double letter score square, which you could have avoided with the Y on the star. That said, putting the E in the double column is also dangerous in its own way. So the risks of each play pretty close overall.
In this particular instance, there won't be a huge comeback play for Not a Pot. He's looking at Dicey from the D and Bendy. And I think Bendy takes an S, right? That's what's kind of weird about that
Yes,
word.
it does.
So I wonder if that's going to come up. Very often you'll see words ending in a Y with constants before it. Will not take just an S hook. It's not usually how the English language works, but
No.
looks
Yeah.
like Dicey's probably the play here, right?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think there's much else to think about. I guess if you want, you could do Yite. But I think Dicey makes complete sense.
Yeah, both plays being considered. The C is a pretty flexible tile. Leaving it to score points makes sense, but the ITE can turn into a bingo really fast. So yeah, those are the 2 plays on the table for Not a Pot. Not much between them. Cameron's drawn that Q. Pretty bad pull for him. And no matter what is played, he's going to be able to play Cot for a lot of points. If Yite comes down, it'll be even more. He'll be able to underlap using that blue, dark blue square, the triple letter score. And if Dicey comes down, Cot fits above or below the BE of Bendy.
Yes.
So yeah, 2-minute think here. I guess it is kind of close between the 2. Yite is 21 points, Dicey is 22.
So he's going with Yite. Maybe just wants to keep the C for some extra scoring. maybe a bit more flexible in the next turn. Pretty comparable leaves, comparable plays. I think in these situations, the best thing to do is just make the decision early on, not waste too much time on these first turns. But cat coming down now certainly is best play.
Yeah, that's 42 points. Gets rid of the Q. Really not much to think about.
Yeah, it's one of those instant plays. You know exactly what you're going to be doing.
And what's the draw here? It's gonna be, yeah, it was gonna be an interesting one. Could have
Yeah.
easily turned into a bingo, but
Yeah.
not quite that second eye.
Yeah, we might have more underlaps here, making a bit of a staircasey board. Yeah, not a pot set it up pretty instantly side, making QI, YAD, and bite. Gonna score super well, 38 points if he goes with that option.
Yeah, that seems probably like the obvious response to QAT.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do place the C to the left of that Q
Mm-hmm.
on that pink square, that's gonna be pretty much it for the
Mhm.
underlaps unless a CH play. The only two-letter word with the
Mhm.
C comes down.
Yes.
So
Now he's just thinking Sid. I would play the S, the C. Sorry, I would play the E. I think. Already keeping 2 vowels, score extra points, a bunch of extra points with the 8 extra points. I think he's just maybe making sure he's not missing anything, and the other options here.
yeah. Oftentimes first instinct, especially with young players, is often correct. You saw that play so quickly. I guess the benefit to leaving the E off, the E is a good tile. You're setting up
Mhm.
the A hook for acid,
Mm.
but I don't believe that that is worth an 8-point sacrifice at this stage of the game.
Yeah, definitely not.
Looks
As
like
we've
for Cameron, he's going to have a pretty quick response no matter what of Jumpy. He's already
Yeah.
spotted that to the Y. That's going to score really well
Yeah, that
and
looks
sort of
super
inhibit
solid.
that S hook, so might not be
True.
a Bendy's play.
Yeah, play's still available going down with bendies, but yeah, they'll inhibit the plays going up. Yeah, Jumpy looks super solid, keeping a great leave, scoring a ton of points.
Yeah, lots of options for not a pot. Makes sense that he's taking some time, although taking 2.5 minutes for 2 turns each,
Mm-hmm.
that's a little bit too much. Most of these games last 10 to 15 turns at the top level. And if you do the math, that means taking 2 minutes is too much a lot of the time per turn. So
Mm-hmm.
hopefully
Yeah.
you have to at some point start speeding up. And we did see some time pressure in a few of the previous games we've shown. And
Yeah.
still not committed CIDE, but I think this is the correct
Yeah.
option.
Yeah, sometimes on stream you really don't want to be making any wrong moves, missing any plays, so you might end up taking a little extra time to double check your thinking. But as we've said time and time again, often your first instinct and the highest scoring play are the right move, and it's important to go with that in these situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing the first turn advantage, I think, play its part right now. Jumpy, Cameron's already ahead by 13. He's going to be scoring a nice 38 here. He's going to be up 51 points. So that's basically a bingo between the two players. And Cameron, all he's done is scored his way to this point. So Jumpy coming down and not a pot could draw something here. That's actually a pretty good draw. Chimenea
Yeah.
doesn't quite fit, unfortunately, through that M. But he does have the H now to underlap the C. So we might see something off to the left of CIDE. We might see something like heap to the P in Jumpy.
Mm-hmm.
And we might see an overlap of Jumpy as well. There's a lot of options here to think about.
Yeah, again, some very similar options that will take some time for Not to evaluate and decide between. I like this play of heap though. It keeps a nice leave of a balanced leave, CEIN. Um, scores decently, 29 points. Doesn't really do much for the board. I guess the board is just becoming a bit more and more S dependent to really do much on, to hook bites or bendies, especially at this deficit that we're talking about. He won't be down in bingo after playing, but still be at a deficit that seems to be growing. And it'll be important for Notapot to keep ways open of getting back in the game.
Yeah, he's considering cane, which would overlap the JUM of jumping. What's nice about that is it sets up the H and EH is a word.
That's nice.
So he's got some potential chances of scoring very well after that. Might even draw bingo with MEH, which will score over 80 points. There's also CANEH, an obscure looking word, hooking the H onto side, the C of side. And that scores pretty well. It scores 33. The problem with that is it opens a triple for free. So heap, I like this play
Yeah.
because it's a little patient. You might see this board and wonder, where is Notapot gonna come back? Where is he gonna play a bonus? But the threat of maybe a bendies play or a biter play or something like that is there.
Yeah.
And Het also setting up possibilities. So
Yeah, and Heap importantly blocking Spearman for Cameron.
ooh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that could have been big. So Spearman not gonna come down. AAENPRS.
Yeah. But Cameron will still be able to score well. In that same spot where Notapot was thinking of playing Kane, Cameron can do something like Napa or Nape or Napes. Tacking on the S, I think, is worth it here. That's a ton of points to this play. I would probably go with Napas over Napes, just because the E is a bit better than the A. But either one will score 44 points. So further cementing this lead for Cameron.
Yeah, I think there's no real reason to play Napes over Napas unless you're really worried about the X. So by playing Napas, making JA, UP, MA, and heaps, you are setting up max. And with UNI or UPO, sorry, being a word, there will be possibilities of 60 point X play
Right.
later on. But I think you still want to keep the E. The E is just a much better tile than the A.
Yeah.
And I think I agree with you. I think the S is worth playing here. Often the S is worth keeping if you're scoring around 10 points less than if you used it. But I think in this particular instance, the S does have some value with bendies and with bites.
But
I don't think
blocking.
it has enough value. But yeah, like you said, like you're about to say, you're up 22 points. You're about to score 44. I
Yeah.
think it makes a lot of sense to play defense.
Yeah, 15 extra points for the S, taking out one of the S hooks in bendies. I like playing the S.
Yeah, and crucially, if the S was not played and Napa was played, that would have allowed
Yes.
crewing to come down.
Yeah, so it's a huge decision and totally the right instinct here. I think take the extra points, close down one of these hooks that could become annoying later on if it remained open. That's one of those hooks that maybe just lingers for a while until someone pounces on it. So taking out even the possibility. I especially like doing things like that when I'm not sure of a word. Oh my gosh.
Find
Wow, what a play.
I was just waiting for you to finish your sentence. This is amazing. Bite wing. I was hoping you'd see this. 54 points, by far his best play, blowing the board open and almost tying the game up, keeping CER, which is fantastic lead. So is Cameron going to challenge this word? It is on hold. You see Notapot has not drawn his tiles.
Wow, that's an amazing find. Very nice.
He's challenging. He's pointing to the only word. He's like, "Oh, I'm challenging that one." Okay.
As if there was another. Oh wow,
So that's
beautiful
5
find.
extra points.
And he found it so quickly. Well, I guess he had the turn to think about it, but no doubt on that one.
That's beautiful. Yeah. So after this, we know that Cameron's rack is ABHNORT. He's going to be able to score massively regardless. He can overlap his previous play of Napes.
Yeah, he'll probably still be in the lead. In fact, he definitely will. He's already in the lead. Yeah, BOH looks great. Parallel, making jab, Upo, and meh. That'll score 49 points.
Indeed. BOH for 49, I think by far the best play here. You could go further. You could start at the top right of the board and play Baron, hitting that double word score. But that only scores 42.
Yeah.
Because you're not tripling the H both ways.
Yeah, and I would say the leave not as good of TH versus ANRT that you keep with Baron. Sorry, that you keep with BOH. I think there's no downside to this play of BOH.
That's right. Mad does not take any hooks, so you can't play a bingo downwards onto the triple. You can hook jab to make jabs and score pretty well there, but that's a risk worth taking for a play such as this one.
And
So-
now we have Recliner set up by Not a Pot, which will play through the N of Bite Wing. So he's gonna, pretty instantly play this bingo. He sees it's the only bingo available. No need to waste any time on that. Nice one.
Yeah.
And we move on.
It's ahead by 8 now, so another very close game. Love to see it.
Mhm.
And Cameron has not drawn another vowel. There's actually 7 O's to draw.
Wow.
That's the most prevalent vowel. At the start of the game, there's 12 E's. That's the tile there is the most of in Scrabble, but we'll see. Hopefully, Nonapot's able to avoid most of that. And will Cameron play something like Trafe through the E of Recliner?
Yeah.
Because that's a big spot underneath. Of course, there are 5 E's left. So the possibility of an RE play on the bottom left, hitting that triple and that double letter score is somewhat high.
Mhm.
So this play makes a lot of sense. At first, I was wondering if you just play ARFs or FARs on the top
Yeah.
right with jabs, which scores almost 40 points. But I think Trafe is probably a nice way to go in between, play a little bit of defense, keep a very strong leave. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree completely. Also at first I was looking at plays in that top right corner, but with the added benefit of blocking this huge scoring spot, really the only scoring spot aside from that top right corner. Blocking that with Treff, keeping a really nice balanced leave looks great to me, and I like this decision of playing this quickly. I think it's better.
Yeah, I think our engine saying is very, very close between Fars and Trafe. But this makes a lot more sense, I think, in my head.
Mm-hmm.
So over to Notapot, who is down a tempo. He's down 14 points. He's drawn DEELOOR. And I think he's just going to play Wold, right?
Yeah. For 20, he also had the nice option of Rodeo, making Cider, Whoa, ID, and Geo a hard play to see, making 4 overlaps, but would have scored 29 points. So it would have been nice to see that. But Wold also a very solid play, keeping the nice ER leave. And Cameron with a really nice draw, and he'll be able to bingo this turn.
Right. Yeah, this play of Wold is actually, in my opinion, it is the first clear mistake in this game.
Mhm.
Rodeo just scored so much more and
Mhm.
gave so much less back in a close game, but that,
Yeah.
like you said, is a very, very tough find.
Yeah. I think maybe just taking a little more time there, looking for some overlapping plays, some harder to spot plays, but a really good draw for Notapot here with the blank, picking up the blank. Once Cameron plays Martins, he has 2 spots for it, so I assume he'll take the higher scoring one, making Shet. Then I think that Notapot will be able to bingo back through that play.
Yeah, so we'll see
think?
where Martins gets played, but like you said, I think Shet makes the most sense. That's 68 points if you play Martins with ST vertically hooking onto the T of Trafe. That is 63. Those are the only 2 playable bingos. Smarten is also a word, so we might see that S hook come into play after this placement.
Mm-hmm. And actually, no bingos available after this. Whereas I think bingos in the other spot for fewer points would have allowed for bingos back for Notapot. So good move here. This is a much more defensive choice as well. So when you're bingoing, when you're taking a lead, in addition to scoring the extra points for this play, it was nice because it really restricted the lanes on the board a lot more than Martin's making ST would have, which would have allowed for more 7s to play. But now Notapot will have to wait a bit for bingoing.
Okay, another S drawn for Cameron, so he's going to have almost 50 for Vows in the top right at the bottom, at the very least, excuse me. So that is good. Cameron's up 62, and with no bingos playable for Nemo here, I think the best play might be just Keef
Yeah,
to
Keith
the
looks very good.
F, the bottom left of the board. Unfortunately, the problem with that is it doesn't really do anything to help Not a Pot Bingo next turn. It's really unlikely you're going to get anything ending in a K, for example.
Yeah.
But I just don't really see an option here that does much to help in that regard. You might have the blank, but if you can't bingo, the blank is not great.
That's true.
He's going to look. When you have a blank, you have to look hard. You
Yeah,
have to make sure you're not missing something.
Yeah, he could have a bingo through the M. He could have one through the A or R of Martin's or the T. So he'll take his time to make sure he's not missing anything. But yeah, after a play like Keith, really the only options are through those tiles, which one would assume that Cameron will try to do something about. Now that he's in the lead, he'll want to be closing down lanes that are open, preventing Not a Pot from getting back in the game with the bingo. So that's why in this position, the ideal play for Not a Pot would be something opening up another spot on the board so that Cameron can't deal with everything that's open at once. But yeah, he's looking at this play Kieran to the N of Martin's, which is interesting because it does open some more lines. It's still possible to deal with most of them in one move in some cases and with some racks, but it makes it harder for Cameron to deal with all of the open lines on the board.
Yeah, I think it's a much more practical move, and it's a great find. It's very hard to find 6 tile plays ending in a letter already on the board. And we saw Redkin lined up earlier on the rack, Not a Pot. So that would have been a great play if that were valid, but it is not. So will we see Kitty, Kittier, Kieran, Keef? Those are all very strong plays.
Yeah.
And I think it's really a matter of what Not a Pot wants to do here. And I feel like Kieran makes the most sense opening some lanes on the board.
I agree. I think Kitty and Kitty are both just give back a lot of easy plays to Cameron. Looks like he's thinking Kitty now, but there's only one R out from his perspective, and he's holding an R, so maybe he's thinking if I don't draw a bingo, I'll at least get a high scoring play hooking the R onto Kitty. I can see that being the logic. Kittier would be not the best for Not a Pot in this scenario. Cameron would be able to come back with Vrow, VROW. But yeah, I also like this idea of Kieran. I think it's the most proactive in making something happen on this board, which is the kind of thing you have to do in this position when you're down a bingo. You need to prevent your opponent from just locking everything down, and making it impossible to open anything new, because when there's only one spot on the board, your opponent blocks it. You make another opening play, your opponent blocks it. You're never in the position where you're guaranteed to have a bingo lane.
That's right. That's a very, very good observation. I think the idea of Kitty is that there's a chance that because you're scoring 34 now and you have a good chance at a big play on the triple next turn, if Cameron, who's just drawn 7 fresh tiles, is struggling and doesn't have anything good, suddenly Not a Pot could come back without a bingo, but it's somewhat unlikely. At a score like this, I think it makes a lot more sense to go for that bingo. And the reason Keefe is an okay play despite not opening anything is because there are some marginal places to play.
Yeah, I mean, there's still this top right spot. I think Cameron might just play Vows. It'll be a ton of points for that. He goes with Kitty in the end, so keeps this R. He could draw into some nice comeback plays, if the spot stays open.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but Vows for 47 is going to put Cameron even further into the lead. So I think that's going to come down pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's huge.
See what Not a Pot draws. Oinoe.
Okay, this looks promising.
Yeah, there should be something playable through the M. I'm not seeing it instantly. But Vows coming down, and there's ionomers at the very least.
Right.
So that'll work out hopefully if Not a Pot's able to spot ionomers. That's his highest scoring bingo here. There's also stuff like omnivore and remotion.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, he'll still be down even after Ionomers, which is his highest scoring bingo for 70. Still be down 10. Cameron picking up the X and the R, so he'll be able to make Kittier and Rex at the very least.
Yeah, that's a crucial draw. VROU there is going to be huge
Oh, that's even better, yeah.
for Cameron. However, there is still a blank out. So anything can happen if Ionomers comes down. Suddenly there are some more lanes open. There is also a Z out. That could be a huge play. Maybe even to just the N of Martins. There could be a 6-tile play there for a bingo score. So definitely still anyone's game. Cameron, of course, very much in the driver's seat, being up 75 points. But we'll see if Not-a-Pot finds Ionomers.
Mm.
But it looks like he's just deep in thought. Again, these blank racks are extremely tricky. Not-a-Pot has had the blank for a couple turns now.
Yeah. Yeah, and Ionomer, even though, I think your first instinct is always to make the blank and S, but it's not the easiest 7 to see on its own. Not often we start a word. What's he thinking? Is he thinking Moonier?
Yeah, I think he
with
thought it
RI?
with RI. I
Or
think
maybe IR, one of those.
was a problem. But wow, such
Okay.
a quick turnaround. It's like, oh wait, that doesn't work. Okay.
Now I find my best bingo.
Yeah, that's great. That's great work
Good.
from him. Yeah, we'll see what he draws. So unseen are 13 vowels, 13 consonants. That's a little bit heavy on the vowel side. We see that Cameron has 4 consonants, 3 vowels. That means in reality, there are 9 consonants and 10 vowels unseen in Not-a-Pot. So he's gonna have to avoid those U's, those A's, and try to get that second blank to give himself the best shot back into this game. Cameron's got great time management. He's got a nice balanced rack. He's been putting the scoring pressure on all game.
Yeah.
So it's still his game to lose.
Yeah, he's in a great position. But yeah, like you said, this blank lurking, once Not-a-Pot plays his bingo, he'll be drawing 7 new tiles, 7 shots at drawing that blank. And then if Cameron goes with a VROU with Kittier, like we were discussing, there will be some new lanes open on the board that Ionomers opens up that maybe Not-a-Pot will be able to capitalize on.
Yeah, and after Ionomers, which is coming down right now, there is a higher scoring play than Vrew available. VTEX through the eye now is fittable, but I don't actually think that's the best play.
Yeah.
Because it opens such a big potential counter spot on the top row. So it'd be very interesting to see what Cameron does now that that eye is floating out there. I feel like something like Vortex makes a lot of sense as well through the R of Ionomers, and VROU just playing it safe and keeping that X for later.
Yeah, I definitely prefer Vrow over Vortex. I think I prefer it over both Vitex and Vortex. Just keeping the X, it's a great scoring tile. There are different spots on the board where it can score pretty well.
Look at that blank.
Oh, wow.
Okay, what a crucial draw.
Okay, with 3 A's.
What a crucial draw for Not-a-Pot. So anyways, we'll see what Cameron does. It feels like he really wants to play VTEX. It's such a high score, 62 points. I don't know if it's the right play though. Again, that's such a big spot you're opening up. If you get bingoed on up there, you're going to be at a deficit.
Yeah.
Cameron definitely in good position here, but there's a lot of danger lurking.
Now, and this will give Not-a-Pot back a big bingo on top of Vitex. There's only one, a 7-letter word that plays above it.
Wow. There's one playable bingo. 81 points available. Not-a-Pot, that would put him in the lead by 14 and would leave a couple of tiles in the bag. Is he going to be able to spot this? There are a surprising amount of words with 3 A's in them. So it's going to be very interesting to see if he spots it.
Oof, and look at that draw from Cameron. 3 U's. That is brutal. That's everything you didn't want in this bag.
Terrible draw. Wow. It's the worst draw we've seen all day,
So,
Chloe.
if Not-a-Pot is able to find his bingo of Patagia, This could be a huge swing.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, suddenly Cameron's still in good position, I would think.
Yeah, I think just any play with XU underneath to block those bingos atop Vitex will put Cameron in pretty good position despite having all three all three of the remaining U's here.
Yeah, what's crucial is the rule about exchanging here. So right now there are 9 tiles in the bag. So as long as Not a Pot plays more than 2 tiles, Cameron will not be able to dump those U's back in the bag. You're not allowed to exchange when there's fewer than 7 tiles remaining. And I don't expect a play that doesn't use more than 2 tiles. I wonder, so if you don't find Patagia, what do you do that leaves that triple open though?
I think you have to expect it to be closed next turn anyway. There's no world in which Cameron doesn't deal with that spot next turn, even if Not a Pot doesn't play there now. I guess you maybe just open up a comparably dangerous spot on another part of the board.
Yeah, so the play is being considered Taiga, Aiga, Aga, everything but Patagia. And it's such a huge swing between those intermediate moves and the 81 pointer. After that triple is taken, there really aren't that many spots left on this board. You could maybe play an 8-letter word using the N of ionomers. You
Yeah.
could maybe play a 7-letter word to the left of ionomers or something
Okay.
underlapping AX.
Wow.
Yeah,
So
that's a
he's
miss.
going with Aiga. I think now Cameron will just probably maybe do Guru through the R of ionomers. Dealing with the sevens lane that you were just talking about.
Sure, but that opens a potentially big
It's
lane
true.
starting with the G and with the unseen tiles from Cameron's perspective, that's somewhat likely to be playable. So I think, unfortunately, at this score, Cameron only being up 43 points, he might not be able to sacrifice points and not play Guru. He might need to
I
do
mean,
this.
he
I
can
don't
play
know.
Guru through the R of Martins and at least block the N lane through of ionomers. Wow. Okay, so yeah, what a draw.
Yeah, very interesting draw that Zed. I don't know if that's going to help Not Pot Bingo, but he might be in a position, if Cameron sacrifices too many points, he might be able to score super well with the Zed and either threaten bingos or just threaten to outscore Cameron. So suddenly, this is not looking so smooth for Cameron Farlow. I wonder where I would play Guru.
Yeah.
Guess with no N's out and no E's out, you probably want to just take the points here, but
Yeah.
it can't be comfortable.
Yeah, like the bingos. Yeah, he's not any bingo starting with G, even the lowest scoring ones, will still put Not a Pot in the lead after Guru, I think. So maybe
After Guru, there are 2 tiles left in the bag, so most likely the play that Not makes will empty the bag. It's going to get very sharp, very difficult to figure out here as the tiles get closer to the bag gets closer to empty.
yeah.
The information that both players has gets closer to perfect.
Mm.
Yeah, tough decision for Cameron, but he has the time to think about it.
True, yeah, his time management earlier on paying off here. These are the decisions that you can't mess up. You want to make sure you're thinking about every possibility, all of the different options, which one best prevents Not a Pot from getting back in this game.
And after whatever Cameron does, we assume some Guru will be played here. The Guru through the Ard Martins that you mentioned is quite nice because, like you said, it handles the N in ionomers and it doesn't open a new lane. After that, that'd also block something like Zona or Zonal. I wonder what Not will do. He could maybe just hope and play Zoril. Could maybe drop the Z for 22 in the top
Okay,
right.
so
But
we're going with the higher scoring Guru here. Through the R of ionomers. So Cameron's taking the risk here. that maybe Not-a-Pot will be able to bingo with the G. Instead, Not-a-Pot now has to decide. Is he just gonna go with Zonal?
So he's checking the bag. This is crucial, knowing how many tiles are left in the bag.
Yes.
I think once he realizes there's only 2 left,
Mhm.
the play of Zona or Zonal become far less attractive.
Yes.
The score difference now is 61 points, and Zona 46, Zonal 48. Doesn't quite get him over the hump, but it might still be enough in some cases. There's an F out. You can't really win the game, I think, if Cameron has the F and you empty the bag.
Yeah.
What if we just see the drop?
ZO?
Yeah, what if we just see ZO in the top right?
I think that might be the play.
It'll threaten bingos through the G of Guru, through the N of Ionomers, and you can't fully inhibit both of those if you're Cameron. I wonder what would happen. What's actually in the bag right now is an F and an L.
Yeah. I mean, Cameron can play something like Orang to the G of Guru and block both spots.
Well, not quite, because you could still fit a bingo starting with N. So even that.
Or, yeah, there could also be bingos with E in the second position underneath Axe. But pretty hard to start a bingo with N.
Yeah, it really all has to do with what's being threatened. And when there's a blank in the mix, it is so hard for someone like Cameron to really think about what the options are. I wonder if you
Zell maybe? Or Zia setting up.
I was gonna say, I wonder if the play of Za, which it feels like Nonapot's considering, overlapping the OL of Wold, will threaten enough bingos to really make it difficult for Cameron to both block stuff and also win the game. Because of course the main goal is to win. I just feel like that gives too much information back. Not sure. With an FL draw, I'm not really seeing what Nonapot's gonna draw, but he's gonna play Za, and I feel like this is not gonna do it for him, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the FL is definitely not the tiles he was looking for there.
So yeah, in this endgame, it feels like Cameron's winning.
Yeah.
He's up 24 points, and he's going to be able to maintain that as long as he makes sure that he's blocking something. I guess you could see ghosts here. This is a position where you could maybe see a possible bingo that isn't there and try to block it, but I feel like Cameron's going to be able to just handle this, sort through this situation, because he has perfect information if he's done his tracking correctly.
Yeah. I kind of feel like on the ZA turn, something that opened up a lane on this bottom right corner would have been the idea, if you're going to play 2 tiles, then, and if you're going to give your opponent perfect information, you have to do something that your opponent can't do anything about. Create a huge other threat. It doesn't have to be huge, just another threat on another part of the board. So I wonder if something like Zell in the through the E of Kitty could have maybe worked out sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. I think many of these plays will work out, would have worked out sometimes with the F and the L in the bag. Those are not great tiles, but I agree with you on the concept of trying to create a second threat. I just wonder, I don't think Nonapot had enough time to think through this. So yeah, Za coming down, and I think the game is lost. As long as something crazy doesn't happen, Cameron's gonna get this one. So good job by both players. So to give themselves great chances. Of course, that Patagia miss is going to haunt the player on the right here, who has his head in his hand, emoting a little bit.
Yeah, that's a tough miss. 3 A's. You might not expect there to be a bingo there, but and it's hard when you're making the blank one of the higher scoring letters. It's not your first instinct, and if it doesn't stand out to you, might just not see it.
So of course we know in this position that there are no threats. There is no bingo that Nonapot is threatening or could possibly have on this board. But Cameron's going to have to be very, very careful here. We might see a very careful play, such as the one you're mentioning, Orang. to the G, as long as Cameron knows that he can outscore whatever Not a Pot does that isn't a bingo. We might see something like that. We see the play of Tifo that's lined up on the rack on the right, which fits to the right of KID. And that's a very high score. That's 37 points, but as long as Cameron goes out in 2, he's going to be able to outrun that because he's going to get points from Not a Pot's rack, and he's already up 24. So all he would have to do in that instance is score 13 points, including the LL, to tie the game. So if you score 10 points in 2 turns, you win this game after
Yeah.
Tifo.
Yeah, I wonder if Cameron is thinking of playing Yarao, making Kittier, or holding on to that for his second play of his 2-play sequence. Now that he knows Not a Pot's rack, if he's tracked correctly, that is, he should be able to realize that there's no threats, even if he plays something hooking Kittier, opening a potential lane in the bottom right corner. Not a Pot actually just won't be able to use it at all. Even with something like auras, potentially, I don't think Not a Pot would have a bingo to the S, but certainly a scary play, and there are other options that are less scary.
So as we wait for Cameron to make a most likely winning play in this endgame, once again, like to welcome everybody to board 2 of 3. There are 3 live streams in this historic Causeway Challenge tournament. We are smack in the middle, Chloe and I, watching the second highest board every round, 36 rounds. This is round 4 of 36. Cameron Farlow is going to take this one and give Not a Pot, I think, his first loss of the tournament. But in any case, there are 3 live streams, like we said, 10 annotated boards, including the 3 live streamed. Those are all being transferred directly onto the Woogles website. So that's a huge advance in technology that we're super happy to see. And we have people watching on YouTube. We have people watching on MeWatch. Hello to everybody. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. We hope you're comfortable and you're learning something about Scrabble, or at the very least, being entertained by what's going on over the board.
Yeah, we have some really high-level play this game. Bitewing was an amazing find by Not a Pot, a great extension, and lots more games to come. We've got, 108 games being streamed over these next few days. So there'll be so much Scrabble to watch and enjoy and learn from all of these top players coming from all over the world.
Absolutely. A truly global competition here in Bangkok. 400 plus players from 30 different countries. We have Australia and Thailand represented on this board. If you guys are wondering a little bit about the format of this tournament, it is 1-on-1, 36 games, 10 games today, 10 games tomorrow, 10 games the day after. And the final day, there will be a photo finish of 6 games in a King of the Hill format. So throughout the tournament, we're going to be seeing people who are doing similar in the standings play each other. But on the final day, each of the 6 games will feature the player in first playing the player in second, player in third playing the player in fourth, over and over again until we have a winner. Who are you rooting for? Nigel Richards is here. Hubert Wee is here. David Eldar is here. A who's who of the best Scrabble players in the world are here competing. A couple of decent players are commentating, I guess.
We're okay.
But it is a lovely venue, an amazing tournament, a historic new for Scrabble streaming.
Yeah. We're located here in Bangkok, Thailand for the Causeway Challenge. It's an amazing city. Been so much fun getting to spend the past couple days here. And now the excitement has reached its peak. Well, maybe not its peak yet. Hopefully the excitement only continues to grow throughout the tournament. But the anticipation of this tournament starting has passed and we're finally in it. And it's been so much fun so far.
And if you're watching on YouTube, you can download the MeWatch app and watch this maybe ad-free potentially on your smartphone or on your smart TV. And if you're watching on MeWatch, you could also watch on YouTube. I don't know what the ideal setup is. I'm thinking if I was at home, I'd just be vegetating on the couch. I'd have 3 different screens, 3 different games, and I'd alternate between the commentators. We have Jesse Matthews and Nitya Chugti on board 3 as Aura coming down. The decision by Cameron to inhibit that N just in case there's something he was missing. Keep SON to go out next turn. That is a winning play among many.
Yeah.
And board 1, Matt Canick and Robin Pollock Daniel, and Josh Silk and Chloe Fatz is here on board 2.
Yeah. This play Aura allowing high scoring plays hooking Kiddier like Frit, which Not a Pot will be able to play, but that said, it will not be enough. Cameron will still be able to score plenty of points with these 3 letters he's kept. And as we've been mentioning, really the most important thing in most endgames that you'll see in Scrabble is just keeping an outplay. So you want to go out in 2 turns. If you can't go out in 1 turn, of course, you want to ensure that you keep a play in multiple spots where you'll be able to use all your remaining tiles before your opponent does. That way you can end the game. It's the easiest way to approach an end game. It's okay, how do I go out into? How do I go into? And most games you'll be asking yourself that.
Yeah. Definitely what you need to do in Scrabble endgames, and all 4 games have been close in the endgame for these first games of the day, and that's not as common as you might think if you're just watching us the whole time. But it's been very entertaining to have all these close games. But I think it's settling in the unfortunate truth that this is a game over. Not a Pot has spotted Frit for 42. That'll
best
bring
point.
him to exactly 438 to Cameron's 438, but Cameron gets the last word. He's going to get points from Not a Pot's remaining tiles, and that'll be it for this one. We see the play of Aura, have some comments of, Cameron doing some Aura farming. We have multiple generations watching, and I guess something would be very nice to see is a final play of Finito. Not a Pot that will fit through the N of
very nice.
ionomers. It is not the best play. It's a lot worse than Frit, but I love that word.
Yeah,
I
that would be
played
so
it
fun.
once, and it was my final play, and it was just like, well, that's fitting.
it.
Yeah.
That is finito. So looks like we have a maybe score check or something. The players have paused their clocks. So Not a Pot probably just making sure that he has the scores exactly right, that he knows that he's not winning this game. Though even after Frit, I think it'll still end up being roughly a 30-point loss for Not a Pot. So not a very close game. Once everything shakes out here.
You don't think 30 points is close?
Well, for the I've
Oh, I got you there. Yeah, so Frit going down with Kiddier. We might even see. I don't think we ever saw Cameron line up a Kiddier play, but I'm pretty sure he knows this is valid.
Yeah, I guess if he challenges, did Not a Pot leave himself with any outplay?
Okay, good.
I guess no, he won't miss his turn
This
anyway.
is challenged.
Okay, so I forgot
Is
5 points for
25?
a second.
Is 25 close?
Josh knows how to rage bait me.
And LOL being the final tiles on the rack. So all this is going to do is going to give Not a Pot 5 more points. He's going to have one more taste of being in the lead, 443 to 438. But as long as Cameron doesn't play a phony word, this will be his game.
So yeah, I guess there's a world in which that Frit hook was more important in this game if Cameron wasn't sure of it or didn't know it, maybe didn't see it, maybe didn't think of it, maybe thought it was phony. It could have come into play if he had, maybe that's why he didn't play Viral on that turn. Maybe that's why he went with Vitex instead. In the case of Patagia coming down, that would have been a game-changing miss.
That's right. So all said and done, Final score 465 to 443 in Cameron Farlow's favor. A good win for him. And let's listen to the overhead mic to see there's some interesting chatter post game.
I had to go for a bingo
Yeah, you have something there to win.
because I was too far behind. I think.
Pardon?
I think I was too far behind.
Yeah, I think you need to win there. Yeah.
เปเตอร์นี่พลาดบิงโกปะมีปะไอเทิร์นที่ถือเคอะพลาดปะไม่น่าพลาดที่แค่มีอ๋อมีแลกเลยนะ A A T I T แบงบวกอะไรอ่ะ A A A T I T แบงบวก N ได้เหรอพานาเจียบนพานาเจียรู้จักปะ P A ว่ะ
Whoa.
Oh shit, I missed the bingo. Yeah, actually, I deserve to lose this game. Patagia.
Pardon?
Patagia.
Oh.
P-A-T-A-G-A. Yeah.
Okay, so
No,
for
fine.
those unaware,
Okay.
for those unaware, we have our annotators in from the Bangkok Scrabble Association, and our annotator on site has brought it upon himself to tell Nemo what he missed there. That's not something we necessarily condone. Tell someone how they messed up the game immediately after, but they must be friends, you know.
yeah.
That happens.
That-
That happens.
That reaction from Nandapot that I deserve to lose, that's so relatable. At this top level especially, expert players are really responsible. I think there's a sense of if you mess up, you have to pay the consequences for that. There's no one else to blame but yourself. That's something I love about Scrabble. It's you have to be the best version of yourself. You have to be on all the time. Obviously we know that Nandapop made some great plays this game. It was just one word, especially with the blank. Sometimes it's really hard to find bingos with the blank. But that reaction, yeah, I find so relatable, and yeah, it's nice to see that other people react similarly to their misses.
And I'm hearing that maybe it was actually Nemo who asked, "Did I miss something?" Maybe it was prompted, but yeah,
Yeah.
we're a little bit sensitive to that. It's like sometimes I'll play a game on stream and then I just have texts like, "Oh, look what you missed. Oh, do you want to know more?" It's like, come on, Matt Canick, I'm calling you out. Anyways, I need a
Matt
point.
on
I need a
the
point a
game.
little bit better. So, anyways, after 4 rounds, we have, of course, a very, very tight race at the top. The standings don't really matter that much right now, but later in the tournament, we will be showing those to you. While we wait for round 5, we're going to take a short break, as is the case, and refresh a little bit. And we'll be back in just a few minutes with the 5th round of play, Chloe.
Yeah, I can't wait. See y'all soon.
Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge, Board 2. I'm going to keep calling ourselves Board 2. It is Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. Chloe, how has it been so far?
It's been so much fun. We've been so lucky to have 4 close games, 4 exciting games, 4 games that were really back and forth, lots of bingos exchanged between players. Some really good variety, no blowouts yet. Knock on wood. It's always fun to commentate games that are back and forth, that are up in the air until the end. Makes our job more interesting as commentators. Provides better content for all of you all out there watching. So we're excited for this next matchup we got. We've got Cameron again, Cameron Farlow, who we just saw, versus Thompson Law of Hong Kong. So very excited for this one. Should be a great game.
Absolutely. Let us know where you're watching from. If anyone's in Hong Kong cheering on Thompson, he's doing great in the tournament so far. Of course, anything can happen. This is round 5 of 36. So these games pretty unimportant, but starting off strong is always good. Cameron, I think, is 4-0. I'm pretty sure Thompson is either 3-1 or 4-0. They've sat down at the board. They're getting ready to start. If they are there, we could cut to the board and
Perfect.
see them get things started. Of course, before every round, the board is not empty.
A vigorous shaker from Thompson. He's getting those letters all mixed up.
Nice. Yeah, very good.
Good
very
strategy.
Oh, Cameron was like, oh, wait, I'm first. Oops.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a little bit of confusion there, but I'm pretty sure all the pairings say that Cameron is first and first player starts on the left. What I was going to say is the tiles don't just magically make it into the bag. Before every game, tiles are what we call squared, and usually in 5x5 squares on each corner of the board. That ensures that there are no tiles missing, that no tiles are being palmed by either player prior to the game. So it's a good anti-cheating tactic. And yeah, that's just another thing about Scrabble you might not have known. So it actually looks like Thompson is first somehow. I don't know how we got that wrong on our end. That's interesting, but
interesting.
okay. Well,
So Thompson drawing. Oh, maybe they were mistaken. But now that they've started, I wonder, is there no going back? Clocks are paused.
yeah. Yeah, it's weird. If somebody, I mean, we could see the pairings here and thought that it said that that Cameron was going. No, okay, he is going second. That's very bizarre. So,
I think-
normally player on the left is the one that goes first.
So they're sitting in the wrong spots, I think is what maybe they're being told right now. I wonder if Thompson will keep his tiles on the switch spots or what's going on here. Well, we're waiting.
never seen this before.
Okay, we're moving the drawn tiles to the other side of the board. Gotta follow our procedures here. But yeah, once those tiles are drawn, I don't think I've ever seen it where once a game has started, the tiles have been returned for the player to start over again.
Yeah, and of course we have to now reverse the names. That's being done very quick. Look at that. Look at that typing
Nice.
speed.
Now maybe 5 seconds on Thompson's clock. That could be important that he's gotten back.
Yeah, no, they just reset the clock.
Yeah.
Which makes perfect sense. All right, well, here we go. A little slow start there. AINOTUW is the opening rack. For Thompson, I'd be looking to try and double that W. First thing that comes to mind is maybe Whiten, W-I-T-A-N, but maybe you play 6 tiles here, Chloe?
Yeah, I feel like outwin looks pretty good. Get rid of the U and the W at once. Not super easy to do that. There's also unwit, but I think getting rid of the extra vowel with the O is definitely worth it here. Also 2 extra points. So outwin looks great to me. And I would probably play that with the I on the star.
Yeah, the OU combination you'd be keeping after Whiten for 24, which is the highest scoring play. Probably not good enough. That's a decent combination. You see it in some words like outwards, but because we have outwin here, we might as well just play it here and tell our opponent that we're going to beat them.
Yeah, I guess maybe he's looking briefly at an exchange of some sort, WU. But if you have a play with WU and you can score 20 points with it, I think that's the clear move, which Thompson has set up. I think he'll go with this pretty quickly. It just really stands out above all the other options. And yeah, playing it in the spot. We were talking earlier about how you don't want to put vowels next to the colored squares in Scrabble. So on the first turn, you want to put consonants next to those double letter score squares as much as possible when you can. So that's why this positioning looks really good to me.
Yeah, an outwin will take an S, but also takes a D hook. What's very interesting here is if Thompson had decided to exchange, which I don't think would have been close to the right play, it would not have allowed Cameron to play a bingo here. So deal bait and dateable are the words through the T, and there's one more bingo playable for Cameron. That's pretty cool. But I think we're gonna see deal bait. Cameron's word knowledge is pretty stellar. He's seen dateable, and once he sees dateable, he's like, oh, there's an anagram here. And he sees it. He sees deal bait. That's his highest score, 71 points.
Yeah. And Thompson will come back with a bingo of his own after deal bait. He's got a few through that N of outwin, if not anything else.
Yeah, that's right. So the best bingo here for Thompson would be through the O of outwin. Kind of a tough find. Isographed will fit for 74, but something like strafing, raftings, ingrafts, those are the three through the N. Those are 66 and much better than nothing. We'll see what Thompson comes up with. He's had a very nice start to this tournament. He's an up-and-coming player. We're actually seeing deal bait challenge.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so that'll be a +5 for Cameron on this play.
So 76 instead of 71. So that's got to feel good. And other than that, we're just going to see bingo come back. So it's going to be another close game to start things off. I wonder if isograph's going to be found. Like, I'm pretty sure Thompson knows the word.
Yeah, I think he'll find it.
It's a tough find.
Yeah, not easy starting with an I.
So, yeah, it's very interesting. I wanted to just talk a little bit more about the play of deal bait. So we saw Cameron, the first thing he saw was dateable. And that was the reason he found this word. He didn't find it by pure anagram. He found it by finding the anagram of the word deal bait. And that's a very common way that people have of finding words. And you know what would be really funny? We see strafing and then would strafed play after that.
Okay.
That's a great draw,
Wow.
Cameron Farlow. So isographed coming down.
Nice.
Is that going to allow a double from the A, I wonder? Close to like abforats or something. Probably not,
I
but
don't see it.
Cameron's certain to respond with a bingo of his own
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, he can bingo from that I of outwin though, hitting the triple. I think that's his best bingo for 86 points. There's one bingo starting with I. Oh, and we have another challenge. So trading 5 points.
Again, for those newer to competitive Scrabble, the 5-point challenge rule means if you're unsure of a word, you challenge it. And if you're wrong, if your opponent played a valid word, that's 5 points for each word that they played that you challenge. So it's not a huge deal to just check something you're unsure of. So that's why we're seeing these challenges. I bet both of these guys were pretty certain that isographed and deal bait were words, but not certain enough. And so are we going to see in drafts from the I? Are we going to see strafed with deal baits? Many nice options here.
There's also that outwind hook that you, or outwind maybe hook that you mentioned earlier could come into play on this turn. Bingo's hooking there.
Oh wait, does deal bait not take an S?
Yeah, I don't think it does.
Whoa. Maybe I should be pronouncing it dialbit. Dialbit. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, that's a very obscure word, meaning bleached. I'm sure you guys saw that on the screen, but we missed it here in the booth. So, okay, that could be a huge problem if one of these guys, most likely Thompson, is unsure whether deal bait takes a hook or not.
Okay, so Cameron finds his best bingo of in drafts. That'll be 86. And Thompson with a really odd draw, really high scoring draw here, the Q, Z, K all at once. So I bet he'll be able to score decently well on this next turn after Cameron's bingo of in drafts.
Yeah, that's a crazy draw. At the very least, QIS without wins is very strong here. but it's sometimes just so much to work with that you're a little bit overwhelmed by such a rack. But
Mm-hmm.
I think after in drafts, doesn't feel like anything big has changed for a rack like this.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see if QIS comes down or if instead we see something like Smake through the A of deal bait, SMAIK. I can't really see why that would be a superior option. You have 42 points for the Q, you might as well just take it.
Yeah.
QIS and out wins.
Yeah, with 2 S's on his rack as well, it's really not a big concern to be playing the S, especially when it scores 42 points anyway. So many points, you take those points. Keep the Z, really strong tile. And it's not a bad board for the Z either. There's a lot of A's and E's to hook on to. So I
Look
think
at this draw. Oh,
what?
Jay coming in
Okay.
there. That was a good draw still for Cameron Farlow. And he's not going to have a bingo yet, but with the combination of DRT and the E, he's very likely to get something, especially on a board so open. So QIS coming down for Thompson. Scores are updated 141 to 162. Will we see just JO being played off, maybe with Jor through the R of isographed, or are we going to see a higher score? JA fits nicely above the A and the L of deal bait for
Mhm.
31. That's probably worth it
I
here,
think,
right?
yeah, I think you take the 5 extra points. The O, not as good as the A. So if you're comparing JA versus Jot or something to the T of in drafts, you might prefer the leave of Jot, keeping trade ADERNT on your rack. But the O, not necessarily 5 points worse than the A. So I think it makes sense to take the extra points. Score 31, play JA, keep a still very strong leave of DEORT.
It is surprising though that that the trade leave is so much stronger than the trode leave.
Is it really that much? How much?
According to the engine, it is around 5 or 6 points
okay.
better to keep that A, but it's a very, very close call here. So I think JA for 31 makes the most sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, something like Jor or Jot also makes sense. And I guess the target here, even though this board is so open, the target is that S in drafts. If you can get a bingo starting or ending with S, you're going to be in fantastic position if you're Cameron. So we'll see what he draws. JA coming down for 31. And again, very good time usage from Cameron. I'm very much appreciating the time he's taking on these turns. Some of them have been pretty simple, but he's making quick decisions. Toreador
Oh, yeah.
blocked by his play of JA, but red roots is a word I think,
yes.
and that's gonna
That'll work.
fit with in drafts, despite the duplicated draw.
Yeah, and
2 R's, 2 O's.
I don't see anything that would have Thompson blocking that S of in drafts on this turn. He has a few decent options for scoring with the Z. So most likely that'll come down next turn for Cameron. Looks like Thompson is considering MM underneath Dialbait, so he would make EM and Jam. Sets up some counter plays for sure, but keeping the S and the E, there's a high chance that Thompson himself could take advantage of that spot, making EME and jams and hitting that triple word score there on the left side after the play of MM.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool play because the board is so open. Opening a spot such as that underneath the MM under the EA of deal bait isn't that huge of a deal. If you're able to use that spot with your high scoring tiles, suddenly you might even take the lead. There's a really cool option available through the disconnected A and R, the A of isographed, the R of in drafts. And that is Mamzer for 38 points. That's a pretty cool one. That is the engine's favorite choice. There's also a possibility of just scoring with Zerk.
Oh, he's going.
He's putting the S. Oh, we see the reaction from Cameron.
Oh,
Is he gonna hold this?
He doesn't seem to. The head in the hands is giving me. He's not sure.
Okay, it's on hold for sure.
It's especially interesting because we had Dialbait challenged already. So already we have confirmation that this is a word. So it's even harder now to know does this take an S? You might be more inclined to think, oh, if dialbate is a word, it must take an S. Both Josh and I had no idea. But wow, great move on Cameron's part. Looks like he's challenging. And this is a huge swing, I would say.
Yeah, so I didn't really think this was gonna come up because the S hook was so obscured by in drafts, but unfortunately, this would be a great play if DL baits were valid, score well over 50 points, but unfortunately, this is gonna come off. This is a huge swing in Cameron Farlow's favor, and good job on him playing the word, knowing that it doesn't take an S hook, challenging it off. That's huge. And Red Roots is gonna come down, and suddenly things are not looking so hot for Thompson Law. So here it is.
Here comes Red Roots, 80 points for Cameron. So now he'll be up 130 or so. It's a huge lead. And Thompson with that same rack to deal with here. Yeah, I think I might still. Oh, well, yes, giving Zit now. So I guess playing Red Roots, you assume maybe there's a chance Thompson has a leather that worked there to make this Z-bomb, but even so, still worth playing the bingo for sure.
Yeah, there's really no decision to be made there, despite this hotspot being opened up. 65 points is less than 80.
Yeah. Oof, and not a nice draw at all for Cameron. I guess he'll be able to get out of it somewhat with Iwi, IWI.
Yeah, where does that play?
It plays underneath Dialbait, making DI, EW, and JAI. Does give back some counterplays, of course. That would hit that triple. So if he wants, he could play it elsewhere, maybe making QI instead.
Yeah, so Iwi underneath the DEA is a lot higher scoring. It's 32 points. You could score 23, sacrifice 9 points to play it under the QI. That has some disadvantages as well. So I think you just take the points.
I agree.
But it will give back. Oh, close to giving back Kvass. No, not quite. We'll give back the Kiwi hook, and KAMME maybe or KVAS will be possible in response for Thompson. And with the knowledge that Cameron has, suddenly it's not so clear. He knows that Thompson has that K, the only hook to IWI. Is that going to force him to take the 9-point sacrifice? It's very interesting, actually.
Yeah, even without the K, I mean, Thompson has multiple good plays there. He might even just do AMES, though the leave is significantly worse. But I think it looks like he's gonna go with Iwi anyway. Take the risk. There's not so many words that start with K. It's not the most dangerous letter in general. It'll be high scoring, but I think it's still worth it to take the extra 9 points here.
I think so. It's definitely a risk. I think you just have to work on your own stuff, take the points, and hope you're not going to get hit so hard.
And yeah, now this play of okay, he plays Cam. I think he could have gone 2 letters longer if he'd seen the 5-letter word KAMME. That would have been really nice for Thompson for an extra 12 points and getting rid of that M. Usually when you're keeping a high scoring tile like the V, the M is a letter that's really holding back from using that letter effectively. You can deal with one clunky letter like the V, but then it becomes even worse when paired with a tile like the M.
Absolutely. So we see that blank draw, all important final blank of the game. So this is looking fantastic for Cameron. He's got a number of playable bingos now. I think KMME, of course, was the better play, but that wouldn't have stopped what's coming next. So toe piece might be what Cameron has spotted. That plays to the E of Red Roots. It's definitely dangerous opening that triple lane on the top. That is his highest score, though, 76 points. I feel like playing instead the really obscure Pericope through the R of Indraps might be a little bit better, safer, but that's a tough one, making the blank a second P.
Yeah, that's a tough find for sure. But I expect Cam to take some time here to look for better options than toe piece, just because opening up that triple word score in the top middle of the board, if you play the T right underneath it, that gives back a lot of points. Like you were saying, often it sets up a dangerous lane. I think Cameron will want to avoid that sort of risk by really thinking this through and looking for his best bingo.
Yeah, that second V drawn for Thompson, not looking good.
Not at all what he wanted here. Now he'll be forced to play at least one of those off for sure this next turn.
So Cameron's just going to take the points. It looks like he's
Yeah.
about to commit toe piece. It's certainly a risk, but you're already up 61. You're going to be up 150. So it's going to take a lot regardless for Thompson to come back. And
Yeah.
opening this spot, you're basically forcing Thompson to address it. Even if he doesn't have a good play there, he can't afford to leave the big triple spot open above that blank T of toe piece.
Yeah. Now Thompson will be able to respond with something like Meave or Meaves, M-E-V-E or M-E-V-E-S, making S-T. Meaves scoring the most with 42. But maybe there's some value in keeping the S here at this big deficit. I think he needs to take the points, though. I don't think keeping the S is worth it for a 12-point sacrifice.
Yeah, I think given the score right now, it's just so difficult to imagine winning. I think you have to just take 42 and hope for the best going forward. Even after Meaves, Thompson will be down 100 points and it'll be Cameron's turn. So we'll see what he decides. You could just also play Vovs just to get rid of both Vs. That score is 33. That's a 9-point sacrifice over Meaves, but the second worst tile in Scrabble. So it's understandable Thompson makes this decision. I just think he's at such a deficit that he needs to take as many points as he can, but Vov's coming down here.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense as well. But I agree, the points are necessary. Cameron really close to and haloed through that A of in drafts, but it doesn't quite fit. So he won't be able to bingo here, but he'll still be able to score decently well, I think. There's some interesting plays, kind of hard to spot though, that maybe Cameron will come up with.
Yeah, he's in the driver's seat here and he's drawn very nicely. He's drawn a nice balance of consonants and vowels with that high scoring H. It's really seeming difficult now to imagine Thompson coming back in this game. That loss of a turn can sometimes cost so dearly, especially at the highest levels of play. So the high scoring play here, 33 points, playing through the disconnected E and T on the top of the board, forming the hook on Zo, D, Z, O, hinted, 33 points. That might be the best play. It's definitely not necessary to find that play.
Not at all. Yeah, I know Cameron had Hondel set up on his rack for a second. That would play on top of the I and S of isographed. It's a nice play to just get rid of a bunch of letters, block one of the lanes on the board. There's this sevens lane that he would be addressing there on that row. There are many comparable options. Basically, anything that scores decently and or blocks one of the lanes on the board is going to be a good play for Cameron. Like you said, he's in the driver's seat. So, he's up a little over 100. He's up 104. And we'll just continue to hopefully pad that lead a bit.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's about to make this play of DOH, D-O-H. I feel like it doesn't make that much sense to do that.
I
It
agree.
feels like you're giving a little bit too much back in terms of winning chances by not addressing that part of the board on the top left, not scoring as much as you could score otherwise, and keeping letters that are sort of tough to deal with. But
Yeah.
no, I think is a better
No is a better
option.
version. Yeah.
Because the
Just
D is going to allow you to score well.
Yeah, the D is a little more flexible when paired with the L. That LN combination, even though both letters on their own are pretty good, together they really don't work nicely. So NOH is an improvement over DOH. I still think I would have done something more proactive at dealing with one of the threats on the board or trying to score a few more points because there were a couple more high scoring options available. But luckily for Cameron, Thompson doesn't have any bingos available or really any great options, honestly.
Yeah, this is looking really, really tough. You want to get rid of that U, but you don't really have a way to do that without scoring poorly. The highest score here is 29 MEE.
And that looks terrible.
Yeah, that is just awful.
Yeah, it would play beneath in drafts, making AM, FE, and ZITE, but that blocks some of the only 8 lanes on the board, lanes where you can play an 8-letter word through one of those letters in drafts. Those are going to be really important lanes for Thompson as he tries to come back. So it's completely counterproductive and exactly not what he wants to do to close off some of those lanes and play off 2 of his E's, keep a really unpromising leave of CO, U, and T. I don't think that's what they'll want to do here.
Yeah, I feel like something like Eku
Yeah,
instead,
Or Emu. Yeah.
making Kame. The problem with that though is that you're blocking a very nice lane as well. The lane next to the M of KM
And
going
there's no S.
downwards is really important actually
Yeah.
at this score line. So it doesn't look like there's anything good here
Yeah.
for Thompson, but yeah, you have to do something. You know,
Right.
you have to hope for the best. There are still lanes everywhere on this board. They can't all be blocked at once. But yeah, it really
Yeah.
sucks here.
Yeah, especially with no S's left, no blanks left. Playing Emu or Eku, he can't even pluralize that to make a word. I mean, not that would be the best spot anyway with only 6 spaces, but it's like he's not leaving anything to do in that region of the board after this play of Eku. For now, it can be reopened, but bag is dwindling, tiles are dwindling. We still have a good amount of game left, but I imagine that Cameron will be trying to get this game over with if he can. And further secure this board, making it harder and harder for Thompson to open.
Yeah, so according to my engine, to my computer, you're supposed to just play MEE and hope for the best, hope for another E draw, maybe an out bingo could happen. I mean, we're dealing with extremely fine margins here. The chance of Thompson winning this game is so low at this point in time. But yeah, I bet at this point you're just desperate. You need to do something. And scoring points at a deficit of over 100 points is usually what you want to do. But Emu coming down, I think that's what is going to be committed. That's a 21-point play, a very strong play. Unfortunately, strong plays when you're down 120 don't really matter that much.
Yeah. And now I really like if Cameron sees it playing in the same spot where he was thinking of Hondol earlier, the word Teledu, Teledu, would take care of that 7s lane we were talking about really nicely. So I think doing something proactive on this turn about closing down the board a bit would be really good for Cameron now that this board is already starting to look pretty bad for bingoing.
Yeah, and we might see that. We might see the play of fold from the F of in drafts. I feel like so much of these roads lead to Rome here for Cameron, and so early in the tournament, not only do you want to win your games, you want to win them by as much as possible, and at a margin of over 100 points. It's so hard to imagine losing, and sometimes players will give up chances to win the game, very small chances, just in order to try and up their margin of victory. So L coming down, that's another play that's pretty strong. 22 points, it keeps the balance. That's a very important thing to do when you're up by a lot. Keep vowels, keep consonants every single turn in order to not draw disaster racks that allow your opponent back in the game.
Yeah. Now Thompson might want to do something himself from that F of in drafts. You could do footle maybe, Footle. He doesn't really have any great options. Once again, this is not a rack that is really conducive to any sort of good scoring plays or plays that open the board really effectively. But footle would at least open up some more space in this bottom half of the board.
Yeah, at a margin like this, where you keep talking about the margin of between the two players, we see 298 to 428. You need 2 bingos. You need 2 scores of 70 plus to even have a chance back in the game. And even then, that's only 140. Being down 130 means you might even not make it. You might not even make it. We saw a game earlier where a 140-point play was not enough to get back into the game at a deficit such as this one. So it's really hard to imagine winning here. there isn't even really anything you can do that's desperation-like. You
Right.
might think with the play of ELL, maybe that was Cameron's only vowel. So maybe you want to float a consonant out in a very dangerous spot and hope that Cameron has all consonants, but there isn't a play like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, Footle seems as good as anything. Play omelet through the M of emu.
Sure.
Those are both
Doesn't
20
look-
points. Like none of these
omelet
plays are
looks pretty
good.
bad. Yeah, it's just nothing promising for Thompson. And yeah, like you said, there's not even a way to introduce a lot of volatility on this board. It's a kind of tough board to open.
Yeah, so what you're looking to do in a position like this is really just throw some punches, throw something out there and hope that it sticks, hope that Cameron can't do anything. He has the worst tiles imaginable. But sort of the meta game is probably telling me that Cameron knows how to deal with a lead like this, and he's not going to be playing ELL with only an E as a vowel. And you really should just do something. But I would be frozen here. There's just nothing good. I have no idea what I would do. It's just awful.
Yeah.
So T is 25 points underneath the AFT of in drafts. LEE in the same spot is also available. Both of those plays are reasonable. So we jinxed it, didn't we?
I guess LEE still leaves a Lee open, so maybe still leaves a little bit of that part of the board open for bingos through the R. But it's gonna be tough.
Yeah. We're just saying, like every game, we're like, oh, this is great. Close game, close
Yeah,
game.
this
close game,
one-
close game.
You know, they're bound to happen a blow. I mean, honestly, this one it got off to a great start. I think it was that Dialbait hook turn that was with a big swing in this game, and then Cameron drawing the second blank for toe piece. Just those, was it 3 bingos in a row he had in drafts? Did it have been 4 in a row?
No.
No. Oh right.
No,
We
there
had we had some turns in between. But yes, it was just too many bingos for Thompson to be able to deal with.
All right, now over back to Cameron. Both players have a ton of time left. He has that X, but he could play X for 38 underneath the RA of Isograph. That's about it. And that leaves terrible tiles, D and NTU. So he might elect to do something different. You could just drop the X for 25 points under the A of Vovs. That actually looks
Yeah,
great because it handles that lane we were talking
Yeah,
about.
you
Chloe.
could do that. You could do Dux, DUX from the D of in drafts and deal with the D that's floating in space. Either of those look very reasonable to me.
Yeah, I would definitely keep the E here just for insurance. It's such a good tile to keep at this stage of the game. So yeah, Ducks or Axe. Axe is such a weird looking play. Just
Yeah.
dropping the X and it actually just acts super defensively. But X highest score 38, hard to say no to that. I'm just a little concerned. Let's say 2 constants are drawn and something happens and Cameron can't really deal with what's opened. But again, these are tiny, tiny fine margins.
And now is the turn when maybe Thompson can do something kind of out there. He could play Moloch, MOLOCH, opening up a triple at the bottom left. I think Cameron will be able to deal with it, but there's a world in which he has no letter that goes that makes words through the H there. So it's an option.
Yeah, that's a great option. That's a great idea. The C in that word Moloch prevents plays overlapping that block that triple. So you basically have to have a play through the H to handle the threat. Obviously, I mean, why not? You just try something here. I love that idea by you. See if he spots that. Otherwise, LOCHE is 30 points blocking the board on the top of the IS of Isograph. This game's pretty much over.
Yeah.
So while we're waiting for Thompson to make a move, once again wanted to shout out the efforts of Michael Tang to revive the Causeway Challenge originally on the Causeway. I think in Malaysia, I think was the original location of this tournament. But Bangkok, I heard the most visited city in the world.
Really?
is a great location for a tournament such as this. There are over 100 players from Thailand, many different provinces. There are, I think, over 30 players from India, bunch of players from Singapore, from Kuala Lumpur, from Pakistan. There's representation from 30 countries, over 400 players, never before seen 3-stream setup here. We're doing our best, and it's amazing. We have 6 fantastic commentators that have been flown out to cover these games. I guess I should be more humble, shouldn't I?
Well, I was gonna do the opposite. I was gonna say obviously we're everyone's favorites, but so sure.
Yeah, you're definitely at least 2 people's favorite. Shout out to the parents out there.
Right,
that
right,
are-
right.
My parents are probably not watching though.
I think mine are probably asleep as well, so maybe we have no favorites.
So this is round 5 of 10. This will take us midway through the first day
Huh.
of the event. What's that?
Nothing.
And we have people watching on the MeWatch app. Definitely recommend downloading that app for free television on your smartphone, on your smart TV. We have people watching on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. I'm sure we're getting tons of likes and subscribes on that side of things. Where are you watching from? How's it going? How are you feeling about these games? Anything crazy happening? There are 10 games being annotated every single round. We've already seen a crazy Nigel Richards play of Uriah Fayed through an IO on the board.
Wish we could have seen that one on stream, but we'll have to deal with seeing it annotated, which we're lucky enough to have at this tournament, like you've been mentioning. So cool to have, what is it, the top 10 boards are being annotated here. Thanks so much to the staff that we have here doing that. The efforts of the annotators, of everyone that has put effort into making this event possible and putting it on such a high level.
Definitely. And for those that are new,
I don't think this is a
yeah,
word.
this isn't a word. It's being committed, and is it being held? We see the similar hand on head situation. No, it's not being held.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
I think this one's getting through. So anyways, for those that are new to Scrabble, if you didn't know, Scrabble is huge, especially in Thailand, in India, in Pakistan. The youth of all of these countries play it at school, and many of those go on to play competitively. There are tournaments very, very often in many different parts of Southeast Asia, South Asia, and I guess Mid Asia. How do we call the Pakistani region? We have
Southeast
representation.
Asia.
Yeah, we have representation from Nigeria, of course, the Scrabble powerhouse of the world. A bunch of people coming from the United States, Canada, my home country. We have a very
Lucky.
strong player in Dean Saldana, who's representing us, but hopefully
Really,
in the
just
next
him?
edition. No, we have
Oh,
others, but he's the only one in the top division.
Okay.
Hopefully in the next edition we'll have some better representation from Canada.
This phony was a common misspelling of my name, so I understand the confusion from Tom's.
Very nice. Shout out to Coley Fatsis.
Yes, it was
Coley
how kind
Fastis.
of Thompson to recognize me.
Yeah. The valid word in this is loche, L-O-C-H-E. We were talking about that play. Yeah, commonly misunderstood word, I guess, and misunderstood person.
What are you trying to say?
I don't know. Understand. So over to Cameron now. He's in the lead by 116 points. He can't lose this game. And he's thinking about playing nut. I wonder where that play is being made.
Oh,
Okay,
just-
this is sensible.
Okay, he's blocking the D of indrafts, not letting anything happen. I guess this will open the door for Thompson to reopen the board. He can make a play now like YAR underneath nut, and open some lanes in this bottom half of the board finally. But it is going to be too little too late. Even if he gets a bingo down at some point, there's not enough tiles in the bag for him to get a second bingo down.
That's right. Yeah, that double wide draw, not gonna do it, but the game is already foregone. Thompson's just gonna try and lose by as little as possible. As we see Nigel Richards, Sammy Okasaga, two of the legends of Scrabble, walk by. I mean, and there's Dave Wiegand. It's like every single player in this room is just like the best of the
Yeah.
best, the cream of the crop.
It's too good. We're so spoiled.
Spoiled for choice here, indeed. So, Thompson, 7 minutes left. Can score in the 20s here if he wants to. Can underlap QIS. Maybe you play Yin. There's 6 tiles in the bag, so maybe playing 4 is ideal here. Maybe playing 5, leaving a tile or 2 in the bag, trying to give yourself as much advantage as possible going into the end game. But yeah, both of these guys know it's over. And for those that are maybe familiar with chess as a mind sport rather than Scrabble, one of the biggest differences between Scrabble and chess is resigning. Chess, when you know you've lost, you're supposed to resign the game and say, all right, I concede. But in Scrabble, it's important to finish the game because not only do your wins count, but the tiebreaker between those games is how much you won or lost by over all of the games in your tournament. So right now, there are many players that have 4 wins, many that have 3, many that have 2, and many that have 1. We won't talk about those that have none, actually. But basically, the point being, between those players, how we decide who is leading, we check how much they have won or lost by, the total margin of victory or defeat that we call spread, and that decides what position these players are in. And it becomes very important near the end of the tournament to have won your games or lost your games by not that much and won your games by a lot, because that'll place you higher than your competition.
Yeah.
We see the play of any.
Yeah.
Cool little fit there.
Like I would have gone with Oni, but at this point, there's no need to split hairs.
Yeah, I don't even know what you could even go for
Yeah.
here.
If you're not opening the board, there's nothing to go for. So I think this is basically throwing in the towel.
And the OU draw.
Yeah, I
Hate
mean,
to see
sure,
that.
not what he wanted there either.
So this brings Thompson to 372, a respectable score, but Cameron already at 474. He's hoping, he's longing for an eye on the board. I feel like, do you think that, like, I think the players that are on stream tend to show what they're thinking about a little bit more? I feel like,
Mhm. I think yes. When I'm on stream, I feel like I'm wanting the audience to know, oh, I can't believe this. Oh, I can't believe I know I'm missing a word here. Please don't judge me. Things like that. You know, you want the audience to know that you are recognizing your situation, maybe of a mistake that you've made, that sort of thing. So I do feel like I show a bit more emotion, a bit more of what I'm thinking when I'm playing on stream. I don't know about you.
yeah, I think so. No, definitely me.
Yeah,
I'm a performer at
Yes.
heart. But Cameron is not a stranger to the live streams. I haven't seen Thompson stream before. I'm sure he's been streamed a few times. But yeah, we do see that, which is a nice feature. Some players are a little bit more selfish.
Yeah.
They don't show us what
Right.
they're
But
thinking.
then you have the players who take it so far that they even write a note to show on the stream in their camera rack.
Oh yeah, who does that?
And I feel like I've seen people do that.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah.
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 So
That was a whoosh.
this is interesting. Why not just play bag here underneath the NU of nut? I feel like at this point in time, Cameron's going to be looking at the unseen tiles and
yeah.
feeling like, well, I don't think.
Maybe he just wants to
Thompson
not
doesn't
think
have
about it
anything.
at all. Oh, he's gonna play batted.
Yeah, this is very sensible. You could draw one of those eyes and
True,
maybe
true.
threaten something if Thompson isn't careful. All right. Yeah, I mean anything. Anything is fine here. It's a decent play. It leaves one tile in the bag, which is nicely important at some situations. In some situations. In this situation, it's important for the margin of victory. Nothing else. Engraving was drawn.
Nice find. Won't play currently.
Yeah, with one tile in the bag now, Thompson's gonna think about should I try to block something? Should I just try to go out as soon as possible? He's looking at Roin, which plays underneath the QI of QIS. It's a nice 23 points. Or 22 points, pardon me. Don't really know what the best play is here. But with 10 rounds per day, at some point you probably just want to reduce your energy consumption.
Yeah, it's a lot of Scrabble to play in one day, and Scrabble's really tiring. I think if you've never played the Scrabble tournament before, you might not realize how exhausting it is to play game after game, and especially, like all of this mental energy counts. If you're trying to figure out an end game of round 5 of the tournament when you've already lost or you've already won pretty decidedly, oftentimes you're just better off saving the energy, having a few more minutes between rounds to catch your breath, drink some water, walk around a bit, blow off some steam if you've lost maybe, and come back a little more refreshed for the next game.
Yeah, so Ruin maybe slightly worse in this position for Thompson, keeping those 2 O's, pretty much guaranteeing that he won't be going out next turn. But yeah, this is a really awful position. I wish for him to get off of it
Yeah.
ASAP, but
Put yourself out of this misery,
what can you
Thompson.
do? 4 minutes left. He's been doing great in the event. This is just one game. The worst thing that can happen in one game is that you lose the game. So he's got to hold his head high and just continue onward. This Cameron can already start working on this end game on Thompson's time.
True.
Start thinking about, do I have sequences that allow me to go out in 2? I think he's already spotted Gape, which would set up Gaper and Ring
Oh,
next
nice.
turn. And after Noir,
Okay.
is
Sure.
that going to allow a second outplay? I wonder. Yeah, you might have to reverse the order of plays.
Can even just do like grain and QIN now
Yeah, you could do that. And
at some point.
where are you going out? There's only one spot though. Yeah. Anyways, with 5
Okay.
minutes left, I wonder how long Cameron's gonna take. He plays really quickly, it seems, in a lot of situations, but he's right to use as much time as he needs here. All of the games are being played at the same time. They all end within, I guess, 30 minutes of each other, each round. But I wonder what the best play is here. It is grain. I wonder why that is. Oh, because Nowney is unblockable. All right, so Thompson's actually going to go out next turn. Nowney from the end of Nut, Nowney from the end of Noir. So you just want to take the points here. Cameron's already spotted grain. That's his highest score. It's his best play. Very nice. So players are exiting the playing room. When your game is over, that's the respectable thing to do to minimize distractions. We see I think table 1 game has finished. And if you guys have noticed, there are 10 games at once being annotated, and 7 of them are not streamed, but you can find them on wiggles.io website that has really revolutionized online Scrabble and now live stream Scrabble. You can go to the live broadcast on wiggles.io of the Causeway Challenge. You can check out 10 games at once. that are being live annotated by members of the Bangkok Scrabble Club, mostly up and coming young players. It's awesome. It is so cool. I'm like,
Yeah.
honestly, I'm genuinely in love with that.
Yeah. I don't know if there's ever been a bigger staff for a Scrabble tournament than we have here. It's been super awesome to see all of these young Scrabble players so excited to be here and getting to contribute to this tournament. And the Bangkok Scrabble Club has been hugely helpful in putting this tournament on.
Absolutely. So this is, of course, the baby of Michael Tang. He's working alongside Manop, who's been so important to running this tournament. For some insider information, there were 250 Scrabble boards on the way to Bangkok from China that were stopped at the border. And for a second, we were worried we wouldn't have the equipment necessary for this tournament. But Manop came through with his own brand, his Wordsmith boards, and he has saved our lives here because players were told not to bring their own equipment. This is the first time, I think, in history that a tournament of this size has provided all of the Scrabble equipment to its players as Gap comes down finally. The decision by Cameron Farlow. His time is dwindling under 2 minutes. He should play more tiles. I feel like he's just missed the fact that Nowney is playable in 2 spots. I don't know what he's doing here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. Unless no, he certainly saw grain. So yeah, he must just be missing Nowney. Or the second spot for Nowney.
Yeah, this happens a lot, and especially in my end games where I'm like feeling super optimistic. I'm like, I can just go out in 2. How do I do that? And I make a play and my opponent goes out and I'm like, oh.
Okay, so it looks like he's going with Gap in the end. We know here that grain would have been an improvement, but what can you do? You have a minute left. You've got 5 more games of Scrabble to play today. Don't waste too much mental energy.
That's right. So now he's gonna come down and camera's gonna be like, oh, see his facial reaction there. But that's okay. It's just a little bit of points that he's sacrificed here. So Nowney is the final play, 5-12 to 420. Cameron Farlow wins his 2nd game in a row on stream. Good job to him.
Nicely done.
Let's listen to the overhead mic to see if there's anything of interest in the postmortem.
5-2-2 4-1-2
Yeah. 5-1-2 to 4-20.
So for those of you who are interested to buy Causeway,
Do you have 300 for me?
board is
Two
please
seven.
proceed to round 6. Pairing for round 6 is now.
Oh, we hear some announcements in the room. So the next round is starting very soon, guys. We're going to take a very short break between now and then. We'll be right back with round 6. Not a corn versus Dave Wiegand. Oh, that's going to be awesome.
So
All
much
right.
fun.
Okay. See you guys in just a bit. Hello and welcome back to round 6 of the Causeway Challenge. I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. We have a new matchup for you guys. Dave Wiegand versus Noticorn, a local Thai player. First American on the stream.
Yeah, I think at least on our stream, I think maybe board 3 has had Weekend a couple times. Maybe board 1 has had an American. I'm not sure. But yeah, some representation from North America. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this game.
Yeah, that's right. So Dave Wiegand, if you're unfamiliar, one of the best Scrabble players of all time. He's won the United States Nationals twice in the North American lexicon, at the very least. He always puts on a show. His word knowledge is second only to Nigel Richards. He is an incredible wizard over the board. He is such a strong player. And Noticorn, we'll cut over to the board. It's not a player I've watched before. But it looks like, yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a really, really nice matchup here, Chloe.
Yeah, Noticorn currently with an 1893 rating. And yeah, it looks like she's going first.
Right, first letters out, V and G. Don't like to see that. M-I-N-S. Okay, misgiving.
No,
Yeah.
that's what I was seeing.
Yeah, I think a very fast Vim is in order here, and it is very fast.
Yeah,
Very nice.
nice play.
So 16 points there. And okay, well, Dave has drawn E-N-O-O-R-T-U.
Yeah,
And he's close, but no cigar on this.
yeah, I think this is a turn that calls for a fishing and play. So when we say fishing in Scrabble, it means playing off a couple tiles, 1 or 2 tiles, for not very many points, keeping a really strong leave in hopes of drawing a bingo the next turn. So, I mean, there's no great scoring options either way on this turn, but something like OU, those are certainly the worst tiles on Dave's rack right now. You don't want 2 of any letter, but the 2 O's are certainly not helping Dave, and the U is never really good. So playing OU, he can make IO and MU, scoring 10 points.
Yeah, so OU crucially fits to the left of the IM and also to the right, but I believe that it is better to play on the right
Yeah.
because that would set up Ion.
Yes, very true.
Dave already has the N, but not much between 2 plays other than that. With Noticorn drawing a Y. I wonder if she's going to have missed again here. So yeah, OU coming down. That's 10 points, but it's a good leave. ENORT.
Yeah, now Noticorn has some plays available, putting the Y on top of OU to make YOU. Looks like instead
Oh no, don't do this.
she's gonna play, I think, this phony word. Which Dave, as we already mentioned, extremely confident on his words, will certainly challenge this.
You see the facial expression though for Noticorn, like, this is
Is this good?
I'm already
Did I do
committed.
this?"
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Once you put your letters on the board, you're like, well, I've already committed to this. My opponent knows what I have, might as well give it a try. Like sometimes I even think, oh, how embarrassing would that be if I chicken out of it now? Now that I've already revealed my tiles.
This is funny though. Okay.
Okay, but yeah, Dave, I think.
Yeah, he's held this and Noticorn being like, oh.
Yeah, she's looking off into the distance.
When Dave
ruefully.
Wiegand says fold, you're probably about to lose your turn. But I love the facial expressions so far. I'd like to see more of Noticorn on the stream.
Yeah. But he's not challenging instantly. I wonder if he's writing down the rack, maybe. Just double checking his memory, making sure he's not confused.
Because yeah, yeast is a word and it means yeast, but yeast is a verb and yeast is not. So it's
Yeah.
kind of
I'm
unfortunate.
honestly surprised we haven't seen a challenge yet. And it looks like, yeah.
Is there a chance that Dave is going to leave this on? I mean, it feels like if he has any doubt, it hasn't
Yeah.
given him anything, right?
Okay, there you go.
Okay, there we go.
Because she hadn't drawn yet, so he hadn't let the play go. But Yeah, it was an interesting long while. I'm not sure what Dave's strategy for in those situations is. Um, like I know Nigel sometimes he'll hold plays, take a while, and eventually accept them because he has like a way of, I think, going through whatever he's memorized, going through the pages that he has memorized in his head. This with those like, photos of pages of the dictionaries, how Nigel has remembered words. But I'm not sure how instant Dave's process is. I imagine it's pretty instant.
I wonder, speaking of instant, if Dave Weekend is going to bingo here.
Oh, wow.
If anyone's going to spot the playable bingo here, it is Dave Weekend. Of course, Nigel, but Dave's in second place. There is Portioner available.
And it's honestly somewhat findable if he thinks about potential nines making TION, which is a very common suffix. He might, yeah, there he goes. He has it set up. Will he play it though?
Yeah, the question is,
Or will he play reportion?
he has to just think, is this valid? Portioner. It looks kind of crazy, but I think he's gonna end up doing it. And there we go. Beautifully done. Fantastic. And the funny thing here is does this give Noticorn a bingo back?
No,
No.
don't
Okay,
think-
somehow it doesn't.
I think if it had done that, if it had given back a bingo, the chances are high would have scored more than Portioner. And I don't think Dave would have made this play if he had seen a bingo that this gave back.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it would have been very, very bizarre to think about. First, is this a word portioner? Second, does it give anything back? And wow, what a draw. Okay. Well,
Wow.
he is benefiting from this
Seriously.
lost turn by Noticorn, and now the time comes where it's like, okay, well, how long do I look for an 8-letter word now through these open letters? And N has been opened, an R, an E, a P, an O. And after you've lost a turn, sometimes you just go into the tank. But I feel like Noticorn's going to get out of this somewhat soon. The play of Ivy is still available through the V of Vim. I feel like that's a very strong option.
Yeah, that
Cutting
looks
off,
great.
like it doesn't really cut much off. I mean, it sets up a lane on the top left. Ivy would form it. You'd be able to fit 7 letters there. And it doesn't really block much at all.
Yeah, that looks pretty nice in this position. Down a bingo, opening up a 7s lane in addition to the many 8s lanes that are open on this board now through those letters of Portioner. And keeping the S to hook Portioners. Will be really nice. And as well as Vims. Yeah. This is a great board for getting bingos down.
Yeah, and of course, the E with the NG is not as good as the I. ING is such a strong combination. But with the board as open as it is, with that S, with that T to go with the NG, I feel like Ivy is quite nice. But you could go another way. You could play Ginny through the N of Portioner. You even score 40 points playing Sighing, SYEING in Portioners.
Yeah, but Ivy
And
looks great.
I'm very surprised by the way that Portioner was not challenged.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would certainly be holding that. I think this is probably just a matter of trusting Dave's word knowledge. He's famous for his solidity on the words. And I think especially after losing a challenge, it makes it harder to challenge plays. You're just feeling less confident in your own word knowledge and more trusting in your opponent's word knowledge in general. So that could be part of it. And now we'll see Dave Bingo here.
Yeah, this is very interesting. So Dave could score 74 by playing Pandoras or Padrones from the P of Portioner, but you don't want to do that knowing that Noticorn has kept a pretty strong set of tiles because Dave knows what Noticorn had on the second move. GENST, I guess not super likely to work well with that second S, but I feel like you play operans here for 72 for a small sacrifice or something of that nature. Unfortunately, that draw of FO doesn't look great
Yeah.
regardless. But yeah, I don't know. I wonder if it's actually Pandora's. I wonder if you actually do this and run some sort of risk, just knowing that GNST, it's very heavy
Yeah.
on the consonant side,
Yeah,
Chloe.
maybe it's not so bad in the end. It's not the easiest spot to triple through the S with. It's not the spot that you necessarily want the S. And like you said, Dave knows that she kept 4 consonants to her 1 vowel. So there's a good chance that there's not even anything available, or it's hard to hit a triple through that S of Pandora's.
Yeah, and I guess crucially, I think the biggest deal is that you're not giving back the A. So operands would float an A out in space, which really helps the G and SC much more than the O or the E do.
That's a really good point.
So this is a really ballsy move by Dave. I don't think I would have done it, but I think
Oh.
there's a lot of reason to it.
And
Oh, but it
not
does give back something. Sorry, go ahead, Chloe.
Yes, I was just gonna say what I think you were. Noticorn does have a bingo available. Doesn't look like she's spotted it. She's just going with Fogs, but Songfest from the S of Pandora's was available to Noticorn on this turn. So that's a lower probability word, 2 S's, an effigy, not one that comes up every day. But I wonder if she had taken just another couple minutes. Maybe she's seen this word before. Maybe she would have found it.
Yeah, that's a huge swing. Songfest would have been fantastic, bringing Noticorn right back in the game. But as we've seen before, you lose a challenge, you lose all confidence. You don't think that you have anything on racks, that you do have things. It really messes with your brain.
And a wild draw from Noticorn, the Z and the blank. So I think she'll be bingoing this next turn for sure. Just a matter of which. And Dave here with lots of vowels. He might be looking at rookie from the R of portioner. Yeah, it looks pretty solid. Gets rid of 4 of these vowels here, scoring 20 points. There's also the option for a key alongside Pandora's, making DA, OK, RE, and EE for 32. But the leave of IOO is significantly worse. That's the defensive merit of it, of blocking some of the lanes, is worth noting.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like taking the points here is definitely not wrong. I feel like rookie is a great play as well from the Arn Portioner, but a key for 32, that's 12 more points. And with a lead like this one, blocking the board and scoring points, it's going to be hard to catch up. Rookie doesn't really block anything. I guess blocks words ending in R. And that's about it.
Yeah, through the E.
But it sets up a number of things as well. But
Eh.
there is a lot of merit to
Yeah.
keeping a balance. And the A and the E together often work very nicely, continue scoring pressure. So it's a very sensible play.
Yeah, so now Noticorn with many bingos that score more than 90 points, except yes, so seems like she should be able to score pretty well with a bingo here, hooking rookies, or maybe hooking the S onto portioners. Bingos in both spots, things like Zeatins, Bezants, many others will score really well for her.
Yeah, lots of very nice bingos available. As you said, Chloe, it's just a matter of which one you find first or which one you choose between all of the playable ones.
She might pass up a bingo and there's the ZA spot next to Pandora. She could score 44 points there and hold on to the blank for next turn. That's something oftentimes is the right move to pass up a bingo. I think the 90-point bingos score enough here that you don't want to pass them up and you want to take those points. What do you think, Josh?
I think so. I think at this deficit, down by 100, sometimes you want to just take 40 points and try to get 70, 80 next turn. But if you can get 100 now and get another good draw,
Yeah.
I think Zelens
This is
makes a lot of sense. 98 points hooking rookies, and it is 94 points hooking portioners. The question is, do you want to run the risk of opening a big triple? And so if you play underneath rookie, that's what that does. Play with portioners, you're opening up less.
You're still slotting the Z next to the double word. I don't know. I think probably just take the points here. The spot with the triple underneath the Zelans hooking rookies. Don't think it's that bad. But I would be curious to know yeah, what our analyzers think.
Yeah. Definitely always a good idea to take points in Scrabble, except when it isn't. But in this particular case, it's not a huge deal. The board is so wide open. Noticorn has seen this play, pretty sure.
Mhm.
It's been lined up for a while, but do you play for 94? You have to count it. We have the scores in front of us. You have to count it. If you miscount it, sometimes you'll make the
Make the wrong choice.
wrong choice. So yeah, these guys are doing all this in their head. Actually, speaking of math, I just learned something. We're doing a little bit of pregame scouting. I thought I knew everything about Dave Weekend, but turns out, why is he so good at Scrabble? Well, probably because his mother is a famous mathematician. And you know about having famous parents.
Yes, well, in the Scrabble world, many know my father, Stefan Fatsis, shout out. I think he's probably asleep now, on the East Coast of the US, but he's the reason I've gotten into Scrabble. He wrote the book Word Freak about Scrabble, so the Scrabble family over here.
In any case, Dave Weekend, I guess, did not take the math route. He's decided to become one of the best Scrabble players ever
Well,
instead.
he also studied math.
He studied math. And he's like, well, I could use this in Scrabble, so might as well. Yeah, Zellen's coming down. That's 98 points. 165 will be the score after this play for Noticorn. And Dave Weekend not going to really be able to respond super well to
No,
this.
yeah, this is kind of exactly what I mean. I guess he'll be able to go he'll underlap. Maybe we'll see what she decides on. But he would have like ANOLE or something underneath.
So just a lone or a null is going to fit
Pretty nicely.
under Zellen's,
Or
but
just aloe. Yeah,
Yeah,
lots of options.
nothing huge, which is, I guess, what Noticorn kind of wanted here. And there's a lot still to happen in this game. There are 2 S's left for portioners. That's going to become pretty important. There's a blank remaining as well. See what happens. Dave Weekend's going to have to take a turn to just trudge through this very low scoring rack. But like we said, a nice 35 points for an underlap is sometimes more than you can hope for
Yeah.
with a rack like this one.
Yeah,
but
it's certainly more than he was expecting, I think, with this rack. Looks like Noticorn finally deciding to make the Blankenelle play this Bingo Zealots in this spot. There were lots of words to consider in this position. But yeah, eventually you just got to decide and not, keep going back and forth over these ultimately pretty minute choices. Earlier on in this game, which is now becoming roughly even. Maybe Dave up a tempo, as we've been saying. After he makes his play, he'll be up around 40 points. So he'll have a slight lead over Noticorn, but a lot closer now after this nearly 100-point bingo.
So yeah, prior to this play, Dave again seems to have been considering Olia, plural of Oleum, next to the KIE of rookies. That is now blocked. And he is now pivoted to playing alone. There's really no difference between alone and a null here, but I think 35 points. Just take it. You might want to think about keeping the consonant, especially if you have a little bit of a confirmation bias from having kept the AE last turn and then not working out. But I think you take 5 extra
Yeah, I
points.
agree. Take the 5 points. Noticorn with a big draw, the Q and the X. So she'll be scoring pretty well next turn. And continuing keeping this game roughly even, staying in the game after Dave took a big lead, 2 bingos to her, none on the first couple turns, and her after, coming back from that phony bingo we saw earlier on.
Indeed. So first order of business usually when you have a Q is to play it. And I think QIN maybe to the N of Pandora's
Looks good.
looks quite reasonable. And it's going to take a few turns to sort through this for Noticorn, but she's still in the game, only down 39 points, didn't suffer a huge loss by playing Zealance. So I think we're going to see that pretty quickly here.
Yeah,
As
definitely.
Dave has drawn a U and a V, but with the nice MTD combination, he'll be okay here.
Yeah, he doesn't have any great options that I'm seeing, but something like mauve, MAUVE to the E of Portioner, or maybe vauted, VAUTED, in that same spot. Both look pretty good. To get rid of that VU, it's really the priority here. He's just not going to score a ton of points in the process.
Yeah, I very much like the idea of vauted, but actually as a 6-tile play with dit. I guess the issue with that is it opens the added and edit hooks. So maybe I'm eating my words a little bit as I'm speaking them. But what's big about this position, as I mentioned, is the S hook on Portioner. It's going to be kind of hard to deal with that in a lot of cases. And if you play mauve, I guess it's more likely that that's going to go away. But
Right.
vauted kind of protects the S hook by placing that V out in space, preventing overlaps through the E of Portioner.
I guess, yeah, if a play comes down through that V of vauted, then it would be blocked. But those plays won't score a ton of points most of the time. So maybe it does stay open more often.
Yeah, it's a transformational play.
Yeah.
So maybe it will be blocked, maybe portions will be blocked, but then other things will be opened to replace them. So I wonder, it's probably fine. I like keeping the E and the M together. They're a very nice combination. The M is such a versatile letter in Scrabble. You can make so many 2-letter words, 3-letter words. It acts as a sort of attraction
Yeah.
force to bad vowel draws. You'll be able to play stuff like meow, and you won't be in as much trouble as with other consonants in
Yeah.
the game. So
I guess vauted will give back the big AX play, making AA and XU for Noticorn. So she'll be able to come back right into this game.
yeah, lots of options to consider for sure for
Yeah.
Dave here.
You could do duvet as well. Kind of in the middle of mauve and vauted, keeping AME. It's pretty nice combination. And potentially could make it would certainly make it easier to block the portioner's hook than vauted would, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, interestingly, a couple of plays we didn't mention that are doing well, according to the computer in this position, is our trave through the R of Portioner, which leaves the U, but really does a nice job defending the board with a slight lead.
Interesting.
And the play of Dumpka as well through the K of rookies. That's a bizarre play, but
Huh.
it's keeping that V to potentially use later on with
Dumpka
something
looks
like
very strange to me.
Trave or Trove or something like that. The V apparently is just a little bit stronger than usual here.
Right, I guess because of its defensive merit for later turns. Still, I don't really understand the Dumpka idea. Sets up another S hook with 2 out and a blank. I don't know. I don't love that.
Yeah, I don't either. It is just a fascinatingly weird position because no matter what Dave does, the plays that leave better have some issues with them vouted. You know, it's gonna, in this particular case, it's gonna give back a huge X bomb if you play it through the E of Portioner. X bomb being a very high scoring X play. Sorry for the lingo there. If you play vouted or veduta, making hooking the IT in the center of the board, that also opens parts of the board that are not really in use right now. And
Yeah, it's
yeah,
a
Dave
tough
taking a long time because
tough turn.
a lot to think about.
consider. Okay, so vauted being the play here, which will, as we said, give back some good plays to Noticorn.
That's right. So just AX or EX here. Dave's definitely going to regret this decision. You could play Varix from the V,
Yeah.
VARIX. The
Oh,
problem
really?
with that is it just opens stuff.
Oh wow,
opens
but
overlaps.
blank sighting on Dave's rack, a bunch of consonants to go with it, picking up the W and the B, so he might not necessarily be bingoing on this next turn, but I'm sure he'll be happy to see that blank tile appearing on his rack. I think axe should be a pretty quick decision. I would definitely prefer that to bear because I don't see any need to put the X out in space in that triple word score column on the right side. It just too often gives back really high scoring counterplays to the opponent and scores six less than axe or X.
Yeah, so if we do see AX come down, there's a really high scoring play available for Dave Wiegand. He doesn't have a bingo though. What's interesting, and we didn't mention it
Yeah.
before, I didn't think
Yeah,
about
also
this,
I didn't think about this either.
is that rookies seems like, all right, that's a word, great, but rookie is not only a noun, it's an adjective. And oftentimes with adjectives, you can make rookier and rookiest. So you can hook that T onto rookies and play true for 37 points. I wonder if Dave's seen that already. And being that it was Natacorn who played, who made rookies, I think it's more incumbent upon her to notice what that did to the board.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that comes down at some point.
I'm wondering why AX hasn't been played yet. Just seems like usually when those triple letter score squares are open, that's immediately where you look when you have one of these power tiles like the X. Okay, there she goes, setting up axe. That's certainly what I would be doing here. And I want to make this play rather quickly. Obviously, Dave took a long time on his last play, so now we're roughly even in time, but we've still got roughly half the game left. Wouldn't want to waste too much time on this turn, which is on the more straightforward side.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Wondering what's going on. Maybe there's some tracking going on. Maybe there's some, okay, am I missing something? Is there some 8-letter word available here? Again, it really messes with your brain when you lose
A challenge.
a challenge. It
Yeah.
looks like index is going to be played instead
Huh.
through the D of Pandora's, just to not keep those duplicate ends.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's such a big point sacrifice.
Yeah, it's only 39 points for index versus the 52 for axe. I understand the impulse, the inclination to get rid of one of those ends, but I think the points are so necessary. And the leave of EINNR that axe would leave is really not so bad. So I definitely would have preferred taking the points here.
Yeah, the saving grace of the EINNR leave is that you have the lane on top of the IT in the center of the board. RIT is a valid word, so any word ending in R would fit there. But instead we see index, probably a small mistake, not a huge one. And I don't think Dave has spotted rookiest. Looks like he's considering Mbao through the O of Portioner, which is a very strong play in its own right. Though I don't know, maybe it is the best play. I just wonder. I feel like
if you don't see true making rookiest, you at least do something like WAB maybe. On top of the IN of QIN, and making OB, just keeps, a couple more tiles that go nicely together. You don't want to run the risk of disaster draws when you're playing off 4 tiles with a blank. You want to guarantee yourself as much as possible a bingo for the next turn. I'm not loving what Mbao does in that regard.
yeah, a lot of things to consider here again for Dave. The biggest question is, will he spot rookiest? The plays that don't use rookiest are only comparable to true because of the times that you draw something with rookiest. So if he doesn't spot that play now, if he doesn't spot that hook now, then he might be in some trouble. But with WAB,
I think WAB is totally
it's just so strong. The leave of MERT blank.
there he goes.
It's super nice. But yeah, there we go. Just take the points. 37 points. The B and the M go decently together. And there's no need to fish, I guess. There's no need to go straight for bingo in a position like this. Just take the points and run.
Yeah, slowly starting to build up a lead. Drawing an S as well, which will be really important for that portioner's hook that we keep talking about. Like we said, now that V being there with Vaughted makes it really hard to deal with this hook. And I don't think Nauticorn will be addressing that region of the board at all on this turn. She picked up the J, and has a really high scoring play available. I caught a few decent plays.
Yeah, so this is a really tough find, but look at that.
It so quickly too. Really nice play.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Ninja for 42. Certainly her highest scoring play and a really great find.
Yeah, nicely done. Taking lead, 42 points, and a very interesting draw for Dave. And I think we're gonna see a really, really awesome word come down here.
This is gonna be sick.
Just I hope it happens, but there's one playable bingo
There he
here.
goes. Babooism, making portioners and Dom. This is gonna score 103 points. So that play of truth certainly paid off very well, worked out very well for Dave here.
Nauticorn glancing over at the blank blanks,
Yeah.
being like, okay. So, yeah, 103 points. That's huge. The blank is so strong. You could keep a B and an M and just draw into something like
Yeah,
this.
it's like you see this, he draws the second B, he draws a U, and it doesn't matter.
Nauticorn holding the play.
Right.
I love her facial expressions. Like, yeah,
Okay, yeah,
that
gotta
one check.
challenge
It's
that
100 points.
That one, yeah.
So
Oh.
at an extra 5 points for Dave Wiegand, and he's going to be in a huge position now, up over 90 with not much of the game to go. So yeah, this is a big turning point. And when it comes to a situation where either something is a word and you're in a really bad position, or happens to not be a word and Dave Wiegand has made an extremely rare word knowledge mistake, you take the challenge.
Yeah, definitely.
So HAUR was the leave, or the tiles left behind for Nauticorn. And the draw was W,
H,
H,
and
D.
D. Not a good draw. Not a great draw for Dave either, but yeah, Nauticorn will be hard pressed to now open up another spot on this board. That play of Babooism totally killed pretty much all of the lanes that were available on the right side of the board. So now really the only remaining bingo lanes are through the Eye of Rookiest or that sevens lane hooking on top of IT that we've been talking about. So what will Nauticorn do? Wow, that was that was me saying the word that Nauticorn has available.
Yeah, and completely insane word of Duhkha, Duhkha is available through that K. But the problem with that word is it will set up an S hook. Little does Nauticorn know, if she finds this play, Dave Wiegand's probably going to respond with Exesic, ECESIC. So it's actually a good thing that she's missing it and just playing ha here.
Scores super well, 38 points. Doesn't do a whole lot in terms of reopening the board, but sometimes you just got to take the points and hope for better days.
Yeah. Regardless, it's a very, very tough position now. And Dave, he might want to address that lane on top of the IT, which has become maybe the most likely spot for a comeback. But given that he's up by 56 points already, it would seem like it might be just a better call to take some points.
Yeah, maybe just play Gek like he has set up here to the K of Rookiest. Even if a bingo comes down on top of IT, it will open up a triple word score that Dave will often be able to take advantage of, score 30, 40 points with, and maintain a lead. Bingos on top of IT won't score a ton of points either, so it's not like he's trying to prevent a disaster bingo from happening. I like this play.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. That's a great analysis. And little did Dave know, Notacorn was keeping a WU, which is extremely unlikely to work out. Don't do that at home if you don't have to. But yeah, in this particular position, 32 points are available with another really, really cool find that I believe Notacorn can find this play of Kindar from the QIN. I don't know if it's the best play, but it's definitely really, really cool. Yeah, that would leave the WU again. So maybe not the greatest of ideas, but at some point you got to do something. You got to score some points. Just hope that something will happen. The problem is now, after Gek, that part of the board is dead.
Yeah, I feel like what stands out now is just WUD underneath Gek, making GU and ED. But yeah, after that play, I mean, Dave can just play anything on top of IT and totally obstruct the last bingo lane on the board, which will make it really hard for Notacorn to then come back and open anything up because Dave will probably be able to deal with it. So
I like
this a lot,
Yeah,
actually.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say, like, if you can play up there, you should. The problem with this, of course, is it keeps the high scoring tiles, Dura. Keeps high scoring tiles on the rack, so it makes it like less likely you're gonna draw into a bingo. But I think this is perfectly sensible. You take away the scoring spot, you set up a nice lane. That D in the top right of the board is kind of hard to deal with if you're Dave. I think this is the only play that gives Notacorn a reasonable chance.
Yeah, great play. I really like that. There's not a ton of owls out, but still enough to where she could draw an E, draw into some sort of ED bingo, close to things like Warranted or something like that. Not what she's drawn in the end, but the important thing is keeping multiple threats open on the board so that Dave, even if he deals with one of them, he can't deal with all of them at once, and Notacorn can continue opening up new spots and making it impossible for Dave to deal with all the threats.
Yeah, that's the high level board dynamic strategy in play. So just making sure there's always two spots that you're threatening to use for a bingo and you're behind by so much.
But
At
yeah,
the top level, these people know what they're doing.
yeah, unluckily for Notacorn, Dave has really good, strong leathers himself, especially what he's keeping after this play of FE, which looks like his best play to me. He's keeping great leathers that will often hit a bingo on that sevens lane that we were talking about. That said, those bingos will open up triples, and I don't think he's drawn into one anyway. But
Another G, the
Yeah.
CG combination is just so
it's
terrible.
an awful combo.
We're seeing OW, so a nice flurry of 25-point, 2-tile, 4-point tile, 1-point tile plays. That was a mouthful. That makes sense, keeping trail. And there's one E left or actually 3 E's left from Notacorn's perspective, so if she can draw one of those, she'll have good chances of hitting something to the D of Dura. But
okay, so she's drawn into some bingos, some 7-leather bingos. She'll be able to play Trailed, Dilator, Trialed, Red Tail.
yeah, you give us those bingos. Nice job. Nice job.
I know my height, and I top 100 bingos. But any of those bingos will not score very many points, and like I mentioned earlier, will open up triple word score options for Dave.
Will Dave block though?
Yeah,
He could
he
play
might
something like
Gite.
yeah, GITE, JIT. I would pronounce that JIT, but
Okay.
maybe. I don't
Okay.
know. I was thinking maybe just SIG. There's 6 tiles in the bag. I don't know. There's a couple of ways to block SIG and get GITE through the IT. And actually, Dave has the last S, which is interesting. You could maybe, instead of blocking, try to set yourself up. Don't really see a spot to do that in. So I feel like maybe something defensive is in order here. GIED to the D of Dura. But at this margin, 54 points, you might not be able to afford to sacrifice points to block things.
I mean, it really depends on what scoring options are available on this board right now. There are spots where Notacorn can score maybe in around 30, but I'm not seeing any huge threats aside from these bingo lanes that Dave needs to be worried about. he doesn't want to make any massive sacrifices, but because there's nothing that scores very well, I think honestly, like GIED might be the call, just because bingos ending in the D of Dura are so much more devastating and harder to come back from than bingos hooking IT.
Yeah, and with the unseen tiles you see on the top right, just above Dave, AADEIILLLPRTY, you can start to think about, if you're Dave, what the threats are. And of course, it seems like it's much more likely a 7-letter word will happen. Looks like he's just taking points with Seg, but the point being, if you block the D, you might not be blocking bingos, but you'll be blocking possibilities of a comeback. And yeah, 7-letter words atop the IT, like you said, might not be enough to win. It's a very interesting play of Seg. I was thinking about plays that keep that for next turn. I wasn't thinking about playing it immediately. It's probably a good play.
He could have done on this turn cite, CITE, keeping Seg, and then also blocking that 7's lane, which Noticorn will now certainly, I think, use unless she sees a reason to delay bingoing in hopes of bingoing in a better spot that won't give back a good spot for Dave to play a high scoring play.
Yeah, it's rough because although the bingo is going to come close to tying the game, you're then going to draw 4 tiles, and like you said, you're opening a triple. It just feels like
Yeah.
you're almost never winning this if you play red tail or trill. So this might be a case where you pass the bingo up, Chloe.
Yeah, what sort of play though gives her a chance of bingoing and scoring enough to actually win the game?
Well, that's the thing. It feels like because Dave didn't block anything, she still has the 2 threats available,
Yeah.
so she could make a scoring play
True.
and threaten something
Try to bingo
in
out.
both spots. Yeah, I wonder if
Like Ed and Dome, that probably doesn't score quite enough.
yeah,
Also, she wants to keep the E.
yeah, you need to keep the E. So there wasn't really much to do.
Oh, and now Dave's just, well, if she plays Red Tail, Dave will just bingo with Celerity and win.
Yeah.
So maybe she'll go with Dilator instead. We'll see.
I don't see this ever winning. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, how do you win after
Yeah,
any of
I
these
don't think
7-letter
think
words?
you win. But then what? Yeah, what do you do otherwise?
Yeah, it's just so hard. It's so hard to see a way
I
to
mean,
win, but
yeah, one
I
of those positions that is just not promising and not inspiring for Noticorn.
yeah, if you don't bingo, the most you can score is like 19 points.
Yeah.
And that uses the E, and it's just like, okay, well
Yeah, it just feels like after that, Dave would be able to score enough to even outrun a possible out bingo or just block it. Oh
yeah.
no.
So I think it's just over, unfortunately. And you just want to reduce your margin of defeat here. But maybe Dave just doesn't have anything.
I guess.
Maybe he messes up.
Yeah,
There's some
maybe,
possibilities.
I wonder. Yeah, maybe he doesn't play Celerity on the off chance he's not entirely sure of it, and Noticorn is able to go out and win. But of course, he'll play it because he's Dave Wiegand.
Yeah. So he's just like, well, okay, thanks. Sorry. Apologetic, like, yeah. One of Dave's specialties. So Celerity for 92, the final play of this game, and it's going to be challenged, so that'll become 97, bringing Dave to 544 plus the 12 points from Noticorn's rack, 556 to 430. Very high scoring game here between these two top experts. But yeah, Dave Wiegand, it's so hard to crack him. And especially when you play a phony word on your opening rack. All right. That's that. And let's listen to the overhead mic, guys.
Five,
556.
561.
So it's 92, 597, was 544. They have 447. No.
566
I think I'm off by 10. You have 372.
97
All right, as they work out the math, we'll probably just go to break here and be back with round 7 of 10 on the first day of the Causeway Challenge. Josh Ogle here with Chloe Fatsis. Thank you for watching, everybody, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to round 7 of 10 of day 1 of the Causeway Challenge. Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatz as we have a heck of a matchup for you guys.
Yes, we have Akshay Bondarkar versus Dave Wiegand. Akshay, former world Scrabble champion. And David, as we just mentioned and we just saw in our previous game, a 2-time North American Scrabble champion. So this game will be excellent. At least I hope so.
It'll be massive, yeah. So let's cut over to the board. See who's going first in this powerhouse matchup, round 7. Akshay going first. So be a little bit of advantage there. Part of Team India. Talked to him earlier. He'd already faced Nigel Richards. They had an amazing game. Feel free to look back at that game. It was round 3, I believe, on table 4. And that's all available on wiggles.io. So yeah, awesome stuff at the start of this tournament. See what comes out of the bag. But I'm very, very excited.
Here we go. Okay. So, nothing so interesting on this first rack. Very quickly, Akshay spotted Mungo, which I really like. Scores the most of any play, scoring 22. He also maybe looking at, I don't know, just shuffling his tiles around. But I like Mungo more than Nodum, which he now has set up. I don't see really why you would keep DG. I mean, DT of a leave isn't a great combo, but I wouldn't say DG is that much better, if better at all.
Yeah, Mungo's the highest scoring play alongside Mound. And Mound keeping the G and the T together, those are a really bad combination. The D and the T also not great together, but I think you just have to go with what you've got. Ungod also possible, keeping the M and the T. Again, none of these combinations are synergistic. If you could keep an N and a G, an N and a T, and score some points, you would. But I feel like you just take 22 here. There's a lot of things that are really close, but Mung or Mungo look very good, in my opinion. Over to Dave now, who's thinking on Akshay's time. CEI JOOW. So it's really dependent on what hits the board. And
Interesting.
Gum, a more defensive option, sacrificing 10 points to keep a much better combination and not give back as much counterplay.
Yeah, I think this is mainly a play just to keep a more synergistic leave on his rack. Also the U, difficult to make 2-letter words with, doesn't form as many 2-letter words as any of the other vowels, so Dave will have a harder time hooking letters on top or below that U and making parallel plays.
Definitely. A play like this turns a lot of okay racks into exchange racks if you're Dave Weekend. So the defense can't be really understated. It's, like you said, really difficult to work with a U and also a G. So
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. You see the draw of DEILNOT, so lentoid is a valid word. And after Joko, there's still no spot for it.
Wow, wild.
But yeah, Joko makes a lot of sense. It doesn't really do much damage. The J cannot be overlapped to form a 2-letter word, and the C is very, very difficult to underlap. You need an H for that. So Joko makes a lot of sense. It's only 18 points. The leave isn't so good, but it's something.
Yeah, and now Akshay will be able to make plays starting with J to score some points. His highest scoring would be jointed, blowing up the rack completely, scoring 34 points, but he might opt to play shorter. Something like jolt or joint would also work. Dave Wiegand, shout out Woogles on his rack, close. And not a very good draw for him though.
Yeah, WIE was not a good leave, but GOOE on the redraw makes it look a lot worse. And yeah, you just gotta realize you don't have anything here. It's kind of crazy. Lentoid doesn't fit. GOL isn't a word. There's no way to overlap gum, but that was the idea of that play. It's very defensive. So the question for Akshay is, do you play join? Do you play joint? Do you play jointed? Do you play jolt? Or do you play lentoid through the O for 32 points, just keeping the lone O? So a lot to choose from here, and it looks like the latter of those options is now being considered.
Yeah.
If you can't play R7, you might as well play the same word
Yeah.
for a 30-point score.
I feel like I prefer jointed over lentoid. Don't love keeping just an O. I don't really think floating the D in that triple lane is too dangerous. So I might just opt to take the 2 extra points for jointed at 34 versus lentoid for 32.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. On this board right now, there's really not much in the way of scoring options, but playing lentoid doesn't really do much to stop scoring. Overlaps will fit over the E of lentoid. That would go right next to that dark blue triple letter score. So I
Yeah.
think it's fine. 32 versus 34, not opening a triple. Yeah, he's not much in it.
And now Dave will be pretty bailed out of this bad rack. He can now make a parallel play alongside lentoid. OWE making LO, EW, and NE looks really solid. He'll be able to score quite well, better than he was probably expecting to before lentoid came down.
Yeah, if jointed came down, Woody would be playable through the D. So in either case, if you take the points, sometimes you get pointed on back. So OWE for 31 seems pretty reasonable here. OWO also possible, keeping the 2 E's instead of the E and the O together. OWO, of course, a newly added addition to the Scrabble dictionary. If you're into internet lingo, you might be into that. You might think that's crazy. How is that a valid word? But indeed it is. But OWE is the play for Dave Weekend. And yeah, it's as good as anything.
Yeah, and Uksha picking up the first blank of the game. So he's already spotted alimony, one of his bingos. He'll want probably, or he would be hoping to make a bingo starting with L to hook on top of OWE. He could have put his L there, but actually there's nothing that starts with an L on his rack. He has a few other bingos, but none of them starting with L.
Yeah, so it's definitely worth searching for. We've mentioned this before. The blank is the best tile in Scrabble. It's also the most complicated tile to use because it could be any of the 26 letters.
Yeah.
And Moonily now is what Akshay is considering, and it's very interesting. He's seeing everything.
Yeah,
Of course,
wow.
world champion over here knows how to play Scrabble, knows these words. Moiling, Moonily, those are a little bit safer than alimony. You just have to be sure of one of them.
Yeah, I think I prefer maybe moiling here. Don't love putting the Y in that lane, though I guess above the triple word score, it's not so bad. These are all pretty minute differences. But I might play moiling above making MM. I don't know. It's all pretty close.
Yeah, you still have to just do your diligence, I think, and that's what's happening here. Is there's really nothing starting with L. Because, yeah, OWE hitting the board, that's the first thing you think of. Oh, that takes an L hook. I have an L. Can I do something there? But indeed, there's nothing. And Dave has drawn pretty well, I would say. GOIE was the leave. SAR was the redraw. I guess the question is he going to get an 8-letter word after Moonily or Moiling?
Yeah, nothing is standing out to me initially. Oh, I see that. But we have alimony coming down. A bit of a safer option, not slotting any letter in this triple word score column. Now we'll be able to have organized as the follow-up bingo from Dave here through the N of alimony. Expect that to come down.
Yeah, so 3 bingos playable here, all through the N. Ignaros is the one you want to ignore. because it'll slot
Yeah.
the S in the middle of the triple lane. But Oregans are organized, both 72
Yeah, I
points.
guess Oregon's a bit better to not add those hooks that organized would take at the back.
Yeah, so organized would take a D, an R, and an S hook. And even if the game is even, it's your opponent to act next, you probably don't want to set those hooks up. So all else being equal, I think Oregans is the play. That's what's coming
Yeah,
down.
looks good.
So the redraw for Akshay was A, B, E, E, G, N, X. So that X, we've said it before, it's a very good scoring tile. You can often score 30, 40, 50 points with it. In this particular instance, there's only one high scoring option here, and that's to play Axe. Pretty standard play that fits. Oh, that's funny. Dave's letter flew onto the board there. Axe fits through the E or to the E of Organs for 42 points,
Mhm.
making Ox an MA. That's probably what you do here. The leave isn't great.
Yeah.
You have the GN together with the B, but I think you
Yeah.
at an even score, you just do this.
Yeah, I think you take the points. The leave isn't awful. You keep the N with the G, so there's a bit of synergy there. Not the ideal leave, but when you're scoring 42 points, you can't really complain too much.
Yeah, what's pretty cool about this play is after it hits the board, it does actually set up some overlaps. So specifically Gab would fit, making GOX and BY for a nice score after Axe. So it's not the end of the world, and it's a possible thing that you can hope for, and a reason to settle on a play that otherwise doesn't have a great leave.
Yeah, and over to Dave, picking up the Q and the U, so he'll be able to definitely use these tiles next turn. He has words like quad, to play. So we'll see the Q come down, I expect.
Yeah, probably. If he spots that he can play QUAI to the
Mhm.
I lentoid, making JA, I think you just do that. He sort of has it lined up. He might be lining up a fold, which is the word AFALD, but I'm pretty sure he spotted QUAI.
Yeah, that looks great. Oh wow, and a great draw for Aksha, drawing Rebegin.
Though it won't go down.
Yeah, huh.
So yeah, we'll see if Dave spotted this play. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird fit. Kind of have to think a little bit outside the box to spot this, but of course Dave's vision is close to unmatched, and no surprises there. 42 points for QUAI.
And although Rebegin won't come down, there is a bingo available, an 8-letter word through the R of Oregains for 65 points. Though it looks like Uksha is setting up Gab, so I wonder if he hasn't spotted this play yet. He set the G and B aside, but I think now he sees Breering, the only bingo available to him this turn.
Yeah, it's a good find. It just barely fits. No spaces. Only one space between the B and the EW already on the board, and the G going all the way to the edge of the board. But he just has to be totally sure this is valid. Breer, of course, he knows the word breer. Is it a verb? Yes, it is. And breering, hopefully, to come down for Akshay. He's considering it though. Is he sure? I don't think he's sure. Otherwise, I
Yeah.
feel like it'd be on the board by
Yeah,
now.
he looks like he has some reservations about this word. And Dave picking up deflate himself, though I also don't see a spot for this word. So it's not a board, as we're seeing play out in real time, not a board that's conducive to bingos. Akshay is gonna go ahead and play Breering. Good call. Don't let the word uncertainty get to you. Trust your gut is always what I try to do. Usually when you see a word, there's a reason you're seeing that word. Usually your instincts are telling you something that you should trust. And it's so easy to doubt ourselves, but often our instincts are correct.
Yeah, that's a great point. And this is a really pivotal situation. If you don't play Breering, it's close to an even game. If you play Breering, you're taking a decent lead. You have the advantage. So
Yeah.
it is on hold.
Okay, interesting. And this board really not conducive to bingoing, especially now after Breering. Oh wow, a challenge from Dave. So yeah, a tough word, as we can see, even the top experts both seeming uncertain of this word enough so that, yeah, this would draw a challenge. So we get a +5 for Aksha here. So bringing-
226 to 163. Yep.
Yeah.
And with the unplayable deflate, Dave again's not in a great position. He probably wants to try and address that G. You don't want to let Akshay use that triple to his advantage, but there really isn't a play there that's any good other than maybe gelated or legated, keeping the F, which is the worst tile on Dave's rack. So we might see something else, but if you don't address the G, what are you going to do? This board is not conducive to anything, like you said. So a play like Fiat through the Ove Organs looks good on the surface, but yeah, in the end, you're not opening anything and you're keeping a leave that requires things to be open to work out for you.
Maybe you do
LTE.
leafed down from the L of alimony, scoring 33 and opening up that whole bottom half of the board again, setting up
Oh,
a few lanes.
Yeah, that's got to be the play. Yeah, that's really good. That's what you do here. It's hard to see also
Yeah.
that L just sitting there since the play of alimony, but I think that's what you do
Yeah.
for sure.
And when a part of the like when you see a play like Breering come down, you think, okay, the play's got to be through this G, especially when this other half of the board, this bottom half, is totally closed off. Like we've been saying, you kind of write off the whole section of the board and stop considering it. At least it's a thing that often happens to me when I'm playing. So I wonder, it'll take some extra effort for Dave to say, okay, I'm not seeing anything inspiring in this Breering spot with this G. Fiat doesn't do anything for me. Where can I make something happen? Where can I open something up a little bit?
Yeah, it's a good point. So it does feel like Dave hasn't spotted leafed yet. I feel like you spot this and you're like, okay, this makes sense. It's just the thing to do, I think. Although, look at this draw for Akshay. So he's seen Arcanist, the anagram of Carnitas. And if Dave doesn't address the spot, actually, yeah, if he doesn't play gelated or legated, that's going to come down. And that's going to be 2 bingos in a row. So a big turning point here. I think leafed is the play, but it's going to get punished.
Yeah, and actually, a play like Fiat would block the only bingos available, and leafed, yeah, it doesn't give anything back. So just Arcanist will still be, I think, the only bingos. But still think, we obviously have the luxury of knowing exactly what Akshay has and know that Fiat would block this bingo. Dave doesn't know that. Dave should do what is best for his position with the information that he has, which we've agreed. Something to open the board, something to make something happen, open up a spot for him to come back into this game. So leafed seems like the best play. It looks like maybe he's thinking Fiat. Yeah, I don't think he's seen the play of leaf.
So what's interesting, I've watched Dave play a lot. That sounds kind of weird, but I feel like he has this particular way of playing where he is not concerned as much with doing proactive things. He really does a lot of damage in like the sort of psychology of the game of like,
Huh.
okay, I'm playing Fiat, but like this board is closed. And the opponent has to deal with that and be like, well, okay, well, if the board is closed, then maybe I should keep it closed. It's this weird dance. It's so hard for me to explain it, where he's always just within striking distance when he's behind, or he's just out of the park when he's ahead. And it just feels like he has this just swagger about him. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Fiat come down, even if he sees the play of leafed, which it feels like he has now.
Yeah.
Because maybe at some point a play will come down from the L that's a little bit better.
Yeah, maybe he's not so comfortable with opening these lanes now. Maybe he's not so happy with this leave of LT. Maybe he thinks that he can play on this closed board in such a way where maybe Akshay will start sacrificing a lot of points, or Dave will be able to open up a better spot than leafed opens. Yeah, it's a really interesting point you make about this psychology of the closed board, and who kind of has the upper hand psychologically in that situation. Usually you expect it to be the player who's in the lead and is the one actively closing the board in, in the commanding position like Akshay is here, but maybe in some scenarios Dave is able to maneuver through those situations in such a way where he like is able to capitalize on opponents, the challenge that occurs when you're in a closed board situation for both players.
That's right. Yeah, there's just a concept that we've borrowed from chess that I love using, and that's the concept of the threat being stronger than the execution.
Mm.
If you're threatening something in a game with not full information like Scrabble, your opponent's sort of in this this twilight zone of, okay, does my opponent have it? But yeah, we're seeing Leafed come down, and unfortunately that means Arcanist is not going to be blocked.
Yeah.
But fortunately it means that the board's going to be open for a comeback. So this is going to be a crucial draw for Dave Wiegand. He's now down 30 points, but after Arcanist, that is going to change. 100 points is a really, really big deficit. And yeah, we'll see what he's got. That's 2 H's. Oh, wow, no S. No S is going to be available for one of our favorite words, I guess, in Scrabble.
Yeah, maybe not a word we can say.
But what that does mean is after Arcanist, SH is
Mm.
going to be played. You see where that S is landing right next to that triple word score.
Yeah,
And
HOH or something looks really great.
yeah, and what might also happen, you might see a CH word later. Since Dave has both H's, that C next to Arcanist is going to be really hard
Oh.
to make a play there, but it's possible. So if he doesn't play HOH now, which I think he will, there could be some potential for a very high scoring play in the top right. But I think HOH or HITHE, yeah, those are very strong plays here. And of course he's gonna line it up. Thank you, Dave. We appreciate you.
Yes, we all saw it. Oh wow.
And what a crazy triple double draw for Akshay. So 2 N's, 2 E's, 2 S's. Don't think that's he's seen fineness, but that's not gonna happen for him. So that is a good draw. 2 of the actually the last 2 remaining S's. But Dave's still in this game after HITHE, which is 53 points.
Wow.
He'll be cutting his deficit in half.
Yeah.
We'll have some lanes to work with. That R and Arcanist is good. The E and the D and Leafed that he's opened up are good.
Yeah, I don't really see any reason to play HOH over Hythe. I think the 9 points just make it worth it. There's still a bunch of E's out, well, 4 E's out to draw. There's an E open on the board with Leafed that we have now. I think take the points, cut into, okay, it looks like he's going with HOH instead. They're very close plays. But I just think, kind of like we saw in the last game, where these sacrifices when you're down, you probably just want to be taking the points. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely a reasonable thing to take points when you're down by over 100, but I think just the value of EILT together on this board, the value of threatening more bingos immediately makes it very, very close. So totally understand this decision. I might have been partial to playing Hythe myself. We'll see if it works out. Wow. Okay. Very interesting draw.
Oh, wow. Yeah, looks like Akshay first was setting up Fiends and Lentoids. His highest scoring play, 33 points, but now considering Neff as well. So this goes alongside Leafed. Does a really nice job of obstructing a lot of the lanes that Leafed opened up. He'll be obstructing the F and the E. I guess the F isn't really so dangerous, but mainly the E and any words starting with D or with the D in the middle of them. Yeah, I might just do Fen instead. I feel like it's a bit more common. Fen on the other side, that is. I feel like it's a bit more common to end bingos in D rather than start with D. I could be wrong on that one though. It's just a hunch.
Yeah, I think I agree there. So yeah, defense is a good option here, but taking the points for Fiends and Lentoids is performing very well according to the engine because that R and Arcanist is open And because you can't fully block everything,
Mm.
it might just be worth it to take the points and try to run away with this.
Mm.
Keep that extra S and really just put yourself far enough ahead that you're probably not going to lose to just a simple bingo. So
Yeah.
actually looking back at the 33 pointer, I'm partial to this.
Yeah, this looks nice. Looks like you might go with Neff instead. Okay, interesting choice of side. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Josh. I would have taken the extra 13 points. It's a large sacrifice. 13 points. It's not like he has only one S. He has a second S that he can potentially use. It's not even a great board for the S. So really that spot with Lentoid's just about the only place you can hook it here. But
I
Neff's the
agree with
choice.
you. I don't know why he played it on the right side. I think the threat of a bingo ending in D is greater than the threat of a bingo starting in D. So I feel like this was wrong, but
Mhm.
that's just a hunch.
Yeah, and now Dave gonna score 48 for Zell, I think is what he has set up here through the E of Breering. He'll make ZO and ZE and LI. Sorry, ZEL and LI. Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, I guess the only question is, do you put the L
Right.
in this word, or are you getting more value by keeping it? And the question is, you are not getting more value by keeping it.
So good choice by Dave there.
Yeah, unfortunately, that draw not so good though.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Some nice plays available here for Akshay. Not the easiest to see. He has Mayest available. Actually, he's set it up already. Nice find. He'll make from the MA of alimony and axe. He'll be able to make three-letter words, any, FES, and EFT. Really nice find.
That is insane. That find, I don't think we can overstate how difficult that find is. For me, the word maced, I can't even like
Yeah.
find it when it's given to me. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, take these 5 letters and make a word. Maced.
What?
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. But spotting that with 3 overlaps
Yeah.
from an MA on the
It's
board,
amazing.
that's
And
world
so
class.
quickly too. That's beautiful.
And it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Keeping AENS, scoring 32
Yeah.
points.
You can also spell Mayest with an E in the middle, so Mayest, as well as without the E, but I think it makes sense to hold on to the E here. It's only 1 point fewer without the E.
It's interesting though. If you play the E, you can potentially draw a high scoring play from the T of Mayest, which is what you kind of want in a position like this. But I think just the value of keeping the E is huge here. You can often just draw into a game ending bingo after that.
Yeah.
So
It's like maybe he's thinking Yates instead, hooking Lentoids again. I think I prefer Mayest. It's not a huge difference between the plays really, but I like keeping the E like we've been talking about.
yeah, I
And
agree.
keeping a few more tiles. I don't know, playing off 5 tiles. I guess he could be reaching for the blank, but also he already has good letters. Could just be going for a bingo himself here and still scoring really well. Just as well.
Yeah, what a great find. So maced for 32, bringing Uksha to 348. He's up 60 points, and Dave, unfortunately, with that 2 vowel draw, he's just 1 tile away from a bingo play. It's gonna be hard here. You kind of have the instinct to play from the queue,
Yeah.
but doing that is going to block the D of Leafed and give back huge counterplay. So I'm very curious to see what direction Dave goes in here. I'm not liking any of his options.
Equator?
Yeah, I'm looking at Equator. I hate it.
Yeah, it looks so bad. Really, the only upside is creating a counter spot. So Josh was mentioning how any play down from the queue will give back big plays. Parallel to that, hitting the triple word score on the left side of the board. Equator, while it would still do that, it would also put the E above the queue that could be hooked to go upwards to make words hitting at the other triple word score on that side. That said, it just looks so awful. It's very unintuitive and probably has little upside. Also, the plays that will go alongside the ATOR of Equator will just score so much of the time.
Yeah, I don't know if I would be able to. I mean, if anyone plays Equator, it's Dave again. But
Yeah. I don't know, do you just play something like totally different elsewhere?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe Oozle?
Yeah, I know, but Oozle obstructs the R of Arcanist. Doesn't really open up much. I guess it leaves that D open, but that remains pretty easy for Aksha to deal with.
I don't know. Yeah, this is a really tough one. You don't want to block anything, but you don't want to open anything too ridiculous. Can you gather any information from the play of Maced? Is it really something that you can say, okay, maybe that tiles that you're leaving with Maced are not going to respond well to the play of Equator? I don't know if you can make that call.
Yeah, I guess you probably assume he's keeping another S. Probably assuming relatively low scoring tiles. So maybe you can read, okay, he's not gonna punish me sword, but still he played 3 tiles. There are 2 P's out, there's a K out, there's a W, the B. It's not like there are no scoring tiles in this bag that Aksha could have drawn or been keeping. You know, Maest often is just the right play either way.
Yeah. So we're seeing the play of Coit
Mhm.
under consideration. It's a sensible play. It's just so bad in terms of like what it blocks. Sometimes you just have to do something like this. It's really hard for Uksha to make a block of that R of Arcanus. So that's something that you can sort of use to your advantage. But after Coit, that's the only thing available to Dave Wiegand. So I don't know. It's really tough. Very, very tough.
Seems like just one of those turns where there's no good options, nothing that you actually want to do. I guess he could go for bingos through the Q, keeping the U and like playing off the O or something random somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not looking great. And what we know is Akshay is gonna probably play Veneer to the R of Arcanus, which is so good for controlling the board, scoring well, using that V as a blocker, even potentially setting up Veneer's plays for later. Yeah, that's a killer play. It's not a bingo, but it might as well be.
Yeah.
What would you fish for if you're playing for something through the queue?
I don't know. Like Pratique is, there, but I'm sure there's better than that, and it doesn't even hit the double is one of the problems. Yeah, like there are certainly things you can hit. You can hit requital with the L if you fish the O. Honestly, maybe fishing the O isn't so bad. Maybe there's a 2-tile fish that works better. Okay, it looks like Equator is the choice from Dave. I kind of like it. It looks terrible, but there was just nothing else that was inspiring at all here. And Uksha really won't be able to deal particularly well with this scoring spot. I think Veneer might still be. No, this probably changes things. I don't know if he can afford to do Veneer now.
Yeah, I think here you just play Erev and run.
Oh, yeah.
So 33 points. That'll bring actually 61 points ahead. You can't feel fantastic about the game position there, but I feel like you just do that and just hope that
Yeah.
Dave hasn't drawn into something. I mean, what Akshay knows is that there are no E's left. He has all 3 of the
Wow.
remaining
Yeah,
E's.
the R becomes so much less threatening when there's no E's left. You really need an E to make a word with the R. I mean, not always. Sometimes you can make an OR word, ARD, but often you need the E to
Well,
use that
everything. Yeah,
R.
I mean, everything becomes less threatening.
Yes, it's true.
Of course, the one thing you would be worried about playing Erev here is leaving that lane that Equator opened open. So that sevens lane is a huge threat,
Yeah.
except for the fact that the unseen tiles,
It's-
despite except that blank, are just
Yeah.
not good.
No, it's a really ugly pool here. So I would be feeling pretty good if I was Aksha taking a really solid lead. He'll be up 61 after Erev and just really, yeah, bingo on, hooking the E of Equator. Probably score around 80. He would have a bit of a deficit, but so unseen pool is really ugly. It's not so like
Yeah, so We'll see what Aksha comes up with. I feel like just Arab.
Yeah.
I don't see any other possibility unless you want to sacrifice tons of points. But
Yeah.
if you end up sacrificing points, look at the score line.
Yeah.
You're down.
He-
You're up only 28 points, so you just have to do
No,
this
you
and
have to
hope.
play here because there's so many plays that Dave could have had, making KA, putting the P there, taking advantage of the spot himself, even if he doesn't have a bingo. That spot is huge. It's so dangerous.
Yeah, and now it's just looking horrible again.
Yeah.
Equator, breathe some life back into this game, but that VU draw is the complete opposite. So VATU or VAUT through the A of Equator makes sense. Dave really needs a blank here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
think you just have to
Yeah,
get
these
rid of
plays
the
are kinda
VU
forced.
combination. Yeah.
Looks like he'll go with, one of those two, Vought or Vatu, and just hope for the blank, hope that Uksha kept some Drek with Erev.
The only other play that was potentially reasonable was to play Turd and DE using that triple spot that was just opened up in order to open up another lane on the right side.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like he has answer set up, which looks fine. He could also just do AW for 20. Which opens up no new lanes, just blocks the E of Equator.
So we're
Um,
thinking in that triple spot.
Yes, sorry. So yeah, he would play AW and WE, and this would just give nothing back.
So AW and WE, the center left of the board for 20 looks fantastic here. But
Oh yeah,
raw,
I guess keeping the last E, the
yeah.
only two-letter word starting with R is RE. So Aksha, knowing he has the last E, can feel pretty confident that he, of the two of them, is the more likely to take care of to take advantage of that spot. Of course, there is still the blank out, but this pool is looking more and more awful, from Aksha's perspective for Dave. So pretty unlikely that Dave is gonna have a bingo here.
Yeah, this position is normally you look at the score line with the blank out and you're like, okay, well, actually it's anyone's game, but no, this position is crushing. It's so difficult to lose, even if you play Gnaw, even if you answer and just blow up your rack. It's just so difficult. I actually like the play of answer. It really only gives Dave one more turn.
True, yeah, the timing is big here. When you're at this lead, you want to make it harder and harder for your opponent to play these little plays, open up new spots on the board, keep trying to dip into that pool and draw maybe a bingo. So you want to give as few chances as possible for Dave to make plays, and you want to take control of the game, take things into your own hands.
Yeah, we'll see what the decision is for the former world champion. I guess, do we say former? I feel like some people say former world champion, but
Some
you
people say
won a
world-
world
Yeah,
championship.
you're
You're
the world champion
always a
after
world
that.
champion.
Okay, so AW, the call, the choice here from Aksha, just going with the most fully safe route, and obviously keeping an extremely synergistic leave, picking up NO to go with it. And now over to Dave to deal with all these consonants that he's got. It's gonna be tough for Dave. I don't see a great way forward for him.
Yeah, I think the play here is just Pride and DZO in the top right of the board.
Yeah, looks good.
You're blocking that R and Arcanus, but you're creating a new one for yourself. And you're leaving a few tiles in the bag. There is still some hope. There's still an S potentially unseen to Dave. He doesn't know Aksha has it.
I think he probably assumes Aksha has it still after Mayest.
Maybe. Yeah,
Uh,
maybe not. At this point, you just have to
you
hope
kind of hope,
for the
yeah.
best. But yeah, the blank is the one thing you want to draw alongside an E. But unfortunately now there's really only one spot. And maybe Aksha can just block everything. So it's a really tough position regardless.
Yeah. He can't block everything so easily. I guess certainly can score very little to do that. But then maybe that opens the door for Dave to score here. The problem is there's just no scoring spots either on this board for Dave to use if Uksha scores like 4 points to block. Oh,
And
wow,
despite
nice
the
draw.
draw of kidlets with the blank S, it really does feel over here with 3 tiles in the bag. What could possibly happen for actually to lose this game? I guess if you just don't score anything and you let Dave score somewhere, don't really know where, that could end up turning the game in Dave's favor, but up 32 with such reasonable flexible tiles, I feel like it's all but over here.
Yeah. It's not looking good for Dave.
Is there even any threats? Like,
I know, that's what I'm wondering. Like,
I'll check that out.
if there are very few. And Uksha maybe even is in a position where he can just open something up for himself, a spot that he can take advantage of. Or just fish for something through that R if he determines that Dave has no available bingos that will play on this board.
Yeah, not seeing it. Oh, there's one. Okay, I think one playable bingo. Dispirit. If the B, L, K are in the bag, Dispirit will play through the R of Pride.
Okay,
The blank S.
so something for Uksha to worry about, but not what Dave has on his rack. He's found the very nice bingo of kidlets, but it does not fit anywhere on this board.
So the play that was being considered is just dropping the N with Knox and NA for 12, which would increase the lead to 44. But I think in the case where Dispirit comes down and the redraw for Dave is the K and the B,
Right.
I think he would actually win in that scenario.
So maybe just playing NO and OR next to Arcanist, that would inhibit the Dispirit spot. It would only allow him to play in that spot moving forward if potentially he draws it, Uksha, if potentially Uksha draws a bingo through the R, which he might, keeping this lead.
Super unlikely, but that is just a possibility. Of course, in this particular scenario where the only available bingo comes down after potential play by Uksha, he would still win in I think 1 of 3 scenarios if he draws that K. The K is a very, very good tile for Akshay with those letters and the board position after Dispirit. But anyways, all that being said, I think NO to the left of the AR would block
Yes.
Dispirit, and that would
would
be
do it.
GG. I think
Yeah.
that wins in every single scenario. And sometimes these margins are important. And there we see it. I don't know if Akshay saw the threat of Dispirit, but if he did, like, kudos to him. That's awesome. All right, over to Dave Weekend. He has Kidlit Blank, as we mentioned before, and there's 1 tile in the bag. So I guess if you're trying to win this game, trying to see, can I draw anything with a specific draw? I think the first draws you look for are the S or the E. The problem here is that if you don't create a second threat, we were talking about that earlier as well, you're just getting blocked. So I think Dave is going to give up here and just make a scoring play. I don't think he has any paths to victory. And he probably wants to... Does he need to block anything, actually?
Yeah, what's the last tile in the bag? We have
So the last tile in the bag is
an
another
eye.
eye, but
Okay.
I don't think there's anything to block. So Sprainer is a common
Phony, yes.
That's not,
But I don't
that's
see
not
anything valid, yeah.
Brainers, like no brainers, also not a word. Spare rib doesn't quite fit. So I don't think Dave has to necessarily play some defense here. Sometimes you have to do that even when you're losing, just to try and avoid the worst case scenarios of losing by too many points. I think here Dave can just do something, work on himself a little bit. Maybe you play kid and KAW. Just try to go out
Yeah.
next turn.
Get this game over with. Josh, do you usually, when you're in these positions, I mean, this one is still Dave needs to think about it, but say once he decides, okay, this game is over, how much effort do you put into continuing to find the best play?
Oh yeah, I want to make a play here that guarantees, or at least close to guarantees, me going out next turn. So I'm going to look pretty hard for that. And a play would be a good play here to look for would be a play that uses 4 or more tiles. That'll increase your options of playing out on this board. But it is tough. It is tough to sort through options, especially when you have a blank. But I would probably just go for something intuitive. I might play something like Tiki and ST on the bottom left, on the bottom right, excuse me, of the board, which is not a good looking play. It gives back a triple for free, but that might be the play that guarantees the most outplays. Not really sure though.
Maybe.
I'll be looking for where plays fit on this board. Like where would a 4 tile play fit? Where would a 5 tile play fit if I were to draw one?
Right. I mean, it
And
seems, yeah.
next to the LO,
Yeah.
of lentoid would be where those words would potentially fit. So I think kid. I think I would just play kid or tick on top of the AW.
Okay. Yeah,
something
that
like
seems pretty reasonable. Most draws will allow Dave to go out. So with something hooking that LO, like you said. So yeah, those both seem pretty reasonable. So
You could see a really cool option of Y-like, YLIKE, using the blank
wow.
from the Y in alimony. That's a very high scoring play. And that actually might provide some scares in certain scenarios for Uksha. So that's what's that?
Okay, no, it does
No,
not take
yeah,
an
no,
F.
it does not take an S. To 35 points.
Wow.
That would bring Dave within 7. I don't think it'll ever be enough, but that's a high scoring play. I wonder if he'll spot that. If I spot that, I play that and just hope
Yeah,
for something to happen. But I think it's still not enough.
Yeah, kid and caw seems pretty reasonable here. Probably one of the plays that guarantees the most outplays, at least among the 3 tile plays. So yeah, it's going with. Oh, interesting. Okay, what does he see? He's playing caw. I guess he's going for an E draw.
Yeah, disliker and dislike. And the S would work too. So this actually might provide him some winning chances. Maybe a 2 out of 6 chance for Dave Wiegand. So when we thought he was out of it, he found a way. Unfortunately, he draws that final I, but wow, we counted him out.
Yeah, that was a really nice play. Great find by Dave.
Yeah, using the board geometry in his favor, opening a second spot, and there would have been no way to block both spots at once. So
wow,
great job by him. I think that's a 2 out of 8.
Yeah. Whoa, amazing.
Yeah, well done. But you know,
Not to be in this game.
yeah, I think that was maybe one of the problems with playing AW is there's always the possibility of just a 1 tile play to reopen a spot on the board. But I think in the situation Akshay was in, I don't think he was super worried. But yeah, nice play by Dave.
Yeah, really nice.
So we're in the end game. Both players very low on time. We'll see what the decision is here. Game is definitely over. I think both of these guys know it, but you want to try and finish as strong as you can. But with 1 minute left, it's going to be hard to make the best play, Chloe.
Yeah, I think as long as Akshay doesn't go overtime here, maybe even if he does go overtime, he will be okay. We're playing with a rule. Every minute you go overtime in Scrabble, you don't automatically lose. I think that's how it works in chess, but rather you lose 10 points per minute that you go overtime. So you want to avoid that, but it's not a game losing error to go overtime. Akshay with 36 seconds left goes with Neb. And now back to Dave to deal with these 3 eyes.
Yeah, and I think this is actually funny because why like is the highest scoring play here, but it is not the best play because it gives back a huge spot for spar re-overlapping for
Wow.
40 points. So the best play for Dave would be to play Thulk from the T in equator, making the blank an H. Let's see if he spots that.
It's a hard word to see. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something just like DIKA or DIKE hooking to taw. But yeah, Thilk definitely the best out end
Yeah,
game
the
here.
reason is that it blocks traps.
Yeah.
Traps is the highest scoring play for Uksha here. But it's all what do you call it? Academic from here on out. With 1 minute left. Yeah, you don't want to go over time. It's certainly not worth it, but sometimes you freeze up in moments like
Yeah.
these.
Oh, it looks like he's seen maybe Thilk. Maybe it's something else.
Yeah, that's very impressive. I think he spotted it.
Good for Dave.
Yeah, I want to check what was the best play for Uksha. Yeah, it was Neb. So we might see a perfect endgame under immense time pressure. Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is a time pressure error, not seeing the spar re-overlap of why like.
It's just crazy that
Yeah.
just fits perfectly.
Yeah,
And this is gonna come down, I
And
think.
you see why like, and you're like, oh, this must be the best play to score so many points.
Yeah.
And
No.
then, oh no, actually, I guess
Why did we jinx it, Chloe?
well, he did. He had 20 seconds left.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, well, that is a 12-point, no, more than that, a 17-point error. But
Yeah.
like we said, it's all academic.
That's right. So we're gonna take you through this post-mortem. Let's open the overhead mic. See what these guys have to say.
Yeah, it was Team Topeless had DLT. Just couldn't think of anything else to do.
Yeah, it was unseen for me. I couldn't see anything else.
Set you up for a better outplay. Smart.
Oh yeah. Shit.
All right, nicely done. A great game. Congratulations, Akshay. Both these guys played fantastic, as expected. We're gonna take you guys into round 8 in just a few moments. We're gonna have, of course, an incredibly strong matchup. For those unaware, the top division of I think 88 players contains only players rated I think above 1860.
Wow.
Which is just ridiculously strong. So anyways, we'll be back in just a few moments. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Welcome back to round 8 of 10 of the Causeway Challenge, the biggest tournament of the century.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, there have been bigger
hmm.
player-wise, but in terms of production,
If the century started 16 years ago.
right? Go.
Yeah.
Biggest tournament of the decade.
Yes, indeed. We got this. We got this. We're good. So this is round 8 of 10, day 1, 36-game tournament. Best Scrabble ever of all time.
That
We
is
have
true.
Cameron Farlow versus Putapong Moonsarn of Thailand. We've seen Cameron twice already on this table. He seems to be attracted to us, Chloe. But we're going to see how he fares in this next matchup.
Yeah, it should be really exciting. We've seen Cameron before. We haven't seen Putapong yet, so really excited to see how this game goes. I'm loving commentating this tournament, getting to see so many players I've never met before. I've never really seen play before, coming from North America. I'm now getting exposed to this broader international Scrabble world. So many Thai players are here at this event. And it's so wonderful to get exposed to more corners of the Scrabble world, more different styles of Scrabble play in these different parts of the world. I mean, come on, everyone's amazing, but it's been so wonderful.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Let's cut to the board. Players are ready to go. Cameron going first on the left, Putapong going second on the right. We see the bag being shaken. That's what you do at the start of a game.
So true.
How long do you shake the bag for your opponent?
Recently, I've been giving it more shaking than I used to. I used to really think it was meaningless, and I thought anyone shaking the bag was just being obnoxious. But I've come to realize that there's actually the bag is not as random as it seems. When you pick them up from that squared position, they are often, sometimes, not always. I mean, who knows how they are, but there's a chance they could be near tiles that go together. And we see Cameron picking up the blank with his first draw.
Yeah, it's a good point. So we also see the drawing technique. Normally, the most important rule in Scrabble, in competitive Scrabble, is make sure your opponent has no inclination that you are looking into the bag when drawing tiles. So we saw Cameron putting the bag very far away from his view, looking the other way.
Yeah. So
But Preety looks like the play here.
yeah.
I'm surprised that
Oh, he's playing pre-guide, which this is not a word.
no. Okay.
So
Wow. That
that's-
makes perfect sense. Re-die is a word, pre-D is a word, but hold there is, and this is going to come off the board almost certainly. And Putapong is drawn into Tangoed, so yeah, regardless of what happens, I guess what
It-
is interesting about this is Tangoed going to give back an 8-letter
it
word?
will. It'll get there's one that it gives back, and I wonder if Cameron will spot it.
Okay, but we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yes.
So this play is being challenged off the board. It would score 84 if it were valid, but it's going to come off. And this is a little bit of a mistake by Cameron. But if you're going to make a mistake like this, make it on the first turn with a blank, and Putapong with the tiles for Tangoed is now going to be able to play that word. But once that happens, we have perfect information of what Cameron has. So once Tangoed hits the board, what is the playable bingo for Cameron?
The playable bingo is Peddlery. Nice find in the YouTube chat from Lord Livegone. Peddlery, the only playable 8-letter word through any of the letters of Tangoed for Cameron. So the pressure will be, I think Putapong has to play this bingo here. There's no reason to pass it up, I think. Especially knowing that Cameron has the blank. Usually players building towards bingos with that blank. If he doesn't bingo this next turn, he'll bingo the following turn, probably. Take the points now, hope that Cameron misses the bingo, or accept that you're trading bingos and move on.
And this is as close to a solvable position that you'll get early in a Scrabble game. You know what the opponent has, so you have the capacity, if you have perfect word knowledge, to see what your opponent will be able to do after you make any play that is available to you. So if Putapong is able to figure out, okay, Peddlery is the only thing I see, maybe the only playable bingo after my play of Tangoed, where is he going to put that E? I feel like he's not going to put it in the double lane, which he
Yeah.
normally would do, because putting the D on the light blue square, the double letter score will increase his score pretty nicely. So if this was in a vacuum, if Putapon was first to act, he would play Tangoed, putting the D exactly there. But
Yeah.
actually, in this particular instance, I think it is worse to do this.
Yeah, I think he should be putting the E in one of the lines where pedlary will not hit a double word score. That would probably be maybe putting the O on the star or putting the D on the star potentially. Yeah, probably the O on the star. Actually, it doesn't matter. Don't listen to me.
Make up your mind. Anyway, that was a very, very analytical rant we both went on there. But all that being said, we still need Cameron Farlow to find
Yeah.
a very difficult pedlary. And after you've played a phony, we've said this before, the psychology is crushing
Yeah.
sometimes. So
he's-
we'll see if he spots that. It'd be very, very impressive.
Yeah, he played pre-dried. I wonder if he's thinking
Pre-dyed.
sorry, he played pre-dyed. I wonder if he's thinking pre-dried, but with a Y. It's a word with an I.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he might be thinking that. I saw he had set up prayed as well, PREYED through the E. We'll see what Cameron comes up with. It doesn't look like
So close.
Yes, very close to pedal.
I love when this happens. We're watching. We know what he has. We have the answers in front of us, and however close he gets to lining up the play peddler, like, oh no, it doesn't see it. But that would be really cool. I think just something like Purdy here. If you don't see the bingo, PERDY is a good option. You still have the blank. You're still in decent shape, but there's a huge difference between finding the bingo and not here. So we're hoping that Cameron comes to that conclusion and finds the only playable bonus here.
Okay, now. Yeah, he's keeping these, putting the two Ds together. It's one of the steps in the process to finding the word pedlary, but maybe if he might not even be in the mindset of thinking there's a bingo here. I mean, you gotta look. But it looks like prayed is the play that Cameron is going with. So Putapong's choice of doubling the D, taking the extra points for that for his opening bingo. If Tango had paid off here, Cameron did not find his only available bingo.
Yes, indeed. So it might as well just not be a word. And that was a very bad draw for Putapong. 2 I's, a C, F, J, and an RT, which are pretty nice, but there's really nothing good here
Oof, yeah.
on the menu for Putapong.
Yeah, I don't see anything particularly inspiring. Any of the plays that either score well or maybe get rid of some of these, the 2 I's, the F's, give back a lot on this board. But also a pretty bad draw from Cameron, picking up 2 U's, the next Y, a B. Yeah, not what he wanted there.
Yeah, but for Cameron, he actually has a playable bingo through
Really?
the N or the R. Under by
yeah.
is a thing. I would love to see him play that through the N.
Through the end would be so fun.
But I don't, it's because it plays in 2 spots, I don't really see a way for it to be blocked. It is certainly possible. Like a play like Fig for 8 points would block both spots, but Putapong has no idea what Cameron has. So yeah, what does one do in this position? Jet for 26 is possible, but that leaves 2 I's. I guess you could play JAI through the A of Tango, but
might
maybe
just
you
do
want to
J.
keep the J. Maybe you want to keep the J for JA plays on the top left. What were you thinking?
I was gonna say just probably JAI, but yeah, it's certainly not inspiring. Yeah, there's some good J options out there. I think I would rather just get rid of it now, though. Usually not a tile you want to hold on to. That spot in the top that you're referring to with, I think, hooking PE, is that what you were talking about?
No, I'm just thinking JA is a 2-letter
Oh,
word,
yeah.
so if Putapong draws an A or an O on the next
Right,
move
you'll
and
be able to get
keeps the J, there's a possibility of getting a high scoring play with the J. But I think you're right. When you have a J, you probably just want to play it instantly.
Yeah, and Jet, scoring the most, scoring 26, but takes the E hook in the back for jeté. Also still keeps 2 I's and the F. Really not an inspiring play for Put-a-Pong.
Yeah, and he knows that his opponent has the blank. He knows that the D and the blank were the letters that Cameron kept on his previous play. So he's probably not feeling fantastic here because he can't really address all the spots on the board. Cameron not giving us any
Looks like he's looking at up by.
yeah, he's not giving us any information about whether he's spotted under by. It just does not feel like when you have a rack like this that you have something.
You shouldn't have a bingo with a rack like this. Yeah, I wonder, maybe it's just one of those times he won't even look if it's not something that jumps out at you immediately. JAI the call from Put-a-Pong, so this blocks the more fun spot for underbuy, which would slot underbuy one spot above the triple word score at the bottom. So potential underbuys plays, hooking the S for 1,000,000 points won't happen, but underbuy still available through the R of Prayed. So now it's on Cameron once again to find a tough blank bingo.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he sees it. But
Looking at
Yui, yeah,
Yeah.
Yui's a nice option for 33 next to the PRE of Prayed. And again, when you have a blank early on in a game, you don't really have to worry too much about what you're blocking. Of course, this does block the R of Prayed and potentially some lines into opening the board, but
Yeah.
you don't have to worry too much.
Really is not so much worse than underbuy. But I would still play the bingo. But still keeping a blank early in the game, board is somewhat conducive to bingoing. Not extremely, but
Look at this. Friction
ooh.
is playable to the end of
Oh,
bingo
I
for
thought-
Put-a-Pong, making JO. But he hasn't spotted it yet. I guess this is like a too good to be true situation. That's 107 points,
Oh my
Chloe.
god.
That would be crazy if he misses this.
Wow. You have to find this play.
It's just a moment of like, wait, what? I have this? Wow.
Yeah, because FICO, it does stand out so much. You have up, the O goes perfectly after that. Oh, and just take a second, put your tiles in alphabetical order. Maybe then the bingo pops out at you.
Yeah, so a word like this, you either spot it instantly or you probably don't spot it at all. But yeah, we're definitely hoping that Put-a-Pong comes to this conclusion that he has this
Wow.
107-point
So we're
play, but
trading
no.
missed bingos in
Wow.
this game.
Very, very shocking.
That's a huge miss.
Yeah, this is a good play in and of itself, but it's 71 points worse than the best play of Friction. This is probably the biggest mistake we've seen on stream.
Now only a couple bingos available for Cameron. Even though he's drawn well, he has some options. There's one really cool 9-letter word available.
Yeah, so the playable bingos, I guess unbraids is the most findable
Yeah.
one through the eye of FICO, but
Yeah.
husbander is a really, really funny word, playable to the ER. I don't expect us to see that
That would be something.
on the board, but husbander.
What even is a husbander?
Wifer is not a word. Why is husbander a word? Yeah, we love to see these options on our screens and realize that there's so much to Scrabble. There's so many words, and we're probably gonna miss plays like this in our own games. But
Yeah, apparently to husband is a verb. It means to spend wisely. Wonder what that implies.
that still doesn't explain why husbander is a word.
Well, it's a verb. One who spends wisely.
One who spends wisely. Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say.
That's what I'm assuming.
So the other playable bingo here is daubings through the eye. That's probably a word Cameron knows, but he spotted unbraids, and I think that's going to come down, which is good. Need these guys to spot their bingos. It's great that these guys are up here at the top of the top right now on day one, but after 20 games, after 30 games, if you're missing bingos like this, you are falling behind. You are getting overtaken by the stronger players, even if they're getting a little bit less lucky with timing and with tile draws over time. You cannot be making these misses at
Yeah.
this level.
So Cameron having spotted unbraids. I think he'll be sure of this. Looks like he's about to play it. Nice find. Definitely the most findable bingo. Dobbings scoring a few more points, but really hard to be sure of those INGS words, I think. So maybe he didn't spot it, maybe he wasn't sure of it. Either way, very reasonable to play unbraids and a bit harder to overlap as well.
Yeah, good point. So with this rack for put upon AIRRSTU, you're in a situation where you don't have playable bingo and you don't have any scoring tiles. So you really need to lean on the scoring spots available on the board. And the first thing you think of probably is, can I do something on that top middle triple? Seems a little bit dangerous, but there's really no good way to do that. So FAUR, which put upon is already spotted, plays for 26 points on the top right using that top right triple. It's a little bit more hidden. And that will be, I think, his best play by a large margin.
Yeah, that looks great. Keeps the nice IRST leave, gets rid of the U, does everything Putapong wants to do here. Nice find, nice play.
But look at this. Oh my god, Kima is like 100
Oh.
points. No way, that is.
It's gonna be just devastating.
That's a
Cameron will surge into the lead here. What a swing.
That's crazy. 88 points for the very bizarre looking Kima. This was newly added to the dictionary just a couple years ago. That's crazy.
Wow.
That's one of the worst possible things that could have
And
happened
it's
here.
a rack that looks so unpromising otherwise, like you really having nothing else to do on this board. But Kima, so good, so many points. And now this draw will be huge for Putapong.
Oh,
there's
no.
no H, no rhinitis.
It's fine, yeah. This is a bad draw, this triplicate eyes. Wow, what a disaster. What a crazy swing in this game. Cameron now up 62 points. And put upon with some problems, but
Not a great draw for Cameron though, so a chance now for Putapong to play off a couple of these eyes. Hopefully balance his rack a little more, try the bingo next turn.
yeah, there's a couple spots to play the word inti, I-N-T-I. You could play it with QI for 19 points, but probably better is to play it underneath the UNB of unbraids, making MUN, ANT, and BI. That's a nice 20 points, gets rid of 2 of the 3 I's, and maintains the possibility of bingoing underneath. So I think I like that play.
I think the play of Inti making QI is just needlessly reckless, needlessly risky.
Recklessly needless.
Yes.
All of the things. If you want to get rid of all 3 of the eyes, if you're really upset at fate for handing you triplicated eyes, which is just the saddest thing, you could play Nigiri through the G of Tango, set up an S hook.
I like this play of
this
Inti.
has
This
to be
looks
it.
great.
Yeah. We're in agreement.
Always nice to agree with your co-commentator.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna need to agree.
No, it could be fun if we disagree.
Chosen death.
What?
So yeah, Inti coming down 173 for put upon. What, do you disagree with what I said? And yeah, if you're Cameron now, you have these 6 consonants, but you have some decent options. He's looking at just playing hard. This is another situation where Cameron's played really quickly. I mean, this is a good play, but is it? I don't know. Is it the right play? Do you play off the S? Do you try to play off the V? The V is such a bad tile here, but
Yeah, but
I guess it's sensible.
yeah, Putapong with a really nice draw though. Drawing into 2 bingos, Lakers and Sirkali. Sirkali will play Hooking Jail. Can also hook shard now. So a few options here for Putapong to consider. So he'll come right back into this, but Cameron picking up a blank, the second blank. So he'll also probably be bingoing next turn with something like revolts.
Yeah, revolts will fit with jail, hooking the L onto JAI. I think no matter.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
Sir Colley's played, I think there will be
yeah. You
something.
could probably you probably play Sakali with jail, and then after that, there's just gonna be playable bingos through the E
Exactly.
of Sir Kelly. So we're gonna see an exchange here. Put upon for a moment, it's gonna feel okay, but then the bingo response is gonna come back. So this next draw is gonna be key for sure.
Yeah, only 2 bingos available now for Cameron. Both pretty findable though, over salt and over lets. So those are the options for Cameron. He needs to find something here, I think. Though with the blank, he's in a pretty good position either way, as this game is close to even.
That's right. So right now, 15 points between these two, but after 78 points for oversalt or overlets, that's going to be a big, big swing in Cameron's favor. We already saw a huge swing with Kima. Put upon rallied back, but it's not enough. Looks like over salt. That's the first thing Cameron spots. And
Nice.
VOOTAE.
Oof. And is that
What is that
a
last one? A
G?
G?
Oof.
Yeah.
Okay, not at all what Putapong wanted here. We don't like the G.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. This is the last blank. There aren't that many premium tiles left, but I think if you're put upon, you use one of those triples. Oversalt's going to open 2 triples, one through the O, one through the T. Yeah, I think we're going to see one of them used.
Maybe just
on-
voltage through the L. I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, opening 2 more triples.
Yeah.
That could be decent, but yeah, very, very bad position now. There's some nice scoring tiles available in the bag. Cameron might just run away with this. Might just keep scoring, especially if he draws the X.
Yeah, it's a pretty balanced looking pool. I mean, there's room for disaster draws, obviously, but as long as, yeah, it looks like he's drawn. Oh, yeah, some synergistic tiles here should be good for him to be able to score really well next turn.
So yeah, voltage seems pretty good.
Yeah.
You could also play volage in the same spot. I don't see why you would do that instead.
Voltage looks totally fine.
But maybe veto or vote if you want to deal with that triple.
Right, keep things a bit tighter.
Yeah.
That said, it gives back a big scoring spot above it if you play veto or vote. I guess if you play, yeah, either. Mainly veto, mainly vote, I mean. Yeah.
So, okay, voltage is being lined up on the rack, put upon in our thoughts. But yeah, these guys are just so good. They spot their best plays most of the time very, very quickly.
Yeah. And voltage will probably be met with fetch after underneath hooking EF to the E of voltage. And that'll score really well for Cameron, take up some more space on this board. It's exactly the kind of play Cameron wants. He wants to play this word fetch.
That's right. Yeah, or it's anagram fecht. Either or. And it already plays with if under the eye of Sir Cali. So Cameron's already pretty much decided what he wants to do, and this is just going to make it even better for him. So he's going to increase his lead even higher after this. The Putopon's going to need some help for sure from the tile bag.
Yeah. Fetch or fecht for 44. Yeah. This will be now roughly an 80-point lead for Cameron here. So Putapong, yeah, like you said, needs a really good draw right now to get back into this game.
There are four total O's remaining, and that's the duplicate O. I just ruined it. I just jinxed it. Oh, okay. No, that is good.
That's
That-
exactly what he needed. So we will be seeing a bingo now. For Putapong, he has Noisome available, making Neff. Wonder if there's anything, or making Shard as well. Oh, making Shard is a lot of points actually.
yeah, that's great. All right.
So we have a game.
We do. We're back. So Noisome is 89 points with Shard. It just fits in that area of the board. It's anagram isonome fits for 84 points with jails and IO and AI. You might want to do that just in order to not open as much.
Right. Cameron really not drawing well though, picking up a couple I's, a couple E's. Not gonna be an easy rack to respond to this bingo with.
Yeah, wow. I think regardless, if you play Noisome,
Yeah, I don't think he'll respond to. I think maybe just he'll have to do something like Nevi in the bottom corner anyway.
so put
I
up
think-
on lining up both of his 7-letter words here. Is Moon? Was Mooney's? He's good as well. Yeah, okay. There's 3. So he's seen all 3 of them.
Okay.
Mooney's just doesn't fit.
Right.
If Fecht came down instead, Dominoes would play with Fecht. But trying to pronounce that word a little bit too much. But yeah, it's a good question. Do you play for 89 and create 2 big triples? I don't think so. I think you just
You think
play.
you play for 84? There are already 2 big triples open.
Not as big, but yeah, it's interesting. So Isonome coming down, that's 84. So Putapong taking the lead, and suddenly Cameron, like you said, in some trouble. 3 E's, 2 I's, just
Yeah.
nothing great to do here. What is he gonna try?
NIEVE or NEIVE, both valid, that play through the V of voltage. Those look pretty good, scoring 27. Cleaning up the rack, he'll be keeping EIT after one of those plays. Seems very reasonable. He could also maybe just play NEVI. There's no E's left. So, and it's a constant heavy pool. So there is some upside in keeping 2 E's here, more than usual.
Yeah, that being said, keeping 1 E, it being the last E, is probably totally fine. Taking the 3 extra points. If you play NEVI, you're getting 24. If you play NEIVE or NIEVE, you're getting 27 because each of those letters is tripled.
Huge draw for Putapong, though. The Z and the X, he'll be able to
goodness.
score a ton of points
What in the world is
with
that?
these next couple moves. I see walks underneath Isonome off the bat. Will score a ton for Putapong.
Yeah, this is great for him. It looks horrible at first glance, but was also
yeah.
fits on top of the HA.
That's probably better.
Yeah, that's 51. Walks is, let's see if I
So
can do also 51.
Walk
I think.
does keep the last O, so then he'd be able to underlap with EXO plays.
Yeah, an array of options and such an awkward looking rack for Putapong. This was huge.
And
There's
Malas, actually, that's probably the
10
play.
Yeah, there's 10 letters left in the bag. So NIEVE. Wait, what's going on here? Is Cameron just missing that V in voltage?
Whoa.
He's looking to play EINE. Those are the right letters, but bro, you gotta play in the bottom left.
Yeah.
Don't worry, me and Cameron are on bro terms.
Okay, good. I was worried.
But yeah, I don't think there's much to really worry about by sacrificing tons of points to play Ina underneath Isonome.
Yeah, maybe he's just totally written off that whole bottom left corner. You know, the V makes no 2-letter words, so we often just kind of ignore it to think we can do nothing with it. But here it's actually quite useful. The highest scoring plays by far, 27 points for Neve versus only 19 for Ina. So definitely he wants to get those extra 8 points here. Now that we're in this really tight game, it's, I would say, even more important.
Absolutely. So we're seeing Cameron taking some time.
Okay, there he goes.
There was some sixth sense there, I think, at play.
They're both hearing us, is what we're realizing.
Okay, he's
Okay.
playing Nevi. He agrees with you.
Yeah, I like keeping the E. I don't know. I think they're going to be useful here.
It's also interesting timing wise. If we see a 3-tile play, Cameron's also going to be able to play 3 tiles after that without emptying the bag. So something to be said about that as well. But as we know, Cameron is a huge underdog here.
Yeah.
He might draw into a bingo though. I feel like you have to play walks. I feel like you don't play was because you just block the bingo lane. If you play walks, you block anything that Cameron might have as a 7-letter word.
And you're setting yourself up so well after walks. Putapong is keeping ZO on his rack. He could draw into a few different words that make MOZ and EXO underlapping walks. And those will score a ton as well. In addition to keeping opportunities still alive with the ZA of hard. So I really like this play of walks.
Yeah, it might not look at Putapong being down 17 points right now, but after 53, taking that lead, he is crushing it. Like, it is really, really good. It's just like,
It looks so
again,
good.
the draw does not look good, but the
No,
plays that Putapong has available right now are just massive.
there is so much upside to this play of walks.
You're guaranteed 30 plus points with the Z regardless. You have Zoo through the O of Oversalt.
Yeah.
You have just so many good spots.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just considering other options, there might be an even more direct setup available, but I
true.
think walks is the play for sure. There it goes, 53 points.
Yeah, that looks so great.
And Cameron now on his back foot. I wonder if you play something like setting up your E. Is there some way to do that?
Yeah. I wonder now if Cameron's wondering. I mean, it's not like Putapong took so long to make that play, but often that play is so obvious it goes down instantly. So I wonder if he reads maybe there's some other really high scoring candidate plays, maybe including the Z that Putapong had available on that turn.
So it's interesting. XI in that same spot, given the thumbs up by the engine because it keeps was for 51. But
I don't know about
he's
that.
redrawn it, so
It doesn't matter.
all good. Yeah, this is a terrible position for Cameron. I really wonder what he's going to come up
mean,
with.
he
He's
has
probably going
one-
to take a long time here.
Yeah, he has POZ underneath walks, so Putapong in excellent position.
Yeah, was also plays with Wex, so
Oh yes, so true.
yeah. So if Cameron, he's looking at playing Glob through the Oversalt, that's a reasonable play. Going for that N maybe for an ing word. I just don't see it though. Like, I feel like you have to do something a little bit more desperate than that. I'm not sure though. How do you
Yeah, you do
give yourself chances here?
like yeah, you gotta set something up. Yeah, it's so hard with no hooks left for hard. That was unintentional. Yeah, like even if you play something like Tig and Tex, that'll still be, Putapong will still be able to deal with that with plays underneath walks for the most part. Won't entirely block them, but will obstruct those bingos a lot. It's a really hard position for Cameron here.
Yeah, I don't know where to start here. I think Glob makes sense because you're getting within like 10 of Putapong's score, so there are other ways for you to win. You could draw the Z, for
Yeah.
example.
Right. I guess Tig sets up the E hook, which is quite nice, having the last 2 E's.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Tig and Tex seems pretty good if you're really trying to go all out for a bingo, but I don't know.
Yeah, because then how do you respond to that if you're Putapong? You probably play
That's
like
tough. Like,
lot-
what's going to be
That's terrible,
threatened?
that looks terrible. Yeah, what will be threatened? That's a good question.
It looks pretty good. We'll see. We'll see what Cameron comes up with. He is normally a fast player, but this position requires a lot of thought.
Yeah, and he has some time to think it through, which is really good here. I think he will take some time.
So while we're waiting again, want to mention our partners in crime for this broadcast. We have our media partner, MeWatch. First time Scrabble tournament's been broadcast to TV in a very, very long time. We're very happy to have you watching. If you are new to Scrabble, even if you are old to Scrabble, feel free to download the MeWatch app. You can watch on your phone and on your smart TV. And for everybody watching on Let's Play Scrabble, that's our broadcast partner for the Causeway Challenge. 3 streams at once, table 1, 2, and 3, all throughout the 36 games. A massive undertaking of epic proportions.
Yes, and we have, like you said, 3 simultaneous streams going on. You can hear not just Josh and my's commentary, but also that of Matt Canick and Robin Pollock Daniel on board 1, and Nitz Chugty and Jesse Matthews on board 3. So we've got an excellent lineup of commentators. It's been so fun hearing about the different games. We're in our little board 2 world over here, but you guys have the, you're so lucky to have access to all 3 of these games and be following it all at the same time. So what an amazing tournament that we have going on here. So looking at big.
Biog, yeah.
Oh yes, maybe that.
Yeah, I think Biog is a reasonable option too. I don't know why that
Why
would
not
be better than Glob.
Yeah, you could draw that N for IN. Yeah, it looks like Glob going for ING bingos. Unfortunately, this just makes it pretty easy, I think, for Putapong to deal with. He can, well, now with was, of course, we can see, but lots of plays would block ING bingos here. Whereas after Tig, which we really liked, that E hook a lot harder for Putapong to deal with, having no E's himself.
I'm trying to think, is there a possibility of a 7-letter word fitting over the top of AGE and then going all the way to the WO of walks? Close. Like you can almost play something like Retini
Baneler?
or Teeny
Yeah,
Eye.
Baneler would work, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Well,
If
not
he,
anymore.
yeah, but if he had that.
Yeah. But I think, yeah, was is very obvious here to block interage.
Yeah.
And I think this is GG.
Wow.
So yeah, this is a great rack. There are 3 unplayable, excuse me. 3 unplayable, doesn't give you guys a shock there, heart attack. 3 unplayable bonuses with this rack. And yeah, it's unfortunate because interage was playable before was. No pun intended. But now, being down 57 points, there's no coming back from this. And Pudapon's going to take a win on stream, a win for Thailand, a win for the home team. 110 players from our local nation are playing in this massive Scrabble tournament.
Yeah,
And so many of them are so strong.
yeah, so strong. Yeah, after that Kima play, we kind of thought the tides had swung a bit in this game. But Putapong quickly came back into it with Sir Kali was a really good draw after that triple I rack he had when he played Inti. And things just worked out really nicely for him after that point. I guess though he was still down after Oversalt as well.
Yeah, no, Putapong rallying very nicely here. There was that crazy miss of friction for
Right.
107, which I think he's finding that
Yeah.
at least 9 times out of 10, but just happened to miss it this one time. But yeah, in the end, a great win, a hard-fought battle. And that'll be our round 8 matchup.
Wow. 2 more games to go today. How you feeling, Josh?
Yes.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, we're having a great time over here in our little commentary booth. We're sequestered away off to the side of this foyer area of the venue.
Yeah, for those I guess, morbidly curious, we have 3 stream setups. One of them is in a small room off to the side that we call the VIP room. One of them is all the way across in a much larger room. And me and Chloe are right in the middle of it all. We're in the lobby area right outside the playing room. So there's a lot of action out
Yeah.
here. We have all the hotel workers setting things up for us.
Yes.
Tea and coffee being served, snacks being served.
Players milling about after games, but we have our nice little section over here. We have our own world.
Yeah, and we're both social beings. We like
Yeah.
to be in the center of the action.
Yeah, couldn't miss it. I
And
get to spy in between the dividers, see who's finished their games, who looks upset, who looks crushed. Yeah, we want to know what's going on.
That's right. That's right. And if you guys want to know what's going on, feel free to check out the other 2 streams and the 7 annotated games from the top 10 tables of this massive 88-person premier division at the 2026 Causeway Challenge in Bangkok, Thailand. Cameron Farlow falls to around 3 minutes. Is also going to fall victim to Hudapon's great draw. Walks and was back-to-back 104 points in 2 turns. Rani among the highest scoring plays available in the position, 25 points, making all of those over and under laps. It's a great find.
Yeah, and now Putapong will probably just come back with Lop or Lap on top of was, scoring 28 points, his highest scoring plays. And we'll see this game wrap up with Putapong, the victor.
Yeah, not quite 500 points. Highest scoring play, like you said, 28 would bring Putapong to 495. This is not your kitchen table Scrabble. Top players here are averaging potentially close to 500 points after 8 games. And we might have a standings update for you guys at some point soon. Of course, this is day 1 of 4, so whoever is in the lead right now, that could change massively over the course of the next few days. You might see someone at 10-0 lose 8 games tomorrow as lap comes down. And a victory lap is in order for Putapong after this game, taking down one of the leaders in the tournament. Cameron is going to make his final play with the I and the T. Zati is 13. That is his highest score.
Very nice.
Alrighty, so that is that. Final score 452 to 495 in Putapong's favor. Let's listen to that overhead mic.
495 to 452.
451.
Okay. Reserve 356.
Yeah, 412.
No, that's not what I got. Sorry. 38. 312.
212, right? Yeah.
And
212.
and
And
44.
44.
6.
256. 256, right?
356.
256. And
Yeah.
24.
380.
30, right?
Yeah.
And 30.
Yeah, 410.
410, right? And 24.
I think it's 25.
Oh.
7, 14. 25.
Okay, 25 sorry. That's right.
Okay, so 495 to 452.
452, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Okay, okay. After we go, 8 answers. Lucky.
All right, that is that for the post-game analysis. Put upon winning by 43 in this game. We're going to take a short break before round 9 of 10. Things are getting exciting. I guess they're already exciting. Yeah, we'll see you guys in just a few moments. Back with some more Scrabble. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge in Bangkok, Thailand. I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. Round 9 of 10, 2 games left today. And a familiar face, 2 familiar faces, one more than the other. Cameron Farlow out of Australia is responding to Dave Weekend out of North America.
Yeah.
I just said that. Oh, United States.
Now we identify people only by their continents, actually. Yes, we've seen both of these players a couple times so far this tournament. We're getting very familiar with them, their play, their style. They're both having good tournaments. I believe both 6 and 2 so far. Correct me if I'm wrong. Neither of us has checked the standings. But regardless, I know Cameron's 6 and 2 at the very least. Dave to go first here.
Yeah, I think Dave's 6 and 2 as well. He did just lose on board 1, I believe, to Napat, who is the sole leader at 8 and 0 right now. So
Wow, and a high scoring draw. I see immediately the word DHIKR, Deeker. Looks really good for Dave to get rid of a bunch of these consonants.
yeah, very nice find. That is a really fun 5-letter word. We're nerds over here, so the fact that it is in alphabetical order is fun.
That is very true. And quickly spots it. Yeah, this seems like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah, good job by Dave. Scoring a nice 30.
Yeah.
Getting rid of a bunch of those high-scoring tiles. The B and the G, obviously not fantastic, but this is what you do.
Yeah. And Cameron with 3 A's, but he'll have a nice way of getting rid of 2 of them with the word HAAF, which fits pretty nicely under Deeker, making DA, HA, and IF. Think there's also not a ton to think about here.
Yeah, this is pretty obvious looking move when you see it. LAT is very nice, especially with that R in the center of the board. You're not giving much back to Dave. So yeah, this looks great. So Bougie is lined up for Dave Weekend. And I guess he can score another 30 points if he really wants to, but that would be a very risky decision if you play OBIED, underlapping the HAA of Hoff, making HA, DAE, and HAD. Just opening that triple up, I feel like is a little bit insane.
Yeah.
With the O, but I don't know.
Most of the candidate plays here seem to give back quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough here. I feel like maybe it's not so crazy to play OBIED. Guide is also possible to throw the G in the triple
Right.
rather than the O. But I think maybe just something reasonable like Go,
Yeah,
which
that
doesn't open the triple. Although the DUI leave really leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
I think something like that or GIBE is probably correct here. It's a little bit ugly though. Cameron again, 1 letter off of a playable bonus. Partable would fit with an E on the board. That is not happening. He is not going to get that.
No.
No. I'm so insistent. But yeah, I feel like I'm more partial to GIBE here. The reason being it sets up the D for HAED, and the O and the U together versus the I and the U together are so distinctly different.
Yeah, I agree. I like this jibe idea. I think the real upside, like you mentioned, is the HAED hook. Yeah, also keeping the O to overlap the K. He could make plays that go like DOU something. I mean, those aren't super appealing, but in the world in which nothing appealing is opened up to him, there are at least maybe some options on this board for Dave keeping this DOU leave. It's just more flexible than DUI.
Yeah, the main issue with putting the E under the HA instead of the O is the extra hooks. So HAED, HAT, HAES. Those are all playable.
Right.
But yeah, Bigo coming down.
As well.
Engine's favorite choice.
Nice.
And over to Cameron to respond with letters we already mentioned, ABILPRT. And suddenly, it's just Not much
Nothing
going
to
on.
do. Yeah, really no high scoring plays. I guess maybe herbal. That looks pretty good. That's what Cameron's setting up right now from the HE. That's already on the board. Cameron will extend that to herbal. Seems pretty nice.
Yeah, there's just one issue is that herbals is a word.
Yeah.
So if Dave were to have the first S, he'd probably be able to score very nicely on that bottom left triple, hooking the S onto herbal.
It's true.
But I think it's still worth doing.
Yeah.
It's 22 points. Can't really score anything close to that other than airlift, which is playable through the IF. This is the highest scoring play.
Wow, making begot. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, and when Dave doesn't have an S, he might be worried that Cameron does, and he really won't have much to do.
Yeah, there's like nothing he can do to deal with this S hook. Wow, nice. Oh my God, Privater he's drawn. So that's gonna score 1,000,000 for Cameron. And I think Dave is probably just gonna play something like Butty from the B of Herbal, and that spot is gonna stay open for Cameron.
Yeah, I don't see a reasonable play that blocks Privater to the R and Hicker. So this is going to be a very, very big swing in Cameron's favor. Dave up 10 points after Butty or Bunty. He will be up 30, but Privater putting that V on that light blue double letter score, 101 points.
Wow.
Cameron's obviously already spotted that, and I'm pretty sure he's going to play that if it's available.
Yeah, I don't see a world in which this gets blocked.
So yeah, just have to wait and see what Dave draws after his next play. He does have somewhat of a sixth sense at times, but I don't think he's getting away from this one. So have to do something. I sometimes get the feeling when I'm playing Scrabble, which is, I guess, according to people watching the stream, maybe never, because I'm always in the booth. But when I'm actually playing Scrabble, which I do, I'll sometimes get this feeling that my opponent is just ready to pounce,
Yeah.
ready to do something huge. And you could get that feeling, but in most situations, the board is such that you don't know where you're going to get pounced on.
Yeah, because there could very well be this a double starting with S making HAOS instead, and that could be the spot that Cameron would be bingoing for 1,000,000 and Buddy would deal with that perfectly. So yeah, this is completely reasonable. Also in the case that Privater was blocked, Cameron spotted his other available bingo of Live Trap. Scores 30 fewer points, only 71, but in that case, he still had it. But we see Buddy comes down. Nice play. I like it. It just has the unfortunate downside of not blocking Cameron's 101 point bingo here.
Indeed, and luckily for Dave, his post Butty draw is going to allow him to play Palinode from the P of Privater and tie the game back up.
Nice.
So
we got a game.
yes, we do. As is often the case. Often been
when
the
we're
case.
playing Scrabble.
Have a game. So Privater coming down, huge 101 point play, propelling Cameron into a 71 point lead, but Palinode scores 86. Dave's going to retake the lead with that. And he's not hesitating at all. The only thing to think about is maybe do I have something through the A of Privater that will score similarly, but indeed there was nothing. So Palinode coming down and a WU
Oof.
with an ING.
Ooh, and another I. Not a good draw for Cameron.
Yeah, not great. Not the worst thing.
Yeah, he'll be able to clean it up somewhat effectively. He can play viewing for a lot of points. And the V of 20, not a ton of points, 28 points through the V of Privater. Oh, but Dave picking up a blank here.
Oh, that is a great
That's
draw.
a great draw, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so viewing is interesting because that word takes an S, does it not?
It's true.
We have 3 live viewings available
Yeah, it should take an
on the
S.
Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel and on MeWatch.
Yeah, he could also go for whiling, maybe.
Yeah,
bunch
that's
of
the other
options.
option. Whiling through the L of herbal also scores 28 points, but it opens some threats of its own. Yeah, I'm just trying to see. I'm sure Dave has something. I can't. I can't find the 8 letter words that he has here, but maybe he'll line something up for us. So yeah, viewing coming down, not whiling.
And yeah, so Dave will have 1 bingo here available. 90 points.
That's it. That is something. So
That'll be a huge play. Assuming Dave finds it, we know he's very good on his words. It's not the easiest 8-letter bingo to find, but knowing Dave's expert word knowledge, masterful word knowledge, I would not be surprised if he finds this pretty quickly.
and Cameron keeping a U, he's drawn the exact letter you
Oh.
want to draw with the U, the Q, but then all those vowels. But yeah,
He'll still be able to score well with it, a top viewing at the very least.
we'll see what Dave manages to find here.
Hmm.
Yeah, cloyment is the word through the L of herbal. Such a weird looking word. Before the play of viewing, yachtmen was playable through the A of privater. And look at that. He is just ridiculous. Dave Weekend
Too
is
good.
so good at Scrabble.
Good. Employment.
I wonder what the heck that means.
Yeah, that's what I was about to look up. Employment.
We'll see. We'll see on the we'll see on the live view under the
Yeah.
board once it gets played.
It means surfeit,
Okay.
which means to indulge in excess.
Well,
though I assume this is not a verb, so maybe there's some similarity.
yeah, not a lot of help there on the definitions. The definitions in our Scrabble lexica are often truncated for, I guess, for just the sake of concision. But yeah, we see this play getting challenged. Yeah, if you're not 100% sure of this word,
Yeah.
you challenge it. So
Make-
that's turning into 95 points. Nice play by Dave Weekend. And Cameron's going to respond with 45 or so.
44, yeah.
He already had it lined up. QUAI atop viewing. The problem is you're leaving that huge triple untouched at the bottom of the board, and you're leaving 3 E's.
Yeah, 3 E's. Not what you want to be keeping. Not the worst triple that's ever been open in Scrabble, but yeah, certainly not something you want to keep open. If you can avoid it, I think you just can't pass up these points of QUAI though.
I don't think you can afford to play something like EE on the bottom. Maybe there's a world.
Maybe like it might not be so bad to play EE. I wonder what this leave of AEIQU could potentially not be so bad.
Yeah, like you said, it's not a super dangerous triple, so I think you just take the points here and try and make your way back into this game.
Yeah, Dave with the rack of bougie earlier that he had set up, he now had set up Mujid. So he's got some familiar letters here.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So he's got some 30-point plays available that use up that triple. I think he's going to do something like Duomi.
Yeah, that's really good.
Guess it would be better to get rid of the G, but you can't do everything at once.
Yeah, and Duomi very nicely does not take an S, so that play would be really nice for that reason. There are all 4 S's out. Dave with the lead doesn't want to be setting up any big S hooks, so this play of Duomi underneath Cloyment would really give nothing back. In fact, it would be quite defensive. Nothing goes on top of TO.
Yeah, so Duomi would make EDNU and TO and score 35 points. Did Cameron Farlow just draw into a bingo from EEE?
That's ridiculous. What a game we have going on here. Really back and forth.
Yeah, it's almost as if it's a turn-based game.
I'll say it again. Josh really knows how to rage bait me.
Yeah, it's too bad Duomi doesn't quite fit to the left. You could almost fit it with OD, YU, MO, and EM, but NI, that pesky, invalid two-letter word. Of course, if you're new to competitive Scrabble, the basis of competitive Scrabble is the two-letter words. If you don't know the two-letter words, you are not fit to compete in an over-the-board Scrabble tournament. Pretty much everyone that plays knows the twos. The twos are the foundation on which you make the plays you want to make.
You cannot compete at Scrabble without them. And there's what, like 130 of them, 120, 130 of them in CSW lexicon. So that might sound like a lot if you're a new player, but really you can learn them in a day, 2 days. And if you know the twos, your game improves so much from before you've learned the 2-letter words. It cannot be understated. Cannot be overstated.
So Duomi coming down. Great choice by Dave. He's going to get 295 after this play. Has a 73-point lead, but we're going to see Oversea, I think, coming down.
Oversea, maybe slightly better version would be over I. Just because overseer takes the back N. Sorry, oversea takes the back N, the back R, over back S. Yeah. So wanting to prevent some of those back hooks. Looks like he's gonna pretty quickly go with oversea though. Maybe he just hasn't spotted the other bingos. There's also the option of evermore through the R of privater, which looks really nice to give like nothing back.
Actually gives the N hook back. But
Oh,
that would have been really cool.
that would have been very cool.
And over back to Dave with another very similar looking rack. You know, Mujib,
Changing one letter out of
GIE stuff. Definitely not something you'd like to have, but Dave's making it work. I feel like maybe an underlap of viewing is in order. ONIE is 37, making WOQIN, UNI, and AGE.
Wow, now these S's coming out for Cameron. A lot of consonants to go with them though.
And yeah, we're at a dead heat of 295. It's Dave's turn to act, so in a vacuum, he has a slight advantage here, but wow, like you said, back and forth.
Yeah, I wonder if Oni or if he wants to deal with some of these the hooks that we were talking about with oversea, something like tongue. I mean, it opens up some triples, but he would be reaching for these S's. There's 4 of them out. Maybe he's worried about those. Maybe he wants to get rid of all of these, this U, this G that we've been seeing him have time and time again. Though it scores 9 less than Oni, only 28 for tongue versus 37 for Oni. So
yeah, I think a big deal in this position is that there are 10 vowels and 19 consonants unseen to Dave Weekend. So if he plays Oni for 37, he's running a big risk of drawing way too many consonants. Keeping the lone U as his only vowel could really open up the possibility for big problem. Yeah, let alone the GUT leave is not good to begin with.
You could just do ungot, honestly. That doesn't look so bad. Making overseen, keeping IE.
Yeah, ungot and tongue, both very nice plays. Gunite as well would fit with overseen, but Oni coming down. I think this might be a slight inaccuracy by Dave, just considering what's unseen, but
now frats for making overseer will score a lot of points for Cameron.
see, frats
For
keeping
42.
NS. These are the first 2 S's of 4. So you can just get rid of them. The S's are not super valuable on this board, and especially with many of them to come in a close game. Frats looks very good. You could also play Fanks. I love that word, which is a really cool play through the caved hicker. You thought that spot was gone, didn't you? But you can make a bunch of 2-letter words and hook the S onto Hoff. And that's a nice 36, keeping RST, which might even be a little bit better. Yeah, I love that word.
Yeah.
It's like someone from the UK saying thank you.
Yeah. And this S actually gets a bit more value, I would say, after frats. He can pluralize overseer and make some plays either going up or down from the S, hitting one of the triples. Looks like he's just gonna play Finn instead. I really would try to use a hook for oversea on this turn. I think that those. Okay, I guess there's only one R, one N out, but still two S's.
You know, this I can't say that this is a good play. I think you could score a lot more if you're Cameron, and the board isn't really that open for your leave of
Especially after Finn.
ARSST, but look,
Oh,
can't argue with results, so that is a great draw for Cameron. He really needed that E, so it's gonna work out for him, but I think this was a missed opportunity. So if you're
yeah.
Dave
Well, I
Weekend,
think
sorry,
after
go ahead.
pose, POZ,
Yes.
what does Cameron do to bingo?
Starlet.
Yeah, starlets. Correct.
Yeah, so Cameron's gonna bingo no matter what. He's already spotted starlets through the T of Privater, but the play of pause for 40 is very strong for Dave. The play of Finn, by the way, is probably a play that you look at if you're Dave and you're a little bit suspicious. It's like, what is my opponent keeping with this play? A lot of consonants, really good letters, not really sure, but I think you play pause no matter what.
Mhm.
And take a nice 56-point lead. Starlets is going to come down for 67,
Yeah.
but that's only an 11-point lead after that play, so it's still anyone's game.
Yeah. Still two S's out to draw. Oni's still in play. Not over. And Dave drawing in to outgrow. But I don't think that'll fit anywhere on this board.
Slatters is even better
Oh yeah.
through the T, making fine and WOS.
Oh yeah, that's
But
nice.
yeah, outgrow's not going to come down, sadly, no matter what. It's a very funny draw to JET. How many turns has Dave Weekend had a G, an O, and a U? Okay, so a slight miss by Cameron. This is 6 points worse than Slatters, but not much to it. Now, if you're Dave, there's a lot of danger lurking. So 13 points between the two players now.
Yeah, this pool looks so good for scoring. There's the X, the J. Not really a bingo friendly board at all now. There's really only that R that you can play to, the R of Privater. But even without a bingo, it's not like that's necessary with these high scoring tiles. Really synergistic looking pool. Wow, he draws the J and the X. Oh, wow. Okay, so that might be that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So now, I guess if you're Dave, the best play would probably be to play Grow atop the PO of Pause, making Ope and Woe. That's 27 points. The leave isn't great OUT, but with 6 tiles in the bag, leaving 2 after Grow, drawing 4 out of 6, leaving 2 tiles, I think is ideal here for timing.
Yeah. And maybe he'll draw into something to that R. I don't really know. I guess maybe if Cameron's worried, he can do Jar.
So we're looking into the future here. What's interesting to note is after Grow, Dave will be up by 14 points. So if Cameron's trying to block things, he might block himself from winning. He might
It's true.
put himself in a bad spot in the end game. So I don't expect that sort of line.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, he'll probably just have to start scoring well.
And you know, we reacted to that draw of the J and the X, two high scoring tiles in the pool, but honestly, I don't see a great option for either of those two tiles for Cameron.
After
so.
grow, japes will be blocked through the PE. That would be pretty nice for Cameron as the board currently is. But grow making OPE would block that option.
It's true. That's huge. CapEx as well as Cameron spotted. Those are all playable. Japed, and CapEx or Capex are all playable, and Grow would block every single one of those options. But it would open in return possibility of plays underneath over C. I wonder if
Like what?
those will come up. Yeah, right now I don't think Cameron will have anything, but there might be a possibility of something down the line. You know, it would be really crazy if Grow doesn't come down. Apex setting up the C
Oh wow.
onto the triple.
I think Dave would definitely sniff that one out and block with something on top of OE. Yeah, that would be really interesting. Probably not worth it. Okay, and here comes Grow. Wow. Okay, this is making things interesting. We will have a nice close endgame, I think.
Yeah, hard to say who's going to win this one after all is said and done. So Cameron with ACDJSSX, and all of the scoring plays with the J and the X were just blocked at once. Probably not expecting that, to be honest, for Cameron, but he's got tons of time, as he always does, to sort through this very, very complicated position. I don't know which direction I would go in. I feel like he has to play at least 2 tiles, so he's going to have to empty the bag. But when you empty the bag and you have a J and an X left on your rack, you're in big trouble.
Yeah. No outliner drawn for Dave. Pretty close. So he now has this whole vowel situation going on. But once Cameron plays off some consonants, he's gonna be dealing with the reverse issue of having even more consonants. Yeah. Maybe jar?
Yeah, so JA is a little bit higher scoring on top of the AR of Starlets, but it doesn't address that R as a threat from Cameron's perspective.
Yeah, there's a few things available for Dave.
Absolutely.
And Taylor, outliner, are both options. That I think Cameron might want to address here.
Yeah, it's a very complicated position. I do think that you probably can't afford to sacrifice 5 points, even though outliner and like you said, and Taylor are playable. I feel like this position is not that good that you can really afford that, but it's a very human approach for sure to play jar for 26. And that's probably what we're gonna see. I'm very curious. If there are more tiles left in the bag, scoped or coped through the OPE would be sensible here, but I don't think we're gonna see that.
What is he thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. Usually we can sort of tell what Cameron is thinking about, but I think here he's thinking about scoped through the OPE.
About keeping the J and the X going into this endgame would really be interesting.
Yeah, I think he's spotting that and realizing that if he plays off the JA, he still has that available, and it might not be very easy for Dave to block that. So being down 14 points, if you score 31 or 26, take a small lead, and you have the possibility of scoring almost 30 points again next turn with scoped. That might be enough to win, but I feel like if Dave's able to go out in 2, I think he might outrun that sort of stuff. Yeah, this is extremely complicated, but Cameron has all the time in the world to think about this.
So hard.
Intuitively, I think I would play JA for 31 and just hope that Dave doesn't have the out bingo. Of course, endgames are not as trivial as finding an 8-letter word to an R. So maybe you sacrifice some potential winning chances in the endgame just to block the easy wins for Dave.
My instinct tells me jar, but your instincts have proven better than mine over the long run.
Oh, I did not expect that sort of compliment. I can't argue with that. I guess. Who knows?
Wait, you're a national champion. You're a North American champion, I mean. I can't say that. Anyway, either way. Huh.
Either way, huh? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is a crazy one. This is a crazy one. It might be also interesting to consider playing Scads and Onis. You can't leave yourself with a J and an X. You
JX.
can't do that in an endgame, I feel like.
Yeah, it seems like there are just some disaster scenarios. I guess even if you draw a constant, no, if you draw a constant, you're dead. You can't play these letters really anywhere. Even if Dave has all vowels, as a result. Yeah, the nice thing about Scoped, obviously, is that it leaves a vowel on Cameron's rack, which will give him a lot of flexibility going into the endgame. But I think either JA or jar seems right.
What are you doing next, right?
After
Scoped, but then you have an
Yeah.
X. This is
Yeah, what do you
actually
do with
not good.
What do you do with the X?
This is not a good position.
It's not a good position. Okay, he's going JA.
So apparently, according to my engine, this play wins 37.5%
Okay.
of the time. And with the exact tiles of AL, this produces a lost endgame.
Wow. Okay. So now
Cameron's going to draw out of the bag, but he has not committed JA yet. It does feel so awful
Yeah.
to leave yourself vowelless in a position like this one, but with so many vowels left unseen, a 2-vowel draw is probably what Cameron wants here. This is some very, very tough stuff.
So really hard. I think there might potentially only be one winning play for Dave after JA. And it's a really hard sequence to spot. You need to keep Ouija.
This is an insane endgame. So Dave Wiegand, of course, one of the best players of all time. That includes every aspect of Scrabble: play finding, anagramming, and decision making. And the endgame is the king of decision making.
Yeah.
You have to provide yourself with the best possible sequence, and JA has been committed. So
Okay.
we'll see if Dave can win this. This requires a lot of attention to detail for
Yeah.
Dave Wiegand, and his brain has to. You see him adjusting in his chair. He knows that it's time
Yes.
to think very, very hard.
Yes. He might spot this word Ouija. You can extend JA, put OUI in front of it. But if he plays that now, that will give back a lot of options to Cameron. Too many options. More than Dave can afford to give him now. So he has to save this play for later. It's a play that Cameron can do nothing about. And he has to find a way to use his other 4 tiles first. And he's looking at similar options. He sees the Ouija play. Is he gonna find the one play potentially?
This is crazy. So, okay, why? This is the sequence. The sequence is you have to play T, E, N, E, and T, I. So why doesn't it work to play T, E, E, N? The reason, I think, is because it just gives back too much. It gives back lax or sax underneath.
So he can't play teen. He has to play TENE. Currently, he has teen set up, but if he calculates how many points lax will score, I think he'll realize that that's not enough. Will he realize, though, that TENE actually prevents those same plays?
Yeah, this is the only winning move if Cameron responds properly, which he probably will in a position like this one. Dave can only win by playing TENE and TI here. You can't start with Ouija, gives too much back. You can't play TEEN.
Oh,
This is crazy
so
stuff.
exciting. Oh my gosh.
Dave's already thought of the sequence, but I think he's only thought of the word TEEN and realized that that gives back 34 points.
Yeah, will he see TENE? Looks like he's got his fingers over the Ouija letters. I think those ones just give back too much immediately.
Yeah, the problem with Ouija is it gives back Coax, C-O-A-X, through the O, which is 29 points, but also gets rid of the heavy X and the C. And that'll be just enough to win. That sequence would lead to a 2-point victory, I believe, for Cameron Farlow. So if you start with Ouija, it's not good enough. And if you start with TEN, it's also not good enough. Lax or Sax will score too much underneath.
Oh, these are so hard, especially once he's written off TEEN, what it takes to spot the winning play of just swapping two of the letters, making TENE. He might have just written off that whole sequence entirely, the starting in that bottom right corner idea. But I think, I mean, he needs to find it.
Yeah, and with low scoring tiles like this, a play like Ouija is a godsend.
Oh.
So knowing that that's a possibility, I feel like he's going to sort of stick to this. And he's going to spot the possibility of leaving it for next turn, but that's so tough. That is so difficult. There's only one person in the room that's going to solve this consistently. And that is, of course, Nigel Richards, but Dave is certainly capable of some endgame magic.
Looks like now he's thinking of other potential sequences, but I think he'll realize he needs those points of Ouija, like you were saying. There's really no other way for him to score enough here to make up this deficit of 17 points that he's now at. And yeah.
And this is a very, very math-heavy Scrabble position. You have to see what Cameron has, track the tiles properly, see what his best options are, see how much they score, see what they leave Cameron with, see what that gives you after you go out into two turns, which is almost always what you need to do in an endgame.
Oh, he's back to this teen sequence.
Yeah, so he's calculating now. You see his pen in action. He's calculating what happens if I play teen for 10. Okay, I'll be down 7 points. And then after Sax or Lax, I'll be down 41. After Ouija, I'll be down 17. And after the 14 points that I get from Cameron's rack, I lose by 3. So he's going to realize it's not going to work. And what he does with that conclusion is what's going to determine the winner of this game. It is, of course, still possible if Dave doesn't make his only winning move here that Cameron also falters in the endgame and doesn't make his winning play. But with a rack like Cameron's, is so inflexible, it's hard to imagine that he misses his best play, regardless of what Dave does.
Yeah. We have a question. What happens if Ouija is blocked? I think, what do you even do to block that and score enough points? I think Dave probably can just maybe not go out and still score enough to win this game. There's certainly no way to block Ouija and use the X.
Yeah, and 3.5 minutes left, so Dave still has time here.
Looks like he's picking up Ouija. Oh, this is a losing play.
Yeah.
He needs to have a second thought. Okay, he's taking it back.
Wow.
Wild. This is wild.
Yes, okay. So what happens after Ouija is blocked? So, good question. Actually, you're probably more fit to answer that question than I am, but I can take
Here, I can look.
take a gander.
Well, if I mean, my main question is how does one block Ouija? I'm seeing like Scar.
Yes, like it's so difficult to block. I think Dave noticed Coax. Coax isn't the easiest word to spot. I think
Yeah.
when he put the O on the board, he's like, oh no, this gives back Coax. I can't do that. And Panic might start settling in at some point soon for Dave Weekend. But he needs to get back to this idea.
Oh, I think he's just missing this 4-letter word of TENE.
I think so, yeah. This is This is really brutal to watch him go back and forth. Pick
Oh.
up the end. Pick up the end. Oh my
Oh my-
goodness. Wow.
It's really
The suspense is incredible in a position like this.
It's just the worst feeling as a Scrabble player to realize you've blown an end game, and that there was a winning play on this last turn. You know, other mistakes you can write off always as like not having had perfect information. You know, of course, there are many different kinds of blunders you can make, but blowing an end game, knowing you had victory, and it was so near, and then, you know, there was just something made you miss that play. It's a brutal feeling. So we don't want to see that in our players. But it does happen, even for the best players. Dave now under a minute and a half to find TENE. It's his only winning play.
Yeah, I think if you block Ouija, Dave just goes out in 2 and catches you with so many points. You have to score something if you're Cameron. There might be some other outplay though. I'm gonna try to generate that. And while Dave is under a minute, I don't know. At this point, it's hard to imagine him spotting this winning play, and hard to imagine Cameron Farlow messing this up. This would be incredible if Dave isn't able to find this. It's not, I'm not saying it's easy, but man, what a rough situation this would be.
It now looks like Dave is moving on to other considerations. I'm not even sure where he's thinking of out and Ina. I think he's just looking for any 2-word sequences, out in 2 sequences. Oh man. So brutal. 15 seconds left on his clock. I think he's just gonna play Ouija and know that he's back to
Oh, he's got 7 seconds. He's gonna play Ouija. Oh no. And Cameron already has the CAX lined up. Dave Weekend has 4 seconds, so he has enough time to go out, but Cokes is a winning play. Wow.
Wow, what a game. What an exciting ending. Oh, that was so tough.
Yeah, that's brutal. That is so brutal. So Cameron Farlow with 9.5 minutes almost to solve this position. I think he only has 1 winning play, and that is Cokes, but he's already seen it.
Yeah.
And Dave can do what he wants, but he's not going to have enough to win this game. Wow.
Wow.
What a shocker.
So a loss by 2 here for Dave. Extremely close. Wow.
I think he decided, well, I have to play this and just hope that Cameron misses Cokes, but I don't think that's happening.
I wonder now if he has just the 4 letters of teen on his rack, will he spot the other 4-letter word there of TENE? That was
So Cameron just doing his diligence, making sure there isn't some really good spot for TEN. Of course, after Cokes, it's not obvious. It's 29 points. Cameron up 445 to 423 with 10 points on his rack. So if Dave is able to score 13 points with TEN, that's it. That's game over. I guess because the blank in over C is a blank, Dave could try to play teen under there, making the phony 2-letter word SE. If he wants to try and win this game, there is a path. That is what you might have to do. And there's a very bizarre rule in tournament Scrabble that the game is over in an endgame if someone plays their tiles off and the opponent shows their remaining tiles. That ends the game. So even if Cameron shows the tiles and is like, oh wait, challenge, the game would actually be over. So Coke's coming down. We'll see if Dave tries.
Dave is instant. I think he has his tiles upside down so that he can instantly play the word teen here with 4 seconds left.
Yeah, and I like the decision to just put the play on the board and just cause the tension. It's like, when is Cameron going to hit the clock?
Is he taking it back as well?
All right, there we go.
Okay, he's
Teen
not
coming
doing
down.
the mischievous play of
Yeah.
teen making the phony SE. He's taking the 10 points.
Wow.
2-point loss for Dave here. 2-point victory for Cameron. What a game. What an ending.
Insanity.
And-
Complete and utter insanity. That was crazy.
Oh,
So they're going to calculate the scores. There's always a little bit of a moment here at the end of such a close game where the scores need to be confirmed, but we will pan to the overhead mic just in case there's anything to be said. Okay,
what?
I understand why you cannot block Ouija. You can't
Oh.
block Ouija. It plays in both spots.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Okay, I figured it out, chat. And everybody watching at home that was maybe wondering.
Wow.
Okay, if TENE came down, Ouija was unblockable because it played both to the JA horizontally and vertically. Alrighty. Wow. So here's what's happening. Dave Wiegand is recounting the game. We're not going to wait until that is over, but there will be a conclusion that Cameron Farlow has won the game most likely. But when scores are so close, things are so tense, you want to make sure all the scores were proper and everything was in order. It is often the case that the result of a game will reverse when things are so close like this. But unfortunately, we know at home, and once Dave does his math, that he has unfortunately lost this game by 2. Brutal stuff. Anyways, one more round to go. The handshake has happened. Let's pan back to the overhead mic, see if they have anything to say.
Probably had a win. I probably had something. I don't know.
All right, that's it. Dave Wiegand asking, did I have a win? I probably had something. All right, we'll leave these guys to it. Go to a break. We have one more round to go, guys. Round 10 of 10 on day 1 of the Causeway Challenge, Chloe.
Yes, excited for one final game before we head out for the evening.
See you guys in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of day one, Causeway Challenge in Bangkok, Thailand. My voice is still here. I'm here with Chloe Fatsis, Josh Sokol here. We have Cameron Farlow again for the fourth time today.
The friend of board 2, the best friend of board 2.
Against someone we've already seen as well, Andrew Fisher from Australia. I believe he lives in Melbourne. It's good to have him back on the stream. So, Cameron, to start, A, B, B, C, R, T, U.
Yeah. One nice word here. Cameron has seen Bract, so that'll score pretty well. But if he finds the 6-letter word barbut, B-A-R-B-U-T, that'll get Cameron out of this situation pretty nicely. Leave the C on his rack, score 26 points. That would be excellent.
Yeah, that's definitely the play here. Even the play of bub for 14
Yeah.
might be a little bit better, but we're seeing Cameron decide on something pretty defensive. Curb,
Yeah.
it's also a reasonable option, but yeah, barbut or barbu would have been the correct option here for Cameron, so that's a missed opportunity for him. Andrew with 2 S's, but a V and a G. He's
Yeah.
probably just going to play Vogs and
Yeah.
Curbs. What are you thinking?
I think he'll probably play Vogs and Curbs, and this board will be really limited with options after that. The C totally blocking plays going to the left of Curb, making any 2-letter words with C not possible currently. We would need an H to do that, and then the V going the other way, totally limiting plays that way. So we'll have quite a closed board.
Yeah, no matter what, but I'm actually very curious about the play of Sov, S-O-V, and Curbs, setting up that second S. And the AGNS leave is very, very powerful.
Ugh,
I might do that. That's a
really?
really, really cool
feels a
option.
little crazy. But I guess having 2 of the 4 S's now. Yeah, why not take the risk? I think I would definitely do Vogs. I'm not gonna lie, I would not play Sov, but maybe Josh is bolder than I am.
Maybe.
You actually certainly are. You love those plays.
Yeah, we'll see what Andrew comes up with. Vogs is certainly a great play. You could also play Vangs, so as not to expose a vowel next to the triple letter score, but this looks totally fine to me. 25 points, taking a small lead early on, keeping very nicely. It's over to Cameron with tibia and a T and an A behind, and I don't really know where to start here. This is not a great position.
Guess just Baba for through the B of Curbs for 27. Scores far more than any other option. It's not great to keep IITT. In fact, it's really uninspiring. But points are awfully tempting.
Yeah, I mean, keeping 2 I's and 2 T's is just awful, but what else do you do here? It might be a situation where if you play Baba or if you play anything using that scoring spot, Andrew's just going to be incapable of making a good play and might have to exchange. So it's an interesting idea.
Yeah, he can also play Tabby. It just looks like he's the other play he's considering. That's 12 fewer points. TABI for 15 in the same spot as Baba for 27. It's a huge sacrifice to make. So he might just take the points here and assume that they might be trading exchanges on these next turns.
Baba does come down. I think Andrew's going to be able to make some plays. Also, Tabby. Difference here is Tabby takes also a D hook, so there could be a little bit more risk associated, but the leave is so much more workable.
Yeah.
These are 4 unique tiles, and TITI is just extremely awful most of the time. So, totally understandable decision by Cameron Farlow. Takes a small lead.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you're Andrew here, I wonder if you just play off 2 tiles. He could play PA next to Vogs, making top and AGA. Or maybe we just play Gramp or Gram.
I mean, all of those have these hook issues. Like Graham takes the back A. He'll set up his P and the A. Gramp takes the back A for Grandpa. Yeah. Looks like he's going Gramp. Seems pretty standard. He'll set up his own A. Of course, we know over here that Cameron also has an A. But I think this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely a standard decision for Andrew Fisher. Not gonna get hit too hard over here
No.
on the redraw. So I guess Amrit is a playable word
A
here.
brim a bit better.
Oh, a brim. Yeah, that's very nice. A brim and grandpa. That's the play.
Mm-hmm.
Anagram of Mabira.
Mm-hmm. Bira.
So let's see if Cameron spots that. I think he's gonna hopefully hone into that hook on Gramp. It's not super obvious. It's not a play you see every day, but both these guys obviously know that grandpa is a word. So we'll see what Cameron comes up with. A brim, the play to make.
What is he considering?
He's looking at impart through the P of Gramp. I think he just hasn't noticed the A
Grandpa.
hook.
Okay,
Yeah.
that could be a big miss. Looks like maybe still not noticing it.
Yeah, there's a lot of options through that P, but
Yeah.
none of them are that good in comparison to a grandpa word. So this would be a very surprising miss for Cameron Farlow.
Looks like he's
Just thinking about Prim now.
going a little too fast. Wow,
Yeah.
that seems like a wild miss.
Can you elaborate on what do you mean by that?
I just mean I think both the play of Prim is surprising. So many hooks for Prim. A, E, I, O. So I'm just surprised that he would do something so creating so many different hooks. And the missing the hook, okay, everyone misses hooks, but I don't know, I would probably do something like, what he was thinking impart rather than Prim.
Yeah, it's definitely not a play I would make either. Abortee being drawn though, so maybe that'll work out. I think that Andrew's probably gonna make a play that blocks that.
Yeah, it depends. If he does Jeans, his highest scoring play for 49 points, he'll set up abortees, but it looks like he's going with Jake instead. This does take the back R, but that won't quite fit with abortee.
Yeah, so dodging a bullet here is Andrew Fisher making the more bingo oriented play, keeping that S behind, trying to get that first bingo. Jeans would have been the okay, I just want to score as much as I can play. But maybe honing into the play of Prim, seeming a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a good read.
I don't know though, because you make the play of Prim with another R a lot, so maybe setting up the Jaker hook isn't great. But that being said, we'll see what Cameron Farlow comes up with here. He's found Boart, which I think is his highest scoring play.
Yeah.
42 points.
Yeah.
This makes tons of sense.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. He could play it a bit safer and do mob. This would set up his E and keep the R, so he could still make words making Jaker. So MOBE and then Jaker ER words would fit. So he could do mob, keep some of his leave together. It would be a little, that would still be going for bingos a bit more. But Boart also makes a lot of sense just to take the points out of his deficit as well.
And that is what Cameron Farlow is doing. It's definitely a risk. You're setting up an S hook. You're setting up a huge triple underneath the BOA, but it's hard to argue with points. So for Andrew Fisher, he does not have a way to respond to either of those.
Yeah, not very well.
Yeah, he can't really use Boarts to his advantage. Dosa is really not that much, not that many points. He doesn't really have a great underlap of Boarts, so we might just see a play of modal through the M and the A, making OK and DE.
Yeah, and Cameron really did not draw well at all. It's a terrible draw, GIIFE. So he won't really be able to capitalize on these spots either. I think modal makes a lot of sense, keeping ALNS. Scoring well, modal scores 33. Cleans up the rack pretty nicely.
Yeah, normally you might want to play Soland for 38, which is the high scoring play in the position underlapping the BOA. But I think the S has extremely high value here, not only for the Boarts hook, but also the Gramp hook. Of course, Gramp still takes an A. It's taken an A this whole time. But now with Prim or Prima on the board, it's really hard to imagine that hook becoming useful in many cases. So I like the play of modal here. Maybe Monal, Monal, might be slightly preferred for some reason.
I think the 3 points are good to have. I like this play a lot.
Yeah, looks great. And effigy is not spelled the way that Cameron has it on his rack. So I think we're just going to see a play of FIE and BE, and Cameron just hopes for an end draw. And there are no ends on the board. So with the I and the G, you're hoping for that end.
Yeah, it's not too unlikely. Yeah, FIE, I don't really think there's much to think about. This board is really deprived of options. It's not the right word to use. So FIE seems pretty clear.
Oh, and
Oh
okay.
wow, so you were right, Josh. He should have played Monal instead.
Well,
I know. I'm
in this one iteration
yes,
of
in this one
things,
iteration.
Andrew has drawn a second N and will not be able to play channels anymore. That was blocked by the play of FIE. So that's very interesting. What would you do here, Chloe? You have some really interesting options. You can hook the L onto Prima.
Yeah.
Play something like Lant.
Lance looks really appealing. Keeping the S to hook onto Gramps. Closing down really any options. I mean, there are a few plays that would hit for a lot of points on the right side of Lant. He would be making OKA, so potential plays making YEST, for example. These are like they're very small. Certain number of plays could come back and hit Lant pretty hard, but I like this play, keeping the nice sleeve of EHNS. He could do hennas, I guess. I like keeping the S though, like you were saying earlier, the S has a lot of value. So hennas.
Oh, Henna's making JA and
Yeah,
Primas. That looks awful.
That looks crazy. I guess Hants and Boarts also works, but yeah, I just don't see any reason to play the S when you have something like Lant available.
Yeah, Lant or Lent. Because there are so many E's left,
Oh,
Lent might be a
wait,
little bit
Lent makes
better.
a lot of sense keeping the H.
So can you expound on that?
Yes, so if you play Lent, you're keeping the H, OKE that Lent would create takes it back H. So you're setting up potential plays that start HES or HIS and then a final letter at the end. That might be really nice.
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting little nuance to this position. Boart's seemingly blocked by the play of Lant or Lent, but not quite. There will be options available, unlikely options, but definite possibilities down the line. And if you can set yourself up a little bit more, why not do it? So I like the play of Lent. I think the play of Hans, Hanse, is quite reasonable. Nesh as well is a similar version, sacrificing 3 points to keep that vowel. And this is a good play for sure.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
So over back to Cameron, who has not really improved. He has drawn that N, but he's drawn, I think, 2 more I's to go with it. So this might be an exchange rack.
Could play Gen II, which he has set up, making IF. Looks a bit weird. But I guess it's 13 points.
I don't like this though. I don't like what this does to the board with the deficit that Cameron has. I don't know. There's something about this play that rubs me the wrong way for some reason.
If you exchange, what are you keeping there?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
That's not
have,
it. That's
yeah,
not
I have
the
a terrible.
answer.
It's terrible. I just have a bad feeling. I don't know what it is. But no, this is a super reasonable play. Get rid of your problems. Put some points on the board. Try to draw an S. Try to draw a blank. Neither of those things happened, but you did get some points on the board.
Yeah, I don't really see any great options for Andrew now either. The 2 L's, 2 E's, my instinct would just be to play off EL somewhere. Problem is there's not a great way to do that. Maybe I'll just hook Grandpa now and play like LEA or something. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it?
Yeah, this is a problem. Genii setting up the triple on the bottom left. You don't have an O. You don't have an I. What else are you thinking?
I guess they're the high scoring options, making JA and Primal. Like you could do Leal, LEAL, but setting up the big triple spot, I just don't know if it's worth it. Maybe the points are too much.
Maybe. With the triple being open already on the bottom
Yeah.
left, opening a second triple is a little bit less bad. Putting the L next to the triple word score, it's not a huge problem. You have to have an I or an O or an A to hook that. So a lot of higher scoring words or longer words are not going to fit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a tough spot for Andrew Fisher. He does have the lead, so he's in decent position, but he doesn't want to throw it away. And a play like Leo could throw it away. LEA and Grandpa, you're suggesting real or leal or renal or Neil, making primal. Those are all possible options.
Mm.
And it's just a question of, is Andrew going to keep things a little tighter, not want to open something huge for Cameron, or is he just going to go for broke and say, I'm scoring 27 points, I'm scoring 28 points. Let's see what happens. As we know, as we can see, Cameron is not going to be able to respond super well to the play of Leal.
Oof.
But Lane,
That
yeah.
looks so
Yeah,
bad.
Andrew puts that on the board and it's like, no way.
Sets up way too many scoring options. I mean, you have the A hook in front of lane, you have words going on top of lane. It just gives back so many points. I think that's really not a good idea here. I wonder if he just hasn't seen Primal.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the reason he took lane back was just because it makes it so much easier to access the bottom left triple.
Yeah, that too.
But yeah, sometimes you put a play on the board and you're just like, nope, that's not happening. We saw that last game with Dave Wiegand, but then he actually put it back on the board.
Yeah.
Rip.
Yeah, I think he doesn't see Primal. I think he would play Leal over this.
He's so not happy with this play, but he just
Look
hasn't found anything else. Yeah, he hasn't found Primal. Has he not seen Grandpa? That could be a
Oh, yeah,
possibility
that's
too.
true, but
Maybe
yeah.
neither of these guys saw the A hook.
This play just giving so much back now to Cameron. He'll just be able to play YEH, making YAG, and ENE and HEN. That just looks so good.
Yeah. Just an easy 3-tile play now available for
I guess
Cameron
even
Farlow.
bit better to not give back the Yage hook.
I'm a little bit concerned with what's lined up on Cameron's rack.
Yeah, what is going on here?
He seems ready to make a play, but okay, he's just gonna play YEH. HEY is better.
Yeah.
YEH gives back more hooks. YAGE is a word. YAGI is a word. So that's a little bit of a missed opportunity for Cameron, I think. He had the opportunity to make it a lot harder for Andrew to access that bottom triple, and now
Andrew can play what, like IURE or something down there?
yeah, now he's been bailed out. Sometimes that can happen.
Oh.
So debt and you has been drawn. But
Yeah.
I don't think that's going down for Cameron Farlow, as we see IUR very quickly by Andrew Fisher. Score is 191 to 165. We've got a close game. Neither player has bingoed.
Well, now we do have Cameron has a bingo here, playable.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't spot it at first. Inductee available to Andrew. It's hard to see through that C. But if he looks there, I bet he'll find it.
He's lining up that he sees det new. Nice job, Cameron. Now he's going to see that it doesn't fit. And will he spot inductee? That is the question. That C in curbs is definitely something you're going to be looking at on this board with this rack, but it's one of the harder words to spot.
Yeah, I know those bingos that end in EE. I mean, he had abortee earlier, so maybe he's in the mindset of EE bingos. We know he saw that when he had it set up. But yeah, I really struggle with this word inductee. I feel like this is one that I at least miss a lot in my studying.
Yep. And Andrew drawing the Q and the X on his, and the U, and another U. So he's going to have some options to score. AX on the bottom left is available for him. And we're talking about this. Sometimes we jump to another player's rack. And the reason being is we're trying to get you into this game. If you're Andrew Fisher, you are already thinking. Your mind is open. You're trying to find a play. And you're already spotting stuff like AX on the bottom left. If the board doesn't change, that seems like a good option. You're maybe spotting Quim to the M of Gramp. It's another high scoring option, getting rid of the Q. And once you've spotted those options, it means that you don't have to think as hard once your opponent makes a play. If Cameron makes a play that opens new stuff, all right, we're looking at that area of the board that was just opened. If not, you've already found a bunch of plays.
Wow, and Cameron, I don't think has seen inductee. He certainly hasn't. He has set up tedium. Yeah, there's really no good option here aside from inductee. I guess he could do JEU, but even that, it's like, what are you fishing for on this board? There's nowhere really to bingo except for that C.
Yeah, besides inductee, this position sucks, Cameron Farlow. So if he misses this, it's going to be a huge swing in Andrew Fisher's favor.
Yeah. Because like you said, Andrew will be able to score around 30, 40 this next turn with the X. Yeah. Oof. Oh, he's going with tedium, so that is a big myth.
Yeah, huge miss for Cameron Farlow. Uncharacteristic for sure. And Andrew's looking at that play, he's looking at what's changed. Not too much. I think he's probably seen that Quim was blocked, so.
I think Quip and Plain looks better.
Oh, yes, that P hook on lane,
I know, I missed
definitely.
it.
Yeah, that's a great play. It even sets up the possibility if you draw an O, you get Ox next to Quip.
Mm.
So that would be definitely by far the best play here. But Plaque also a decent option. I guess Andrew with his small lead is deciding to clamp down on things a little bit more. I don't think this is the correct play, but it's a reasonable option.
Yeah. And he can feel good keeping the X. If he draws an O or an A, he'll have that OX or AX spot on top of E or in the bottom right corner. Bottom left corner. So yeah, this lead is growing for Andrew. That was a huge miss last turn of inductee. Yeah, it would be a completely different game.
Absolutely. So right now, Cameron at 178, Andrew at 225. What a slow moving game. No bingos have been played. Cameron did have a bingo available though in inductee. And like I said, the more you miss stuff like this at this level, the more likely it is that you're going to take some losses. Cameron Farlow still doing very well at 7-2. But I feel like at some point you got to spot stuff like inductee if you want to stay at the top.
So it looks like Cameron's gonna play YEDE now, opening up some more space at the top. That said, not the hardest to block. You know, some of this area with a play through the E and really continue clamping down on the board like you were observing Andrew doing.
Yeah, I think this is still a pretty reasonable play. Cameron going down by less than 30. If Andrew has a troublesome rack, Cameron can just draw something good. Doesn't necessarily have to be a bingo, and he's staying in this game. but
Index.
index
So many
looks really, really
Yeah,
strong.
index keeping the Z. Not much to complain about there.
Yeah, you might think to score a little bit more, you can play Zax to the right of YEDE, but that would be a rookie mistake. Do not put a Z next to that bright red square if you can help it. That would give back way too much.
Yeah, really any of the plays alongside making EX and going up or down next to YEDE look pretty bad. Just because there's so many O's out, that XO hook, EXO, could be really devastating. Though Cameron does not even have one of those.
That's right. So you just have to spot index. Sometimes those 5-letter words ending in X are not the easiest to spot.
Mhm.
But this is, I think, by far the best play for Andrew Fisher. He also has an incredible play available of anti-plaque,
Wow.
which still fits despite Yeed obscuring the
That's
spot. That
amazing.
is 31 points,
That is amazing.
keeping both the X and the Z. And it's actually not a terrible play.
No.
It sets up Tech's potential for next turn.
Yeah, it sets up ZA, maybe even more going down.
Is- I have to
Z-
I have to take a deeper look into this play to see how decent it is. But all right, we're seeing Taxi instead.
Okay.
Anti-Plaque is the third best play recommended by the engine.
That's
Taxi is a worse play than Anti-Plaque. Someone's gonna have to tell Andrew Fisher. He's got to get some toothpaste going. Okay, that was not very well executed there. So Taxi coming down, it's definitely a better version of Zax. You're scoring almost as much. You're not giving back nearly as much. but
Yeah.
definitely a missed opportunity. But Cameron's not going to be able to do much about it.
Yeah. What will he do? He really doesn't have great options. Really nothing. I think he won't want to do anything with that T, and he doesn't really have good options there. Whoa, both
Double
blank
draw.
drawn. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now
Okay.
Andrew is looking poised to continue maintaining his lead in this game. That's the VOZ. I don't think he'll bingo this turn.
Yeah, this is a little bit insane. Although he has both blanks, his options are severely limited. That is something that does happen when you have 2 blanks and a bunch of awkward stuff. You really only have 5 letters to work with unless you want to get rid of one of your blanks. So if you're Cameron Farlow,
Ugh.
I don't really know where to start
It's a
here.
terrible position.
A normal move would be Finn and Diff to the right of Taxi. Engine saying you're in terrible shape. Play Finnac, Finnac through the A of Plaque.
That's wild.
Open the board, get rid of your junk, try to get one of those 2 blanks. But
I guess it just looks so awful. I might just buy. I don't know. I think a play like Finnac is so unsatisfying. I might just. I guess there's not so much time to bide here, but I guess yeah. And Finnac reaches for the blanks, but I don't know. I don't get a good feeling about that.
yeah, this is pretty awful. I think Cameron's gonna end up playing Finn. He's probably not happy with it, but it's the standard play. Gets rid of the duplicate N, gets rid of the F, scores something, doesn't block the board.
Yeah. There are a few marginal lanes, bingos ending O or A making JA or JO, bingos ending in I, an extremely marginal lane. In addition to the T of taxi.
There's okay,
Yeah,
he's playing Sonic.
that makes some more sense.
I was thinking maybe you hold off and maybe you can draw Trank at some point for 45. The only 5-letter word that I know of ending in Q.
Umiak?
Other than actually I saw Umiak and I forgot about it. Thank you, Chloe.
I'm always here to keep you in check.
Yeah, but this makes sense. This does create some marginal spots to bingo through the C, maybe through the I. And over to Andrew. He's checking the tiles in the bag. There's 12 tiles left in the bag and 7 on Cameron's rack. So he's got a couple turns to deal with this bizarre looking rack. You'd want to play something like Vojd, VOZHD, but there's nowhere to do that.
Maybe just like COZ. From the Sea of Sank.
Yeah, so here's the
Or
thing. I feel like this is a position where you just play one of your blanks.
Yeah, maybe.
Andrew has the possibility of just playing Dove
Yeah.
or Dovin,
That's what I was looking at actually.
using one of his blanks in order to cover a lot of ground to the right of Taxi. Instead, we're seeing Zonda.
Zonda.
Yeah, that's a very reasonable move as well. 52
Yeah,
points.
he'll be up more than 100 after this. So it'll be a tough road back into the game. That said, like Ron's will play now for Cameron. 39 points. Not keeping a good lead, obviously, but at least he's staying in it scoring wise.
Yeah, I don't know.
Doesn't look great though. I don't know if that's
You're
maybe.
blocking the C.
Yeah.
You can score just as well with something like Twofer.
Oh, Twofer looks good.
And what's good about Twofer is that it sets up the S, and that's actually a lane going down on the far right of the board, and you're leaving the Sea of Sank open. That's probably what I would do here.
Oh yeah, froze as well. Wow, I don't know why I didn't see that at first. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, maybe because Cameron's down by over 100, he has to just take the points with froze or fours. I don't know. This is a really, really rough one. I
Yeah.
think Twofer is a good option.
Yeah,
though, if the-
Twofer looks good. I don't think WAF makes sense making yaw, exo, and diff. Just really can't do anything after that.
Yeah, if you were ahead, you would love to make a play like that, but
Yeah.
with the deficit, I don't think you can. So Twofer
guess
bringing the deficit to 65 or so, leaving 2 tiles in the bag. I guess if you bingo, you probably win. I like that play. I'm not sure though.
Yeah. I think this is why Dovin was really a nice option last turn. To prevent a lot of these plays from happening, just totally locking down that side of the board. Of course, now Froze mostly blocking the lanes on the left side. Bingos through the C will still fit. But it's a bit harder.
Yeah, and we know that Andrew has the other blank. It is reasonable to assume he might not have had it with the play of Zonda, I guess.
But he played it pretty quickly. I think he would have thought about it a little more, right?
I don't know. When you go up 100 points, you go up 100 points. So I feel like from Cameron's perspective, he has to hope a small chance that blank is still out there, but it's not to be. 2 A's, 2 O's is the
Yeah.
redraw there.
Not a good draw.
It's terrible, yeah. And Andrew's just in cleanup mode. There's 3 tiles in the bag, so if he wants to play it safe, he could just play EW
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
next to the T of Taxi, making yaw and TE. That's just a move that guarantees the win. You don't even have to think about it. There's probably slightly better options available for him, but he's totally winning here. I think he's going to come to the conclusion that he cannot lose. Unseen letters are awful.
I mean, there's what, like Solano's is available?
Wow, yeah, that is a possibility. Making primas and JO, we sort of forgot about that area of the board, but that is a threat. So if you're not careful, that could lose you the game.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything starting with T though, unless I'm missing something. Might be the only available bingo, but really not much Andrew can do about that anyway. He's just gonna play wit and go for a bingo himself.
Yeah, I think this would outrun Solano's no matter
Mhm.
what.
Yeah.
So I think this is totally fine too. We'll see what he gets. There's an O and
Wow.
S.
Oh, I was gonna score a ton of points, but we'll see what he's drawn.
So, all right.
Okay.
So yeah, OO you were saying
Yeah.
that fits next to the TAX of Taxi. It's a huge score, but it's not enough here. And I think if you're Cameron, you're gonna look for some way to bingo next turn by playing 1 tile off, but it's just not there. So I think you just play OO and somehow maybe something can happen, but I think this game's over.
Are we gonna have a no bingo game?
We are, I think. Levator. Unless there's some 9? I'm not seeing it.
Exo something.
Coverlet. Yeah, wow, that's crazy.
There was a nice extension last turn, Curbstone.
Wow, it's still available for
yeah.
Andrew Curbstone. Well, we might not have a bingo, but what if we see a 9-letter word? That'd be nice.
That would be pretty sick.
Yeah, the best end game is probably not a play that leaves LRV. Let's look
Yeah.
what the engine says. Engine is giving SOL, primal and JO, making the blank an S,
Yeah.
setting up vert.
Wait.
Vert and
Oh,
ST.
ST, yeah.
And that is unblockable. That's crazy.
That's really nice.
That's
really nice.
That's unblockable. You can't hook the S, you can't hook the JO. It's completely ridiculous. Actually, you can block it with Tosas, and then you just play verts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally insane. See what Andrew comes up with. There's probably a bunch of ways to go out in 2 and block the highest scoring plays that Cameron has, making JA. And Sansa is a word, SANSA. If you're a fan of Game of Thrones, you're probably a fan of that word. And so that's what Andrew needs to address in this position. VOL makes the most sense.
Right.
Primal JO.
So intuitive, but I don't think that leaves an outplay.
So with 6 minutes left, Andrew knows he's won this game as long as he doesn't do something completely insane. And on game 10, I just want to mention, like, missing inductee on game 10 of the day versus game 1 of the day, it is a huge difference. We got to give these guys some slack. 10 games is an incredible amount of Scrabble.
Yeah, I mean, we're tired just from commentating, so to be playing, to be feeling the stress, feeling the pressure of every turn, it's easy for us to sit here and say, oh, he had this, oh, he missed that, but we have much more information. We have many more tools at our disposal over here in the commentary booth than they have while sitting on stream. Cameron's been on stream. What is this, his 4th game on our board today?
And he's had 2 games, I think, on board 1 as well.
Wow.
Or board 3,
Yeah.
one of the others.
So that just only, for most players, only adds to the pressure that you're already feeling in such a huge high stakes event as this one, the Causeway Challenge here in Bangkok.
That's right. So if you're still here, or if you're just joining, or if you've been here a while, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching this historic live stream. It wouldn't be historic if it was just us, Chloe, but we've got 2 other 2-person commentary teams in various locations in the Miracle Grand Convention Hotel in Bangkok, Thailand. 3 live streams, 10 annotated boards. Almost seems like Scrabble's a sport. And of course it is. Recently, there's been a little bit of effort, or a lot of effort, done to legitimize the game of Scrabble. And in Southeast Asia, there's been some headway. And I think Scrabble is now considered a minor mind sport. It's not like one of the top ones, like it's not chess yet, but with that recognition comes potential benefits, potential sponsorships. There are good things coming Scrabble's way, and a tournament like this that's being broadcast across the world, it's being talked about in Bloomberg, among other publications, can only mean good things for this incredible game of ours.
So Veto the play here, doing the most important thing of blocking Cameron's outplay of Sansa and leaving himself some pretty, lar and things like that for himself. Parallel veto.
Yeah, indeed. So it just feels like for the whole game, Andrew did not see the primal hook, the L hook onto Prima.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But this is a nice way to set up LOR or LAR to the right of veto. I think if you're Cameron, maybe you just block that with small play.
Yeah.
Yeah, NA. Yeah, that'll do it. So once again, thank you for those watching on MeWatch. We appreciate you. If you're new to Scrabble, we're going to do our best to introduce you to the competitive game. Everybody watching on YouTube who's subscribed or soon to be subscribed to the Let's Play Scrabble channel, I salute you as well. Thanks for watching. And everybody watching on Woogles as well. Best place to play Scrabble online. That's where all the games are being broadcast to. And they're going to be on the internet forever. We've already seen some insane things happen. I heard from two-time world champion David Eldar that he played a 10. I think he played Natalities
Wow, very
in a
good.
non-annotated game, but he said he'd send me the picture. So
There's proof.
there is proof. Of course, it could be fabricated,
Right.
fabricated evidence, but two-time world champion playing a 10 is not the craziest thing ever, but it's really, really awesome. We're looking for memories. We're looking to make memories. We're looking to see some of the coolest plays of all time. And we're here for it. 4 days in a row, Chloe.
I know, it's so exciting to be here. Yeah, things are only just heating up now. We still got 26 more games over the next 3 days. We'll be playing 10 games tomorrow, 10 games the following day, and 6 on our final day of the event. Like you mentioned earlier today, it's a King of the Hill for the pairing style for those last 6 games. So we'll be having all the top players playing in order on that day. It'll be really exciting to see how everything plays out for the $10,000 grand prize for first place.
That's right. And after this game, if you guys want a standings update, we do have a link to the official website in the YouTube chat, but we will have, I think, a way to live view the standings once this game is over, as Curl comes down, or maybe it's Carl.
Who knows?
It does not matter. That's 8 points. Andrew Fisher going to win a very, very low scoring game, 366 to 322. No bingos were played. And that's a nice victory. That's something.
How did you take the win? Yeah, wow, it's very, very rare to have such a low scoring game. In Scrabble, especially in the Collins Lexicon. Let's go to the overhead mic and hear what they have to say.
Such a crazy move. It's so easy to score if you have the O. The V and all sorts. Crazy. Let's see if this works.
Yeah, I've had some.
These guys have played each other so many times.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's not too much to be said. Cameron definitely a quiet type. Let's pan to those standings if we have those available.
Maybe we can.
Get this 688-point game off screen. That was a great game.
Yeah.
So before the end of this round, Napat, 2 games ahead of the field, was playing Josh Watt on the top board. And yeah, we have some updates. Ben Schoenbrunn up there in number 7, 7-3.
Yeah.
He's probably going to be passed by. He might be passed by Ukshay. But other than that, he's in the top 10. Nigel Richards, of course, no surprises there.
Yeah, I think Ben started 0-3 as well. Not 100% sure on that, but nice comeback by him from a rough or earlier start. Yeah, things are heating up. Napat in first, 9-0. So he'll be looking to continue this winning streak tomorrow.
Indeed. So with that, we're going to potentially wish you guys a nice break between now and the games tomorrow. How long do we have before we start again, Chloe? We have
12.
just over 12 hours. Alrighty.
Okay, plenty of time to rest, recuperate. Could go to sleep right now, get a more than full 12 hours of sleep.
Lots of
Easy.
options. Maybe we'll play some Scrabble. Who knows?
It's always a possibility when you're at the Scrabble tournament.
Indeed. All right, guys. Well, thanks for watching. This has been great. We'll see you tomorrow for more top level Scrabble at the Causeway Challenge 2026 in Bangkok, Thailand. That's it for us. We'll see you soon.
Good night.